Chapter 1747. Will it be sunny tomorrow? In Azhou, Lu Jingdao looked up at the sky. There was no moon or stars in the sky. It had been raining since then. It was neither heavy nor light. The 6 people who came to report did not return. The Yangtze River was too turbulent. They moved to the mountains. The entire county of Azhou was empty. The water did not pass the threshold and kept pouring in. Usually, sandbags would be placed at home to block the door. Now, because they did not know if there would be a flood, the people simply left. The people who had placed sandbags on the shore to prevent flood also left. They were afraid that if the dam collapsed, they would not be able to survive. Anyway, there were subsidies. They would pay for it and rebuild it. They did not want the crops in the fields. They brought valuable things with them. Survival was the most important thing. Look upstream. It's not sunny. The water is still big and the humidity is heavy. Don't let the people fall sick. Sun Tian peeled the shell of a boiled egg and worried about the people who ran to the mountains. The eggs were given by the people. The people ran to the mountains and boiled all the eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. Some of them were salty. It felt like the Dragon Boat Festival in Li Yi's time. Especially the children, they brought salty and non-salty eggs to play with other children. Some brought raw eggs. Raw eggs were usually harder than cooked eggs. There were even some who were holding stones that looked exactly like eggs. In the future, the children wouldn't play with them anymore. The people of Azhou did not want raw eggs. How could they eat raw eggs if they were broken? They might as well cook them. Once the disaster was over, it wouldn't take long for many more eggs to be hatched artificially. The houses needed to be repaired and built. The crops and vegetables in the fields needed to be cleaned up slowly. As long as they did not lack money, it would take at most a month to recover to its original state or even better. During the day, the people would go down the mountains and run to other people's vegetable fields at the foot of the mountains to pick vegetables and bring them back to cook. If they did not go further, they were afraid that they would not be able to return to the mountains due to the flood. The wild vegetables in the mountains needed to be picked. It was written in the newspapers that eating vegetables could replenish nutrition. Green onions, ginger, and garlic were good things. They could dispel the cold and were for the weak. The rich families who had pepper took it out and asked the people to testify. When the time came, they would ask the Li family Zhuangzi for it. At night, a few bonfires burned under the shed to provide light and leave some kindling. The guards added firewood to the fire. They didn't wait for the firewood to finish burning before they took it out and replaced it with firewood. The firewood that was removed would dry, and it would be easier to use it during the day tomorrow. At this moment, the people were trying their best to dry up the coal and firewood and boil water to drink. The newspapers had written that when it rained, they could not casually drink water from outside. In addition, people tend to lose body heat easily. It was written in the newspaper, the people now depend on the newspaper for survival, and find the old newspaper useful in the most critical moment. There were rich families who bought every issue of the newspaper, sorted it out, cut it, and bound it. It was a good time to take it out and compare it with the ones who didn't remember it clearly. Beside Lu Jingdao were 3 bound newspapers. He read them with the help of the diesel lamp. The firewood and coal are damp. Under special circumstances, try to build the stove in the middle of a relatively flat area. Don't let it show off. Because the direction of the wind could change, once it changed, it would be difficult to dodge. In the middle, everyone moved a short distance. Yes, let's put it in the middle. When the wind blows, let's hide on the other side, change direction, and hide back. He read the contents of the newspaper as a form of learning. He had to take care of the people. Provincial Governor Lu is indeed diligent. Sun Ke ate 2 eggs and drank the hot soup to soothe his stomach. He praised Lu Jingdao. If I don't work hard, many people will die, but I'm alive. Do you think Li Yi will ask me how I'm alive? To be honest, Lu Jingdao was afraid of death. The people of Fanyang's Lu family had long figured out Li Yi's style of doing things. They passed it down to the descendants of the family, telling them not to make mistakes at critical moments. For officials, when they encountered disasters, the people lived, and you died. Li Yi would take good care of your family. If a bunch of people died, and you lived, what right did you have? Lu Jingdao didn't want to die, so he seized the time to make up for his mistakes and self-study. Send more things to the three of them. Lu Jingdao instructed his sidekick. The three of them were minor officials in the state government who provided the classification and binding of newspapers. They were usually inconspicuous, but the state government was supported by countless people like them. The sidekick left to send things to the family of the minor official. The minor official didn't live alone. Fan, do you know what I'm thinking now? The officials only know their role at critical moments. Lu Jingdao turned another page and asked Sun Ku. The wind knows the strength of the grass, and the board knows the sincerity of the officials. Sun Ku answered casually. You. Lu Jingdao was surprised. You're a messenger. Why, Provincial Governor Lu, if you ask me something else, I might not be able to answer. But if you ask me about this, I'll pay attention to this. Those who followed me in Yingchuan have all died, but I'm left alone. This is the beginning of testing the strength of the grass. We're the fast riders of Chang'an. Others can't deliver the news in the same amount of time, but we can. Sun Ku straightened his back as he spoke. He had his own pride. For example, he trained by sleeping on a running horse. He could sleep while walking and wake up at any time. Also, when he went to the toilet, he could finish it in a dozen breaths. When he went to the toilet, he didn't need to get down from the horse. When he went to the toilet, he could finish it immediately. He had suffered so much, just for this moment where the wind blew the grass to the wind. Sigh. You've worked hard. Lu Jingdao once again realized the power of the minor officials. The state government was supported by many minor officials, and the Tang dynasty was supported by countless people like Sun Ku. They were of low status, but they did what they could do to the extreme. It's nothing. Anyway, we're the strongest. Sun Ku relied on this pride to live. While they were talking, another team ran to the bank of the Yangtze River. With the help of the kerosene lamp, they could see the surging river. The people of the post house by the river accompanied them, their faces full of shock and helplessness. He didn't expect that there would be an even larger team coming from Chang'an. It had been 3.5 days since the last 6 people came. Since they were here, they couldn't cross the river. How could there be many boats, let alone ferrymen? A team of 100 people swim over and contact Lu Jingdao. Sound the drums and horns on the shore to send the message. The others find a place to settle down. Tomorrow, collect boats to build a pontoon bridge. The leader of the 10,000-man army ordered. He knew it was time to test himself. What would the winged knights do if they were in his place? They were all private soldiers. Who was weaker than the other? How much hardship did they go through in the training on Mount Taibai? Li Dongzhu sent many textbooks, and the generals taught them in person. My family used to live by the river. My family lives by the Yellow River. I crossed the Yellow River when I was a child. I can walk 50 miles by treading water. I can catch big fish with my bare hands. One by one, the recruits signed up and said their achievements. They had all received training in swimming, diving, and so on. Some were exposed to it when they were young, and some were outstanding. Now they were risking their lives because they didn't know if something would rush down from the river. They couldn't see anything when they were swimming. Those who survived were warriors, and those who were unlucky were martyrs. Their families were taken care of, and they could enter the cemetery of martyrs. The royal family went to the cemetery of martyrs to pay their respects, and Li Dongzhu would arrange people to burn incense there every day. If his recruitment failed, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of the winged knights in the future. Chapter 1748. The 100 selected people stripped naked, plugged their horns with oil paper, and hung their snare drums on their bodies. The pigs blew bubbles, and each person acted as 3 balls. They were tied up in groups of 10. If someone drowned, even if they died, their bodies had to be dragged to the other side, just in case they could be saved. The 100 people began to warm up. They took out disinfectant alcohol, and each person drank a mouthful. They drank it as the beginning of the alcohol. There was still 80% alcohol. "Are you ready?" the leader asked loudly in the rain. "Ready," the 100 people answered in unison. "Go into the water." "Yes." The 100 people began to wade into the water in groups of 10. They swam up after a dip, and were quickly swept down by the current. The station's constable felt numb all over. Were these people even human? He had always heard that the winged knights were powerful, but who would have thought that the emperor's other private army was also a fearless existence? They didn't wait for daybreak to cross the Yangtze River in the rainy night. "Wait for me. Little Six, Baldy, get on the boat. Quick." The constable didn't know where his courage came from, but he suddenly shouted. He snatched 3 diesel lamps, called out to the other 2 people, hung up the bamboo tube, and jumped onto the boat. The 2 people beside him rushed over. 2 of them placed the oars, and the other controlled the oars. They used the 3 swaying diesel lamps to lead the way for the recruits. "Settle the horses," the leader of the recruits ordered. He knew that this was a war for the recruits, and it was time to test the results of their training. This operation would determine the position of their troops. Time suddenly slowed down. The waves in the river could be seen clearly, and the sound of the water hitting the shore was long. The leader felt his fingers go numb, and the rainwater on his face was stiff. This state lasted for a while, and the bright spots on the boat disappeared. His body swayed, and he staggered. In an instant, the cold rain took away his body heat, and he woke up again. He shivered and felt numb all over. He turned around and rushed into the station. He found a bowl, scooped up some hot soup, blew on it, and poured it into his stomach. He knew that his state just now wasn't normal, because at that moment, he felt that even if the other side shot a crossbow, he could catch it with his bare hands. He knew that he needed to rest, or he would definitely die. He sat on the ground and drank the soup instinctively. His ears were buzzing. When he drank the soup, he couldn't feel the temperature. He was just blowing it with his common sense and observing the situation of the soup before. He recalled what Li Yi had taught him. When a person was extremely afraid, nervous, or excited, adrenaline would be secreted faster. During this period, a person's reaction would be dozens of times faster than usual, including their strength. However, once this period was over, some people would die immediately, while others would need some time to recover. As he drank the soup, his body began to lose strength and he wanted to sleep. Until, woo-woo, dong dong. 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 The sound of horns and drums could be heard. "Boss, they've gone over. Not a single person is missing." "Boss, boss, what's wrong with you?" The voice was so long that the leader fell backwards. "Boss is too tired. Carry him over and make sure his breathing is smooth. I'll take command now." The recruit who was second in command stepped forward and took over the command. They were trained in the same way as the winged knights. Everyone had to learn how to command. There was no such thing as a situation where the entire army would fall into chaos after one of their commanders was killed. The commanders took over in echelon formation. Unless the entire army was wiped out, there was no such thing as the army falling apart. The people on the other side all went over. This side responded by blowing horns and beating drums to celebrate. 100 people carried 3 lamps and ran to find the people while carrying the village constable and 3 others. He he he, he 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 he. The village constable and 3 others were carried by the arms and ran woodenly. Terrifying laughter came out of their mouths. They had succeeded. In this weather and time, they were actually able to bring 100 people to the shore alive when the boat was slanted and washed away by the water. When this was over, it would be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Who could do it? Who would dare? What was I thinking just now? Why are my legs so weak? Should I get a superior grade for my evaluation? The village constable laughed for a while, then suddenly thought of something important. Evaluation. You've done a great job. What evaluation? Just get straight to the point where Li Dongzhu knows about the 3 of you. What's a superior grade? Think about it now. What do you want? Do you want a county magistrate? Or do you want to get a county magistrate? One of the people carrying the village constable congratulated the village constable. In tonight's rain, you are the brightest star, piercing through the clouds. No, I won't. I will only be the village constable. The village constable was depressed and conflicted. Then tell us now. Where is Provincial Governor Lu Zhengdao? Let's go find him. I know. He's on the mountain. I know which mountain. If we continue forward, there's still some distance. It will take more than an hour. It's all water. We can't see a single person. It's dark and scary. Can you guys not wear any clothes? Is it cold? Do you want to rest? The village constable used the lamplight to recall and was also concerned about other people's clothes. We'll freeze to death if we stop. The river water is too cold. Run. It's fine as long as we have hot water to drink when we reach the place. Clothes don't matter. Yes. No one will laugh at you. Yes. There's a fork in the road ahead. Which way? Left. It's the left. Look at my hand. Are you raising your right hand? Is it the east or the west? East. I raised the wrong one. After nearly 50 minutes, everyone saw the light of a fire. We're here. Don't your feet hurt? It hurts. It's numb from the pain. It's fine. When we get there, boil some soup and squeeze some blood out. We'll recuperate later. Don't we have to report back to the shore? Can't we just be carried there? A few people will be enough. Aren't you made of iron? Are you stupid? Our health is more important. It's not like no one will carry us. Then why are you here? Our arrival means that the main force has arrived. After another conversation, someone blocked the road ahead. Who are you? His Majesty is recruiting 10,000 soldiers. Our 100-man squad has crossed the river and arrived first. We want to meet Lu Zhengdao. Yes, I'm the village constable Wang Li. I'm the most reasonable person. You, wait for me to finish speaking before you leave. Report. His Majesty's 100-man squad has arrived. There's also the village constable Wang Li on the other side. The person in charge found Provincial Governor Lu Zhengdao, who was still reading the newspaper. They can make it on a rainy night? Lu Zhengdao's first thought was disbelief. Yes. They're also His Majesty's private army. Go and bring them here. Sun Tian, who seemed to be asleep, suddenly woke up. He could guarantee that he was in Chang'an and knew the situation. In less than 10 minutes, 103 people arrived. 100 of them didn't even wear shoes. They were carrying horns and snare drums. There was no hair on their heads. They were bald. Under the light, the scars on their bodies could be seen from a certain angle. Boiling water, hot feet. Our feet are injured. Sterilization. Do you have soap? And hot soup? It's too cold. Our bodies are losing heat too quickly. It's better to get some ginger. When recruiting soldiers, they had to make sure they were in good condition in front of their own people. It was a different matter when fighting a war. Even if their feet were rotting, they had to charge forward. Chapter 1749. Quick! Quick! Get clothes, hot water, soap for the warriors. Quick! Lu Zhengdao's voice was trembling. Did the naked man in front of him swim over from the river? Walking on the mountain path naked? How could there be such a person? Also, needles and knives. Scissors are the best. Sun Chang saw blood seeping out of someone's feet and felt distressed. Tell the people that we are here. The main force will cross the river tomorrow. The person who recruited the soldiers knew his task. Yes, yes, yes. Shout and spread the news. Lu Zhengdao agreed. He also understood. His Majesty's private army is here. His Majesty's private army is here. Tomorrow, the main force will cross the river, Lu Zhengdao's people shouted first. Other people formed teams and went to other places to tell the people. The people from the provincial government were the first to get the news. They thought it was the Winged Knights. That's great. The Winged Knights are here. I knew His Majesty would miss me. Why are you so shameless? Does His Majesty know who you are? I'm a citizen of the Tang dynasty. I'm His Majesty's citizen. So His Majesty is thinking of me. Go to sleep. We'll see tomorrow. The rain is neither heavy nor light. It will delay things. Let's just get rid of the heavy rain. When the sky clears up, we'll go down the mountain and build a new house. I fell asleep just now. You woke me up when you shouted. I'm energetic now. Go back to sleep. Sleep well. The people who were woken up were not angry. Instead, they were happy. The three of us were rowing in front. The light could only shine a little. It would light up for a while and then it would turn dark. We didn't think about anything. We were just rowing. The people who swam in the water couldn't see anything because there was no light. At that time, we didn't feel cold. When the rain fell on our faces, we felt numb. You guys don't know. I've been ferrying people all year round. If we were to talk about this river. The station's constable was not tired. He looked at the recruits who were cleaning their feet and talked to Lu Zhengdao. Don't be fooled by how tired and frightened he was. His body was exhausted, but he was still full of energy. Lu Zhengdao nodded from time to time. He wanted to know how the people in the Yangtze River survived the rain at night. All the people in the provincial government came to listen. They were relieved like the people. His Majesty's private army was not only the Winged Knights, but also the recruits. They were both soldiers, but why was it different when they became His Majesty's private soldiers? 100 recruits were tending to their wounds. At night, there were only 3 diesel lamps. The range of illumination was small, and it was difficult to travel on the mountain. Those who had thorns, blisters, or cuts on their feet were all scalded with boiling water first. When the wood is burned, clean it with scissors, knives, and needles that have been burned. After that, it was washed with soap. The other parts of the wound were washed white, revealing the red flesh inside. When the rest of the troops arrived the next day, they would leave the other drugs to dry at night. Tomorrow morning, after collecting the information, he would wrap the silk that was steamed in the steamer when he wore his shoes. The others looked at the wounds and grimaced. In order to be more agile in the water, they didn't wear anything. Even though they knew they had to climb the mountain, they still climbed it step by step. Then, he looked at the 100 people. Their expressions were calm, as if they were not the ones who had attacked him, nor were they the ones who were injured. You guys don't feel pain? A military officer frowned and asked. He could feel the pain just by looking at them. Pain? How could it not hurt? We are also people. The leader of the 100 people raised his head and glanced at the other party. If it hurts, you can hum a few times. If it really doesn't work, you can shout loudly. I have been injured before. Shouting makes me feel much better. The military officer gave an idea. Can Her Majesty's private army shout? Don't talk about broken feet. Even if your feet fall off, you have to hold on. The leader curled his lips. What kind of joke was this? If we shout in pain, the people will be worried. The long night eventually passed. The dark clouds couldn't block the sunlight. Even though the rain was still drizzling, the light still came on time. The troops on the north shore began to feed the horses. They looked for the surrounding vegetable fields and crops and let the horses in to eat. When the horses were almost done eating the green plants, they fed them some concentrated food, including the puffed high-grade horse food made with the popcorn stick machine. The others found boats on the shore and requisitioned them. When they returned, they would ask the Li family Zhuangzi to subsidize them. The recruits on the south shore bandaged their feet and walked in boots. Their trousers were placed outside their boots to prevent the water that fell on their trousers from entering their boots. After they understood the situation, they stood on the opposite shore and blew the horns and beat the drums to pass the information over. The young and strong people followed along. There were also bailiffs. They tore down the houses and sent all the wooden planks and boards to the shore. The boats that were pulled ashore were pushed back into the water. They were prepared to tie them up with ropes and lay down boards. There had to be at least 3 rows of boats. The waves on the river were big. A row of boats swayed and swayed. It was easy to make people dizzy and fall into the river. It was impossible to hold on to the ropes. A portion of the horses had to go over to carry things. At the same time, they could be used as foot strength to check the situation in other provinces and deliver things to the people. As for the horses that stayed on the north shore, they had to go to other places to find things to transport to the disaster areas. The role of military horses was shown. They were obedient. If it was a donkey, it would be easy to throw a tantrum. It wouldn't move when it was led, and it would be beaten back. It also needed to be coaxed. Tear down my house. Tear down my house. My house is close to the river. My house is good. There are no holes in the beams. Don't want the doors and walls in my house. Keep the walls. When we're done using the doors, we'll put them back. Don't keep them. Tear them down so we can build new ones. The people fought to tear down their houses and build better ones. The Chang and Li family Zhuangzi gave them money. They also wanted to tear down their houses and at least build a new house. Tear down the yamen first. Lu Jingdao was as smart as the people. He had wanted to build a yamen for a long time, but he couldn't find the money. He wanted to take this opportunity to clean it up and live comfortably. Therefore, he first tore down the county seat of Jiangxia in Azhou. Then he tore down Mianzhou across the river. Next, he tore down Hanyang County. The 2 county yamens were closest to the river. The prefectural government was close to the river. If there was a war, the officials would be at the front line. In addition, the pier by the river was suitable for docking. There were many people coming and going. It was convenient to manage the government there. At the same time, boats of similar sizes were connected to each other and sent into the river. There were people on the side pulling ropes to prevent the boats from being washed to the shore. When it was almost noon, the 2 sides threw ropes. The last boat was stuffed in and boards were laid out. The pontoon bridge was completed. The boats of the 6 factions were fixed with ropes and wooden boards. They were nailed with nails. However, they were not nailed too tightly. Otherwise, the waves in the river would break the fixed position. Quick, let's ride over. Keep a distance and grab the ropes. Send the compressed biscuits to the people of Azhou first. The leader of the 10,000 people gave the order. The horses were led onto the bridge one by one. At this time, the horses were steadier than the people. The people on the other side had already received the compressed biscuits. They were reluctant to eat them. They kept them and waited for the crucial moment to fill their stomachs. The first batch of biscuits was not delivered. Instead, it was medicine. The medicine was used to treat the foot injuries of the 100 brothers in the suicide squad. The soldiers on the other side knew that their brothers were injured. If they walked barefoot on the mountain road at night, there would be thorns and stones. They could not avoid them. The wounds on their bodies were secondary. Their feet had to bear the weight of their bodies. Chapter 1750. Look at the clothes they're wearing, they're not winged knights. Some people noticed the problem. They're probably the 30,000 recruits who have been training in Taibai Mountain for a long time. There's a war in the north, so the strong soldiers should be keeping an eye on the north. His Majesty's recruits aren't strong. Crossing the Yangtze River on a rainy night? They're probably weaker than the winged knights, right? Can the winged knights ride the waves and come over? Who cares which team it is? In short, with them around, I'm relieved. I don't see any fear. The flesh under their necks is bulging, and their arms are thick. I don't know if they have a wife. My daughter is not bad. If anyone is willing to come, my family will give them 500 taels. Which daughter of yours? I can take care of the 5-year-old, but the 15-year-old needs to learn how to dress up. What do you mean, lame son? My daughter is naturally beautiful, why does she need to dress up? Who's lame? Which eye of yours saw me lame? Come, take a look. Last year, your leg was injured and you were lame for a month. Your daughter's face is full of pockmarks. You're a lame man. Stop arguing. Moving things, is His Majesty's private army something you can joke about? As expected, the people stopped arguing and quickly helped. They were afraid that there would be a sudden breach and they wouldn't be able to move things in time. 5,000 recruits took 10,000 horses and headed west from Azhou. The situation there wasn't very good. When the people of Hanyang saw the recruits running around, they had a backbone and went to the fields to pick vegetables. For example, leeks were directly cut and planted after the rain stopped. The leeks were guaranteed to rot. As for cucumbers and eggplants, they first looked at the seedlings and shelves. Those that were soaked in water for too long were all plucked, leaving the small ones. The ones on the hillside were not touched. They agreed with the people who planted them to leave the seeds. No one planted any seeds. The people didn't have other worries, but it couldn't be said that they didn't have any. Pregnant women who were about to give birth needed to be looked after individually. The nearby pregnant women were arranged together and the midwives were ready at any time. The sheds they lived in were the best, and there was always boiling water. Some medicine was placed at the side. Whenever something happened to a pregnant woman, it would be immediately boiled and given to her to drink. The commoners didn't care about their land or houses. They had agreed that the Li family Zhuangzi would take care of everything. At worst, they would send good things to the Li family Zhuangzi after their lives had stabilized. Once a year, every year. Azhou, Mianzhou, and the other prefectures were all busy. Along the Yellow River, the people were also busy. When they heard that Princess Jincheng had returned from Tubo, they all ran to the shore to welcome her. Pick the best fruits and send them to the shore. Find someone with a boat to prepare them. Bring a long pole and wait for the boat to arrive before sending them to the boat. The commoners knew about Princess Jincheng. She married Tubo and brought people and things to appease Tubo. This could be considered as giving Tubo some benefits. Unfortunately, Tubo still fought against the Tang dynasty after getting benefits. Princess Jincheng must have been wronged in Tubo. Just think about it and you will understand. You married your daughter to someone else, and that person married your daughter and had to fight with you for land and water. How could your daughter have a good life? Now that your daughter, no, Princess Jincheng had returned to her parents' home, and it was said that she had kidnapped Tubo's Zanpu back, how could Tubo let her go? Was there a need to ask? The Tang dynasty was powerful. Since her parents' home was powerful, her daughter would not be bullied. The daughter of the Tang dynasty had returned, and the people of Tubo who followed her knew that they were all on Princess Jincheng's side. Therefore, Princess Jincheng's fleet saw the commoners on both sides of the river beating gongs and drums, singing and dancing. Another boat sailed over, and the people on the boat picked up poles and sent things over. Fresh seasonal fruits, roasted chicken, stewed slices of fatty meat, boiled tea eggs, steamed lambs, braised, fried, roasted, stewed, boiled, fried, blanched, and boiled, different kinds of food were all sent to the boat. There was also a baby on a pole, sent over for Princess Jincheng to kiss, and then brought back. This was not food. The people of Princess Jincheng's dowry felt the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, which was different from when they came out. It could be seen from the clothes worn by the commoners on the shore. They did not wear linen clothes, but silk, and some even wore silk and silk. The children were the most powerful. All the children were divided into boys and girls, and the style of their clothes was the same. Looking with binoculars, they saw that there were a few words on the chest of the children's clothes, so-and-so school, so-and-so official school. They felt that there was only one word to describe it, powerful. The people who brought the ruler pearls and pearls had a deeper feeling of this. It turned out that the people of the Tang dynasty lived like this. Oh, they were too rich. Princess, the children of the Tang dynasty wear the same clothes. If they don't study in school in the future, wouldn't the clothes be made in vain? A Tubo person who served the ruler pearls and pearls became bold after spending some time with Princess Jincheng. He asked the question in his heart. Princess Jincheng was also not clear about the situation. The letters she sent and received did not mention it. Qin Li, who came back with the procession, was also puzzled. He shouted to the person who delivered the goods, "Hey, why are the children's clothes all the same?" "I can hear you, no need to shout. It was delivered a few days ago. It's the Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Fund." First, a cavalry ran over to record how many children there are, how tall and how fat they are. Later, the clothes will be delivered to you. It's free. The person who controlled the boat shouted back. His voice was even louder than Qin Li's. After shouting, the goods were also received. The two boats moved at different speeds, so they staggered. So it's the fund of second uncle. Husband, it's the fund of King Song who always has seafood. Princess Jincheng knew and told the ruler pearls and pearls. How much does it cost to buy clothes for all the children? The ruler pearls and pearls first mentioned the matter of money. Tubo would never distribute clothes to all the children. When Tubo went to war, each tribe needed to prepare their own weapons and provisions. Tubo people did not feel good. They also knew what this meant. The Great Tang had become even more prosperous. With money came confidence. When they had more money, they would turn the source of the Yellow River into the Tang dynasty's territory. Tubo people's children would also be given clothes. How many other tribes would want to join the Tang dynasty? Princess Jincheng, if the clothes are the same, it won't show who is rich. The children will get along better. Qin Li thought of another point. If the clothes were the same, don't expect to be better than others. If anyone thought that they should wear better clothes and did not wear the standard clothes, they would probably be made difficult by the teachers and even expelled from school. Do you dare to not wear the clothes given by the Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Fund? Do you think your clothes are better than those given by King Song? How powerful is your family? King Song came to beg you in person. Princess Jincheng nodded. General Qin is right. In the eyes of His Majesty, all the people are the same. There is no distinction between rich and poor. In the eyes of my future brother-in-law, it is the same. There is no distinction between rich and poor. Princess is smart. Indeed, His Majesty and Dongzhu are. Qin Li admitted. When it came to money, Dongzhu had always calculated it by 10,000 yuan. Along the Yellow River, there was someone who had 10 million yuan. With 1,000,000 yuan, they would open their own school and wear the Tang dynasty's Chao Tian clothes. The more they were like this, the more one did not dare to provoke them. "Nu, what is this dish?" He did not want to talk about the sad topic. He saw a basket with a bamboo plate of worms. "Zhanpu, this is a bean worm. It is specially raised for eating. The bean worm in the plate is fried." Qin Li took a glance and introduced. Chapter 1751. General Qin, is this bean worm delicious? Princess Jincheng looked at the worm and looked at Qin Li meaningfully. These bean worms are like other food. They are carefully selected and checked layer by layer to bring out the best. Qin Li's eyes also contained other contents. Princess Jincheng was relieved. There was no poison. There was no problem with anything that could be sent to the ship. In that case, husband, why don't you let everyone have a taste? Princess Jincheng wanted to eat something from her hometown. Even the worms were delicious. Okay. Qi Dai Pearl Pill naturally agreed. Princess Jincheng picked up a worm and put it in her mouth. It was indeed fragrant, crispy, and had a meaty taste. Delicious. Qi Dai Pearl Pill could eat worms. For example, he ate caterpillar fungus. It was a local remedy in Tubo and was used by local doctors. It was used as a guiding medicine. What was the use of a guiding medicine? For example, it was tiring to pee. At this time, the guiding medicine could be watermelon. When the body digested the watermelon, the medicine would also be digested. Another way was to eat chili to dispel the cold. Chili was hot and spicy. Luohan fruit was used as a guiding medicine. Or licorice was used to neutralize the spiciness. However, licorice was not good for the stomach. It also entered the lungs. People with special constitutions would vomit if they used this guiding medicine. Of course, drinking chili soup and eating bismuth aluminate was also good. Bismuth aluminate was the guiding medicine. What could caterpillar fungus do? It was probably some trace elements. It was delicious to chew and increase saliva secretion. Anyway, if you ask Li Yi would definitely not give you specific data. It was not like honey. Even if honey was not used as a guiding medicine, it was still delicious and sweet. Honey was used by bees as food and to give birth to new life. In this way, caterpillar fungus also gave birth to new life. The taste of bean worms and caterpillar fungus was very different. The size was also big. It was very satisfying to eat. Some of the others ate the roast chicken and some ate the fatty meat slices. Because there were few fruits in Tubo, fruits were the most popular. Watermelon and cantaloupe were eaten together with the seeds. They could not stop eating. There were also ripe apricots, plums, mulberries, cherries. Tubo people found the Tang dynasty was really good. No wonder De Luan always wanted to attack the Tang dynasty. The people of the Tang dynasty who were part of the dowry ate with nostalgia for the taste of their hometown. Canned fruit couldn't be compared to fresh fruit. The greenhouse crops in the princess's palace had a limited output, so not everyone could eat them. Princess Jincheng actually enjoyed everything she ate. This was her home ground, the true home ground. When she was married to Tubo, it was very lively. It seemed that she would never return. Now that he had returned, it was even livelier. The Tang dynasty was flourishing and thriving. After eating 2 worms, Princess Jincheng stopped eating and sat on the bow in a daze. The fast horses on the shore ran back and forth, sending the position of the troops to Chang and Li family Zhuangzi time and time again. Reporting. Princess Jincheng's fleet is still more than 400 miles away from the artificial canal. Reporting. Princess Jincheng's fleet is still 390 li away from the artificial canal. Report. The Li family Zhuangzi and the others were listening and calculating in their minds. Let's go. Get on the yacht. It doesn't matter if we arrive early. Li Yi saw that everyone was too excited, so he decided to go first. The yacht was very fast. Even if Princess Jincheng's fleet couldn't arrive today, they would probably arrive tomorrow morning. There were people waiting for them on the way, so they couldn't risk their lives. When the sky turned dark, what if they hit a mountain or a reef? The yacht was not afraid. It had sonar, searchlights, and infrared rays. Going against the current was also fast. They just needed to avoid other boats. Everyone got on the flatbed cart and got on the yacht. Their clothes were all prepared. The emperor's clothes, the imperial concubine's clothes, the emperor's clothes, the empress's clothes, the prince's clothes, the princess's clothes, the king's clothes. Li Yi took out his 2 official uniforms and looked at them. It was hard to choose. Should he wear the civil official uniform or the military uniform? Third brother, which one is suitable for me? Li Yi was worried. He had resigned from other officials, so there were only 1 civil official and 1 military official left. The civil one, who is the military one for? It's so pitiful to wear a ruler. Empress Wang was giving advice. She didn't know when, but Tubo Zanpu had a pitiful impression in her heart. Yes, civil official. We are here to pick people up, not to meet the enemy. Li Longji agreed with his wife's words. Okay. Li Yi felt that it made sense. All the qualified members of the imperial family were here, including Princess True Jade and Princess Jingxian. The manservants they brought were not allowed to board the yacht. There was no space. If there was anything, they would look for a small robot. If they wanted someone to accompany them to sleep, the small robot could sing lullabies, tell stories, or help count sheep. The yacht started and went from Ba River to Jing River. When it arrived at the artificial canal of Wei Ru River, the yacht could not go up. Other small boats could take the yacht over like Huku Waterfall and enter the Yellow River. The yacht would stop at Lupan Pass. This artificial canal did not look far, but the number of dead prisoners was close to 3 digits. Li Yi controlled the drone to take off and shouted along the way. The Tang Dynasty cruiser is going to Lupan Pass. The boats in front adjust and lean to the right. Give way to the middle passage. Boats following the current, be careful not to collide with the boats in front. GQ 331, don't worry. You are going to deviate. There is a turning shore protrusion ahead. Slow down. Why are there people without life jackets on the bow deck? Go back and receive your punishment. 200 liang. GQ 079, the collision object of the ship's border is missing. Are you ignoring the rules? You will be fined 500 liang. If the punishment is light, you won't understand. Li Yi observed while controlling the drone and said the amount of the fine. Whether it was 200 liang or 500 liang, after the punishment, the other party could throw the boat away or owe a lot of money. One punishment would bankrupt the family, but it would give a chance to borrow at low interest. It would be the last chance. They would have to work hard for at least a year to earn it back. If the punishment was light, others would not care. It was equivalent to drinking 3 cups of wine. At that time, many industries were like this. They did not. And punished according to the standards from many years ago. When the average monthly salary was more than 70 yuan, the boss of the company would be fined 50,000 yuan for something wrong. When the average monthly salary was more than 7,000 yuan, the limit did not change. It was still 50,000 yuan. The boss of the company paid it with a smile. According to the ratio, the boss did not care even if he was fined 5 million yuan. When the average monthly salary was more than 70 yuan, the boss earned a few thousand yuan a month. When the average monthly salary was 7,000 yuan, the boss's monthly income was tens of millions. Li Yi was not used to that disease. If he caught them, he would punish them to death. Only when the cost of committing a crime was high could people understand fear. He agreed that it was better to cry than cry all the way. He also knew some of the problems with the law at that time. It was the same as not updating. For example, the punishment for child abduction was light. Some people explained that once the child abduction was sentenced to death, then the trafficker would kill the child. This statement was wrong. Child abduction was death. What was the difference between that and murder? If that was the case, why would murder be sentenced to death? If the death sentence was not given, would there be fewer murders? No, there would be more murders. It was the same for child abduction. If the death sentence was not given, many people would abduct children. The reality was that you could not judge whether he had abducted children or not. What if it was a false accusation? At that time, the condition was that there was little surveillance. After that, there was more surveillance and various other methods. It should be the death sentence. After being sentenced to death, they felt that they were wronged and appealed. Because it was not young enough. Those who had the right to speak were still those old people. Chapter 1752. The fence on the deck is good, but don't use thick ropes to weave a large hole net back and forth. When people are about to fall, it's easy for their heads or limbs to fall into the holes. It's dangerous to use a thin net. Jekyll 005, a child went to the deck alone without a staff member to look after him. He's fined 20 kwai, Li Yi said as he watched. All the ships that could enter Gyeonggi province knew the rules and standards. The people on the ship who were punished felt like they were dreaming. How did they get caught? I told you to hire 2 more people, but you didn't. How much money do you save every month? You're fined 20 kwai. How many months do you have? A man in his 50s shouted at a man in his 30s on Jekyll 005, which had no adult to look after the child on the deck. The child's family didn't look after the child. As the captain, he thought that the fault lay with the child's parents. But the regulations state that the child must be looked after by an adult on the deck, and the operator of the ship is responsible for it. You agreed to it before they issued you a certificate. Why didn't you say you didn't accept it? You could have just hired 2 more people. It's not like you don't make money. The operator's father stomped his feet and went somewhere else in a huff. I'll pay for you. 20 kwai. The child's father took the child's hand and looked at the captain's sad face. He wanted to pay. Obviously, he was rich. He took out 20 kwai just like that. He thought that he and his wife didn't look after the child and implicated others. You took it. If people find out that you took it, it won't be a matter of 20 kwai. I'll hire people. I'll hire people when I get back. The captain looked like he was about to cry. He shook his head and didn't dare to take the money. Li Yi was in a bad mood because he fined others. He didn't want to earn money, and the money wouldn't reach his hands. Li Lang, aren't you being too harsh? Princess Yongmu was listening and looking at the images sent back by the drone. Safety is no small matter. Human lives are more important than the sky. Punishment is never the goal. However, it's not good to always punish people, especially the money from fines. It can't be considered as revenue. There was no special law enforcement team before, and other law enforcement officers were in charge. It was not easy to punish people because of human relationships. The money from the fines can be used to equip other ships. They paid taxes, so they should use part of the taxes to install the equipment. It shows that the system of the departments involved in the Tang dynasty is not perfect enough. I have a lot of responsibility for that. Li Yi reflected. He knew that the person who was punished was wronged, but nothing had happened. However, he still insisted. If the person who caused the problem died, it would not be a matter of grievance. The people in the imperial court are all freeloaders. Princess Yongmu was angry. She felt that the imperial court should have thought of the situation since they had so many people. That's why it's important to train the personnel in the system. With a perfect training mechanism, we'll form an echelon. Take your time. When the yacht arrives at the destination tonight, I will take care of the shipping management. Li Yi had to work overtime and plan. He had to list out the details and requirements of law enforcement and see if there were any gaps. Then I'll rest now and help you at night. Princess Yongmu decided to participate. Okay. Li Yi was happy. With a beauty as his companion, his thoughts flowed more smoothly. When the yacht arrived at its destination, the big boat on the artificial canal was also waiting, and the small boats were coming and going. After loading and unloading the goods, the small boats carried the goods back. It was a short journey. Most of the goods were local specialties from the west of the Yellow River. There were also some daily necessities from Chang'an. The boats north of the Yellow River would also go against the flow. The boats further away would go around the Yellow River and go to the Huku waterfall. The canal that was built at the cost of dozens of people's lives showed its usefulness. The people upstream sold many fruits and vegetables that they usually had but could not sell to the middlemen. After the middlemen bought them, they brought them to the capital office. The price was about the same as the local market. It was not expensive. Of course, it was impossible to lower the price. If the middlemen dared to lower the price, someone would take care of them. The first step was to inform the people along the way that they were not allowed to sell to a certain person or merchant. If the merchants cooperated, the imperial court would send a fleet to collect the goods. The Li family Zhuangzi did not move at all. If the middlemen did not know what was good for them, then all the shops in the capital office would refuse to cooperate with them. Or if the imperial court's fleet could not be organized properly, the Ministry of Revenue would directly collect high taxes from the middlemen and lower the price. Let's see how much profit you can make. The local people did not ask others to raise the price. They ate the fruits themselves and sold them on the streets. Most of the dried fruits required manpower and other things, and the price was not high. Selling to merchants was equivalent to exchanging things that should be thrown away for money. The role of merchants was shown. They exchanged what they needed and reduced the waste of resources. At night, Li Yi ate a small bowl of noodles with water, which was zhajiang noodles. He sat in front of the computer and began to work. Li Yi was no longer good at writing by hand. It was slow to write by hand and difficult to draw pictures. Moreover, it was difficult to correct mistakes. The computer was convenient and could be adjusted at any time. The font size could be changed to different sizes, including various types of font, such as black and bold. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan watched from the side, one on the left and one on the right. They were dazzled. Li Yi muttered to himself, now there is a problem. How can the law enforcement officers ensure that they do not bend the law for personal gain? There are no law enforcement cameras. If they do not treat the income from the fines as a mission, what if they meet some people who pretend to be pitiful or familiar and give the green light? Or if they come in private to collect the fines but do not issue a receipt or hand it in? As long as people are enforcing the law, such problems will inevitably occur. Li Yi was a little distressed. He did not have a data model, unlike taxes, where there were rules. In terms of shipping, there were no general rules. Although there was no rule in itself, it was a rule. However, he could not give a model. Li Lang. Xiaolan suddenly said when she heard Li Yi's muttering. Speak. Li Yi stopped what he was doing and kept his eyes on the screen. Find someone to fish. Once caught, it will be 100 times. Kill them. Xiaolan's method was direct. You've done this a lot in the past, right? Li Yi turned to look at Xiaolan. Xiaolan's tears instantly welled up in her eyes. How is that possible? I have always been kind. I believe you. I really believe you. Don't cry. Li Yi was convinced. Xiaolan's tears instantly disappeared and her smile was like a flower. I knew Li Lang would understand me. Alright, that's the only way. Or send a special inspector to hide in the dark. Li Yi really did not have a better method. Xiaolan was overjoyed that she had helped. Then, she quickly said, "It's all because my little mother taught me well. You don't need to do that in front of me." Li Yi did not care. It belonged to whoever it belonged to. It did not mean that Princess Yongmu's status would drop if she could not come up with an idea. Li Yi continued to type, diagram after diagram. Princess Yongmu made tea at the side and tried her best to read. She wanted to learn. She felt that if she learned, she would be able to use the computer to do many things. Chapter 1753. Traveling at night was the most difficult. Many boats that traveled on the Yellow River during the day went to the nearest dock to recover their strength and eat something. Princess Jincheng's fleet carried lanterns and continued to move forward. The experienced sailor looked at the surrounding area with the help of the moon and stars. Princess Jincheng couldn't eat anything. Half an hour ago, she breastfed her child. After eating 2 mouthfuls of rice, she vomited it out again. The closer they were to Chang'an, the more excited she became. Her stomach was sour, and she felt uncomfortable if she didn't eat anything. When the nurse heard about the situation, she came over and gave Princess Jincheng a handful of pine nuts. "Princess, use a pair of forceps to eat." The nurse handed over the forceps and didn't leave. She sat next to Princess Jincheng and ate the pine nuts. "Princess, if we go further, we will reach the artificial canal. The mountain is high in the middle and low in the east and west. The water flows in 2 directions from the top. Part of the water flows into the Yellow River, and the other part flows into the Jingshui River. The artificial canal made a wide channel in the place where there is no water. This way, small boats can be lifted up. I heard from Dongzhu that the reason why they didn't lower the canal is because if water flows out of the Yellow River, there will inevitably be a flood. At that time, the water from the Yellow River won't flow to the north. It will all flow into the Jingshui River, and the river will be narrow." The nurse talked about the artificial canal while eating. Princess Jincheng listened and couldn't help but eat. Seeing others eat, she naturally did the same. Another nurse brought a big fruit plate. There was a pile of pine nuts in front of Princess Jincheng. After eating a few, she stuck a piece of fruit with a toothpick. She continued, "The gunpowder of the Tang dynasty sometimes misfires. It's not clear if it's really extinguished or if it's slowly burning. The progress of the excavation project can't be delayed. Under such circumstances, we send death row prisoners, but they send duds. The people who should be executed according to the local rules of the local villages or big clans are all sent to Chang'an." Princess Jincheng also ate the fruit. Protein, calories, vitamins, and water were all replenished. She couldn't feel her stomach acid anymore. Qi Daizhu, who also didn't eat well, was also listening and eating. They didn't feel that they were in a medical state at all. Princess Jincheng had a high status and noble status. If it were ordinary people in the Tang dynasty, they wouldn't receive such treatment, but the doctors would talk to them in a gentle tone. He told patients with such conditions to drink more water, warm it, and have a good rest. It was not a problem to skip a meal. They would be fine after a good night's sleep. There was no need to prescribe medicine for the patient. After prescribing the medicine, the patient would have to buy the medicine, which would increase the burden. If the commoners were lucky enough to meet an imperial physician, the imperial physician would most likely give them hawthorn pills. Just 1 pill and they would be able to eat after eating it. It was stomach acid to begin with. After eating the hawthorn pills, the stomach acid was different from stomach acid. When one was hungry, one had to eat. It was equivalent to fighting poison with poison. In summer, when there were watermelons, eating a piece of watermelon was also medicine. For the imperial physicians, it was a piece of cake. As Princess Jincheng ate, she felt very comfortable. This feeling came very suddenly. She was stunned and asked, "Are you treating me? The princess is not sick. How can we treat her?" The first nurse replied. "Yes, Dongzhu told us about this." At that time, Someone was hospitalized, and the hospitalized person wanted to marry her. He said that it was God's arrangement. That day, another nurse took over and said a few words before going off topic again. Princess Jincheng once again forgot what she was thinking about. Her personal palace maid was stunned as she watched from the side. She was a bystander. She thought that compared to performing surgery for others, the nurses nowadays were better. The nurses were taught by Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi. If it was Li Dongzhu who encountered the same situation, what would he do? After chatting for an hour and a half, Princess Jincheng was sleepy and yawned. "Princess, we are too tired. We will go back to rest." The nurse got up. They were not responsible for cleaning the pine nut shells. Okay. Princess Jincheng wanted to sleep, so she nodded in agreement. The group of people withdrew. Princess Jincheng did not wash her face. She lay down and fell asleep. The fleet arrived at the dock of the artificial canal in the middle of the night. There were many ships docked at the dock. There were restaurants, tea houses, medical centers, snack streets, inns, and livestock sheds built at the dock. There were shops at both ends of the canal. The daily income was quite high. An artificial canal drove the local economy. The people who lived in the surrounding mountains and lived a hard life ran down the mountain and participated in the business activities. Originally, people with carpentry skills could only help people in the village to make things cheaply. Sometimes, they couldn't get work. Now, they were repairing ships at the dock. This included the blacksmiths who forged the iron, the washerwomen who washed the clothes, and the helpers who did manual labor. The people in several counties were supported by the artificial canal. Even people from farther away came over. The nearby counties were building roads. There was a canal. After the roads were built, goods needed in other places could be transported by land. In addition, the things in the county needed to be sold. How could it be easier than pushing a wheelbarrow? The people in the county government didn't mention trivial things. The people took the initiative to participate. Who had idle people in their family? They would work for half a day or two. The people saw hope and were willing to work hard. Princess Jincheng's fleet docked. Later, they needed to change to small boats. Qin Li and others got off the boat to make arrangements. The imperial court sent people to control the boat. Princess Jincheng's boat must be taken over by the winged knights. No one else was at ease. Teams of winged knights guarded the key positions. They did not impose martial law, nor did they stop other economic activities at night. The people were very conscious. They tried not to run to the dock. They knew in advance that Princess Jincheng was coming back. If it wasn't night time, they would have organized a team to welcome her. Now, they were preparing. When dawn came, they would go out to welcome their daughter who had married back to her family. Princess Jincheng woke up in the middle of the night. She knew that she was at the dock, so she didn't go down. She was woken up because she had to feed the baby. After feeding the baby, she fell into bed and fell asleep again. Others would take care of other things. When she woke up again at dawn, she was still feeding the baby. Without milk powder, it was impossible for a woman to have a good rest after taking care of the baby. Many men in the Tang dynasty didn't care when their wives took care of their children. They were only responsible for work. Then the wife had to carry the child and work with them, including cooking. When there were no animals to use, the men pulled the plow in front of them, while the women carried the child behind them. As long as they could harvest and fill their stomachs, they were happy. If the wife and child starved to death, and someone took the lead to rebel, the men would follow. Anyway, that was it. They had already lost what they should lose. Hung geese line up in the sky, a large group of people on the dock began to sing. The children were dressed up beautifully. Many people with pearls and pearls had mixed feelings when they heard this song. In fact, this song was mainly aimed at the Turks, but the people in Tubo felt that it was singing about them. The song was not important. The important thing was what the person who wrote the song had done. It was that person. He took money and weapons and took away a large piece of land in Tubo. They didn't hate him, but they feared him. Chapter 1754. Princess, it's an hour's journey. Shall we go to the other side for dinner? Qin Li came over. He knew the situation, but he hid it from Princess Jincheng. On the other side, the yacht arrived early yesterday to give Princess Jincheng a surprise. Okay, thank you, General Qin. Princess Jincheng really couldn't eat when she woke up. She drank water in the middle of the night last night. She drank a cup of warm water in the morning. Her bodily functions were recovering, but her gastrointestinal functions were not fully recovered. She personally pushed the stroller down from the big boat. The children on the shore rushed forward with flowers and smiled. Welcome back to the Tang dynasty's maiden home. Welcome back to the princess's home. The children shouted together. Good. Reward. Princess Jincheng held back her tears. The people next to her gave cheese and yak jerky to the children. Tubo was the most popular. He personally gave a few blessings to the nearby children, and each of them received a dried snow lotus. Along the way, he finally knew the gap between Tubo and the Tang dynasty. He thought about expanding New New's palace a few more times. Her maiden family was really too powerful. When he came to the Tang dynasty, it was New New's home ground. When he was in the Red-White Palace, De Luen and some other people forced New New to hand over people. Then a large group of Tang dynasty's elite troops arrived at the city, and it was still New New's home ground. The children ran back happily, and the adults watched the team enter the canal in small boats. The winged knights set aside a part of the plank road. Since the canal was opened, the plank road was built and stretched on it to help stabilize the boat. The mountain above the plank road was still occupied by the winged knights to ensure that no one would throw stones. The boat went against the current and reached a flat position. Then it went down with the current. The winged knights on the surrounding boats only wore tight boxers and were ready to jump into the water at any time. They couldn't dive down without life jackets. The other boats stopped and waited for Princess Jincheng's team to pass. There were big words carved on the cliff. The king and the people are united, the heaven can be reversed. The big words were painted with red paint, dazzling and eye-catching. General Qin, who wrote these words? Princess Jincheng could see a sense of disdain and arrogance from these words. The first stage of writing was to look good and make people feel comfortable. The second stage was to write the word walk, which looked like a person walking. Then, he wrote the word smile, which looked like he was smiling. The third stage was willpower. The writer had to infuse his emotions into his words. Written by Li Dongzhu. According to Li Dongzhu, nothing is impossible. It's just a canal. God can't stop it. Qin Li was warming up. He was ready to jump into the water at any time. It was a small matter if he died, but it was a big problem if he couldn't save people. Oh. Princess Jincheng replied. Her mood was not very good. From the will expressed in the words, Li Yi seemed to not even care about imperial power and was just looking at the common people with a smile. Was there no reverence in his eyes? Everyone else was inferior to him. The boat finally passed the countercurrent. The water was calm, and the boat went from top to bottom. Everyone looked at their life jackets carefully. Qin Li and Fan Fan stood next to the baby carriage and put one hand on it. Princess Jincheng smiled. She thought that she could die if something happened, but her child had to live. The boat went with the current quickly, and there was no need to worry about any submerged reefs. The boat went on, and when it reached the flat area below, the waterway widened. Everyone was dumbfounded. Princess Jincheng felt like she saw a palace floating on the water. Why is this ship so big? There are so many levels, and it's different from other ships. At first glance, Princess Jincheng liked it. It would be great if she could have one. She had the same idea as Li Yi. Yachts were the most expensive boats, and they had a top speed of 40 knots. How much was the power system worth? General Qin, how do we get up? Princess Jincheng didn't need to think too much. She knew she had to get on the boat. The boat went to the front and then stopped. There is a platform. This boat is our Tang Dynasty's cruiser. It can sail more than 3,500 miles day and night on the sea, and it can sail at this speed for many days. Qin Li said the method and reported the data. The boat went over, and there was indeed a platform. A group of people came to help. When they reached the first deck, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They went to the second deck, and then to the third deck. A group of people was already waiting here. The emperor, they were surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs, including Bai Gu, Yao Chong, and other ministers. Princess Jincheng saw the lineup and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She cried and knelt on the deck, unfilial slave kowtows in salute to the emperor, the imperial concubine, the emperor, the empress, father, mother. She called out a series of names, and tears fell down. Qi Dai looked around and knelt down. He said that he would accompany his wife to visit her parents. He was the nephew, so he paid his respects to his uncle and granduncle. Wen Tian, you go. Li Yi was also there, and he said to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu nodded vigorously and ran over. Sister Nunu, get up quickly, everyone knows that you have been wronged. She helped Princess Jincheng up and went to see the others. Xiaolan stood in front of Qi Dai Zhu Dan. Son-in-law has invited us. We will see them now, and there will be other ceremonies when we go back. The baby was pushed up. Lying in the baby carriage, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were looking at him. Fortunately, he wasn't carried out, otherwise he would have cried. Li Shouli's princess hugged her daughter and cried. Seeing her grandson's cute sleeping appearance, she smiled. Half an hour passed as they chatted. Everyone else who was qualified to board the ship came up. Princess Jincheng's mood was not very stable, so she was taken to a separate cabin by Princess Yongmu. Li Yi waited here. He needed to stabilize Princess Jincheng's mood to avoid problems later on. Princess Jincheng and Qi Dai Zhu Dan went to Li Yi's room. The little robot brought a fruit plate and didn't leave. Dr. Li, Yuan. Princess Jincheng's eyes were red as she spoke to Li Yi. Princess Jincheng, this is Li Wentian, you can say that he is my family's Wentian. Li Yi interrupted Princess Jincheng's words and solemnly introduced. Hello, Princess Jincheng, my name is Li Wentian. Princess Yongmu hugged Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng, she couldn't react for a while. Just now, His Majesty, Princess Jincheng, when we return to Zhuangzi, I will introduce you to my third brother and several other brothers, as well as Mr. Mu. Today, we are here to pick you up. Li Yi interrupted Princess Jincheng's words again with a sincere face. Huh? Princess Jincheng was completely confused. Princess Yongmu quickly whispered in Princess Jincheng's ear. After she finished speaking, Princess Jincheng's surprised and shocked eyes nodded vigorously. That's right. Princess Jincheng looked at the smiling Li Yi again. She opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. Aren't you guys too fake? Just now, you clearly said that you were wearing different clothes, and you were still standing next to His Majesty. But when you turned around, you didn't admit it. How did you do it? Dr. Li, do you attend morning court? Qi Dai Zhu Dan was also confused. I haven't. Since you guys are here, the last time is fine too. Recently, my tinnitus is serious, and my eyes can't see things clearly. The key is that my memory suddenly became bad, and I always forget some insignificant things. Li Yi still had a sincere look on his face. It did not seem to him that there were people who could say, with dignity and conviction, we lie, we cheat, we steal. Chapter 1755. Son-in-law. For the next few days, you need to have less sexual intercourse. You're a bit lacking in yang energy. Li Yi feels the pulse of the pearl with qi. He doesn't know how much medicine the pearl with qi has taken. This small body, oh. Pearl-bearing pill of qi was a little embarrassed. He responded and turned his head to look at a little girl who was treating his slaves. His eyes were filled with suspicion. How old was this little girl? Just when he didn't trust her, the little girl said, "Princess Jincheng, you don't have any major problems. It's just that your nutrition is too good and you have enough milk. If the baby doesn't eat enough, it will feel bloated and painful. If you want to relieve the swelling, you can squeeze it out and throw it away, or..." The little girl looked at the ruler bead and nodded to Princess Jincheng. She then nodded to Princess Jincheng and nodded twice, just in time. Son-in-law's yang is deficient and needs some nourishment. Am I right, master? Milk from cows and goats is enough. Son-in-law needs to control himself. Li Yi refused. While asking him to control himself, he also asked Qi Dai Zhu Dan to drink Princess Jincheng's milk. As he drank, he might, then should I prescribe a remedy or a laxative? If the body is not nourished, it will worsen the condition and cause diarrhea. The little girl was conflicted. Her identity was more important, so she hesitated. What prescription? You can eat regular meals as a supplement. Eat mutton and eggs, and then increase the amount of exercise to achieve balance. Li Yi knew the situation with the ruler pearl pill. If he ate it too well, his weak body would absorb the nutrients and think of something else. For example, the prescription for diarrhea was already weak to begin with. After using the medicine, he indeed did not want to do that, but his body was even more exhausted. He exercised while eating, such as running, push-ups, pull-ups, and so on. When they were playing with the winged knights, they never thought about it. They were as tired as dead dogs all day long. She's your disciple. I remember that just now she was wearing an official's robe. She seemed to be unsure. She's an advisor of the Empress Palace, an external female official of the Imperial Physician Bureau. She's of the 3rd rank. Li Yi gave an affirmative answer. When ordinary people saw the little girl, they would be suspicious. However, once they heard that she was Li Dongzhu's eldest disciple, they immediately trusted her. Oh, it turns out that medical skills are easy to learn. Unexpectedly, such a thought popped up in his mind. His speed of learning medical skills was very fast. It's quite easy to learn. Li Yi agreed. Do you want to learn? I'll give you a Tang Tu song to play with first. This baby is very sturdy. He has small arms and legs and is as fat as a lotus root. Noble consort Lu touched her belly and carefully observed the baby sleeping in the stroller. You have to thank your uncle. Your life was saved. Empress Wang said to the sleeping child. Ordinary people in Tubo's red-white palace would find it difficult to breathe. They would know if they went to the ferry culling platform on Mount Taibai. The sanitation in Tubo was not good enough, and premature babies died just like that. As Yao Chong grew older, he began to like children. He leaned forward to take a look, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't tell that he was a premature baby. This stroller. Good. Yao Chong wanted to ask if he could borrow it in the future. What if his younger generation needed it? But then he thought that he was wrong. When his younger generation was about to be born, they would be placed in the Li family Zhuangzi. Why would they need a stroller? Lu Huaishan analyzed the functions of the stroller. It uses electricity and has oxygen. From the top to the bottom, Xiao Yi said that it would get drunk on oxygen. It doesn't look drunk. Whether it can get drunk or not depends on the amount of oxygen in the air. The amount of oxygen in the stroller is low, so naturally it won't get drunk. Li Sholi smiled kindly. He was the closest one, the biological grandfather. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about his grandson, he would have hugged and kissed him at this moment. Li Longji touched the cover of the stroller. Now I'm relieved. They won't be going back this year. Tell Brother E to recuperate well. Also, arrange for someone to talk to Nuu and Tubo's people. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said, so as to avoid awkwardness. Li Longji was just embarrassed. Brother E was standing beside him, and he was wearing an imperial robe. Brother E pretended not to see him. Yes. But your majesty is worrying too much. Xiao Yi, even if you say that you are the emperor in front of him, he will have a way to deny it. Bai Gu wanted to laugh. He dared to swear that he had never seen such a thing in his life. Everyone was acting together, and they were working very hard. He used to be worried that someone would say something wrong. Later, he found that it was useless to say anything. Whoever dared to say something would only get themselves killed. It wouldn't affect anything. Sigh. The Tang dynasty will never marry again. It's fine to marry someone else, but I won't. Li Dan sighed. Your Majesty, where will the court meeting be held when we return? Song Jing was in charge of this matter, so he asked in advance. Hanyuan Palace. When Nuu got married, the court meeting was held at Hanyuan Palace. Li Longji thought for a while and decided to go to the imperial city. Everyone looked at the baby again. The baby cried. After going to the toilet and cleaning up, he still cried. Princess Jincheng ran over and picked up her son. He was fine in an instant. The baby opened his eyes and looked. Even if he couldn't see clearly, he still could. There was no oxygen intoxication. Along the way, as the altitude changed, the baby carriage's oxygen was adjusted at the same time. The baby was put back in the baby carriage again and given some natural light. He lay there and looked at the things above his head. From time to time, he would kick his legs and move his little hands. Everyone pushed him to the dining room. Everyone who didn't eat breakfast was indeed hungry. Today, everyone ate dumplings. They were steamed dumplings and fried in a pot. They had pork fat and pickled cabbage dumplings and tofu soup. There were a lot of side dishes. They could choose by themselves. Li family Zhuangzi's dumplings have a lot of oil, but it's not greasy. Ordinary people can't make it, especially pickled cabbage. It smells bad. The princess introduced the food to her daughter. She knew that her daughter had a greenhouse in Tubo, but she didn't eat. No matter how good the food was, it couldn't compare to Li family Zhuangzi's food. Thank you, mother. I brought my people back and let them learn. Princess Jincheng drank the soup first. A special taste came. She seemed to have eaten it before. Mother, this soup smells. Princess Jincheng tried to recall. The smell of green onions being fried. Take the pot with green onions and take out the green onions. Otherwise, it will turn black. If it's fried meat stuffing, you have to fry the green onions, ginger, and garlic to make the meat stuffing. Only then can you put other things. After you get used to it for 2 days, I'll let you try the fried meat sauce or hot pot seasoning. That's a technical job. The princess said that she had learned a lot from eating. She came in contact with it every day. The kitchen was open to them. If they wanted to watch, they could watch. If they wanted to learn, they could teach. It wasn't the sauce for fried chili. The newspaper also introduced 2 recipes. It gave the people of the Tang dynasty an additional supplementary dish to eat. Fried meat sauce, rice noodles, vermicelli, noodles, steamed buns, wontons. Anyway, if you're not afraid of saltiness, you can eat wine as a dish. Along the way, I saw that the people were wearing good clothes and their complexions were good. Princess Jincheng put a dumpling on the plate and talked about the situation on the road. Originally, they were barely alive. Suddenly, they could sell useless things and exchange them for other things. This is called the improvement of the standard of living. Because silk is no longer used as a currency in many places, the price is low. Everyone makes their own clothes. Nunua, when you talk to Li Yi, you can't be arrogant and bossy. With him, the retired emperor, His Majesty, Mother, and the others will not panic. The princess said. She was afraid that her daughter would be unreasonable and talk to Li Yi as a princess. She had to remind her. Chapter 1756. Mother, don't worry. I don't dare. When I was in Tubo, the nurses and winged knights always talked about Li Yi. I will never forget Li Yi's bloody fingerprint. Princess Jincheng's eyes suddenly turned red. She learned to write a poem to express her grievances. She didn't expect that Li Yi would reply with the same poem. It was so domineering. Then she thought of the words written by Li Yi on the cliff. She found that it was nothing. He was just capable. How capable was he? His Majesty didn't treat him with the etiquette of a monarch and minister. He communicated with family affection. That's good. I'm mainly afraid that you will be beaten when you go out for a stroll. The princess said with a smile. Did the people hear it and disagree? It said that the people of the capital government set up a longevity tablet for Li Yi and lit mosquito-repellent incense. His Majesty is above, not just the capital government. Eat, drink soup while it's hot. It's bad to eat cabbage and tofu when it's cold. Everyone talked and ate. The ship sailed automatically and slowly towards Chang'an. Behind them, a large number of people changed from small boats to big ships and sailed together. After eating, Princess Jincheng curled up in her mother's arms and fell asleep. Only now did she completely relax. Qi Dai Zhu Dan didn't sleep. He sat on the top deck chair and looked at the scenery on both sides. There were many docks on the shore of Jingshui. Each dock must be connected to a road. The houses near the docks were obviously not used for long-term residence. There were livestock sheds. There was smoke at the docks. People were pushing wheelbarrows on the road. Nagli, what will you say to Daluan when you go back? Qi Dai Zhu Dan continued to hold the telescope and asked the attendant beside him. Some of the people who came to the Tang dynasty with him were responsible for collecting information. The person he asked was the closest to him and had a high status. Zhanpu, I will tell the truth. The people of the Tang dynasty live better than us. Nagli didn't hold the telescope. He had good eyesight. He saw people passing by the docks, resting there and drinking water. They were holding black bread in their hands. The water they drank must be free soup. Qi Dai Zhu Dan could see more clearly. The people who drank soup brought a bundle of twigs and tied them up and threw them down. The branches were picked up and tied up temporarily. They didn't want to drink the soup for free, so at least they gave the fire some money. Tubo was vast and sparsely populated, so it was impossible for anyone to provide free soup. If they really met someone, they would directly invite them to the tent for a meal. Where's the meat on the bones? Qi Dai Zhu Dan looked and discovered the situation. Someone passed by with a child and scooped out a bone from the pot. The child retracted his hand from the scalding hot bone and tried to gnaw on it. The meat on the bones is not clean, especially the chewable parts. I cooked it this morning, so I can still eat meat now. Qin Li's voice rang out from behind. He was also holding a pair of binoculars with a smile on his face. It was not because the child ate something hot but was reluctant to put it down. It was because he was proud of the free soup provided by the Tang dynasty. Bones were not worth much. If one were to buy meat, the bones, liver, and lungs would be extra. On the other hand, the soup made from bones was delicious. The reason why people didn't want bones was because it took fire to boil the soup, and it took a lot of effort to break the marrow. When they arrived at the shed, the people guarding the shed had nothing else to do. They would collect the bone marrow. If there were children, they would give some to the children. If there were no children, they would bring them home at night. If there were children coming early in the morning, they simply scooped out the bones for them to gnaw on. The free soup was for the soup and the salt and wild vegetables in the soup. The adults did not care about the meat. The people who drank the soup, in addition to collecting firewood, also brought a lot of wild vegetables. In summer, wild vegetables were everywhere. General Qin, how much does the free soup cost? Nagli asked. It was not written in the newspaper. It should be how much money is earned. Except for special circumstances and special seasons, people will usually collect some things on the road and bring them to the shed. After the wild vegetables are dried in the shade, they will be used in winter. In addition, the rich people will choose a good room and pay for it. In addition, the mushrooms and fungus sent by the people will be collected and sold. The fodder for the livestock is a little more expensive than in other places, and they also leave feces. Some funny things will be sold in the shed. The price is not high, and there is still a profit. Qinli had nothing to hide. The more people there were, the higher the income of the shed, but it was all given to the people guarding the shed. The people guarding the shed maintained the shed well and received an extra salary. If it was changed to the post station, the income would be directly divided. If a person picked 20 or 30 mushrooms and pierced them with a straw stick, it was impossible to carry them to the destination and throw them in the shed. He said this situation to prove that the shed was not losing money. The imperial court will pay. Nagli calculated. What did the people guarding the shed make money have to do with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty? It's fine if they pay. Without much money, the people may die and get sick if they don't have this shed. The more people alive, the more benefits the imperial court will get. At night, there is no place to stay. The people are cold and hungry, and they are easily hurt by wild animals. How many crops can a person grow? How many crops can he eat? The extra crops are the savings of the people, and also the savings of the Tang dynasty. Na Gray and Chi Dai Pearl didn't understand what Qinli said after that. What did the people have to do with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty? They did not understand that the people will consume. In the future, when the tax of the Tang dynasty gradually expanded the territory, the population dividend will appear. Qinli belonged to the conservative faction of the Winged Knights. In the internal sand table practice, he always used defense instead of offense. Steady. When he saw the enemy's loopholes, he promised to actively attack and achieve the strategic and tactical goals by mobilizing the enemy's deployment. Usually, he will learn. In the future, when he is old and retired, he will become a local official. Some people will stay in the army to train new soldiers. General Qin, can you explain in detail? Nagli's desire for knowledge is very strong. It's useless. It's a complete system. As long as Princess Jincheng lives happily, Dongzhu will help to establish the system. Qinli waved his hand. There is too much content. What's the use of learning a little bit? One for each person, about some problems in the construction of law enforcement. Read it first. If there is something you don't know, ask me, and then arrange it. Li Yi did not complain. After breakfast, he sorted out the information, printed it and sent it to the 4 ministers. Bai Gu reached out and took a copy. He did not read it and thought about it again. Shao Yi, His Majesty means to hold a court meeting in Hanyuan Palace. Will you go? Of course. After all, I am an official. A second-rank official is qualified to attend the court meeting. Why don't I temporarily get an official with real power and resign after the court meeting? After today's incident, Li Yi wants to join in the fun. A third-rank official seems a little weak. Can't he just add a real power? There is a position with real power. Who should I replace? Song Jing is worried. You want to be a minister, I give one to you. You will return it to me after you use it. The ambassador of the Empress Palace, third-rank official, real power. Li Yi gives an example. His eldest disciple is an official with real power. What about you? You can't be the ambassador of the Empress Palace, right? Su Yi reminds. You are a man. Tang Dynasty's overseas ambassador, fully responsible for overseas affairs. First-rank official, what do you think? Anyway, I will only use it once. I will think of another one next time. Li Yi comes up with an official with real power. Hard and soft, first-rank official is also fine. Zhang Jiuling thinks there is nothing wrong with it. It doesn't matter if the rank is higher. Anyway, you rely on this salary to live. Chapter 1757. The biggest role of a loose official was that they could be given a position at any time, and the salary followed the highest loose official. A Jinzi Guanglu doctor with practical teaching, he could give as many households as he wanted. If someone else wanted to play like this, the censorate would impeach him to death. Li Yi's current position, the daily benefits given by Zhuangzi were countless times more than the monthly salary sent by the imperial court. Some of the salary was actually rice, which was used to make porridge. It was not enough for the villagers. Let's go back quickly. The Turkic War and the reign in Azhou, if the news is sent to Zhuangzi, we have to have people to deal with it. Bai Gu urged everyone to stop chatting. It was more important to do business. I'll go to the cockpit. Li Yi was also afraid that they could not find him, so he took all the important people with him. The speed of the yacht increased, and the drones flew up to shout. They were in a hurry to go back. There was still an hour before noon. The yacht entered the capital's territory, and its speed slowed down again. There were too many boats on the water. The water network entered the vision of Princess Jincheng and others. Boats shuttled back and forth on the man-made canals. It was mentioned in the newspaper, but it was far inferior to seeing it with their own eyes. When going against the current, the people on the small boats pushed hard. If the wind was favorable, the small sails would be raised. It looks like the speed is about the same as walking. It's difficult to go against the current. Nagli stood beside Princess Jincheng and Qi Dai Zhu Dan and said. Princess Jincheng raised her binoculars and looked enviously at the woman who used a baby carrier. Her baby was still young. Now, the baby carrier could only be carried from the back or held diagonally. It was impossible to put it in the front. The baby's point of stress was different. It's faster if the wind is favorable. Look, the sails are raised. Hao Lingquan's voice was magnetic as she pointed to a boat that had raised its sails. There were people on the boat who were watching the wind. When the wind was suitable for their course, they quickly raised it. The canals were too narrow, and it was impossible to use the slanted sails to move forward in a zigzag route. Of course, the wind behind them was blowing diagonally. They could adjust the direction of the rudder and sail to take a small turn. Qin Li wasn't as tactful as Hao Lingquan. He directly said, 6 people carrying 600 caddies of goods. If we don't use a boat, how far can each person carry 100 caddies? The 6 of them worked in groups of 2 to change shifts, so the overall energy consumption for the return trip was less than carrying a load. Plus, there was wind, so it was more cost-effective than walking. What's more, they had come with the flow of the river and had brought the goods with them. Carrying the load was purely a waste of energy. When carrying a pole, the weight of the left and right side of the pole was based on the structure of the body and finally acted on the legs. When he stepped on the boat, he borrowed the strength of his legs, body, and arms. There was no structural pressure from top to bottom. It doesn't matter if you're a little slower. You'll still have the strength to work when you get back. You'll be able to carry a load and walk dozens of miles. Will you still be able to stand when you get home? How did General Qin know that it was 600 pounds of goods? Nagli was collecting information, so he took the opportunity to ask. There's a line on the side of the boat. Based on the weight of the person and the position of the waterline, it can be determined that the person is 600 caddies. Such a boat had a theoretical upper limit of 720 caddies, and the upper limit was an additional 600 caddies after deducting the weight of the passengers. They walked under the line and didn't dare to carry more things. They wore life jackets. Once the boat had a problem, they would float up and lose the goods. They would also have to pay for the salvage and maintenance costs. Qin Li observed the details. He analyzed the weight of the person by looking at their weight. There were boats on the water network, vehicles on the land, and carriages pulled by animals. It was a bustling scene. The yacht turned back and forth to the Ba River. It was even more lively here. Looking up, there were people everywhere. The clothes and behavior of these people were obviously more natural than the people in the place before the artificial canal. Who said that the Tang dynasty was short of animals? There were carriages, donkey carts, ox carts, mule carts, and there were even goat-pulled carts. Looking through the telescope, the gate of Chang'an City in the west was wide open. There was no one at the gate to inspect the goods. There were no soldiers wearing armor or holding weapons on the city wall. They felt that the city wall was a hindrance. There was almost no defense on the west bank, but there were people standing guard and patrolling on the east bank. There were also hot air balloons floating in the sky. There were more people here. They waved colorful flags and warmly welcomed Princess Jincheng back to her parents' home. Tubo's envoys stood on the west bank and looked at the yacht. They didn't know what to do. Princess Jincheng returned to the Tang dynasty with Zhanpu following her. Where would Zhanpu rest? Will Zhanpu be detained in the Tang dynasty? At that time, we will have to rescue him. Buqiao whispered to Isinba. What's the use of keeping Zhanpu? Tubo promised that they would send another Zhanpu. I don't know where Zhanpu will live after that. For example, Li family Zhuangzi. We will go there first. Isinba used his eyes to convey what he didn't say. Yes, let's go in. We are Tubo's envoys. We will listen to Zhanpu's orders. At that time, Buqiao smiled. Every time he went to Li family Zhuangzi, he was restricted. It was impossible to get any useful information. When he followed Zhanpu, he could ask Zhanpu to help him inquire about important places. Li family Zhuangzi's workshop was the most mysterious. When Zhanpu returns, do you think he can get the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsmen from the Tang emperors? Buqiao followed his idea and suggested. The Tang emperors are useless. It depends on Li Yi's attitude whether they will give it to us or not. Originally, the Red Palace could use any of Princess Jincheng's craftsmen and even send people to learn. Now, Isinba shook his head. The information he received said that Princess Jincheng, who was also the princess consort, had called back her craftsmen. This time, the people who went to the Tang dynasty, except for those who were burned to ashes and brought back to be buried in boxes, were all with the team. Not only did the number of people not decrease, but there were also many children. Sigh. Buqiao sighed heavily. In a trance, the war is over. Although it's called peace, Tubo has lost a lot of land and no longer has the power to fight. It's still better than the later Turks. The later Turks don't have Princess Jincheng. Isinba gloated. Moxie wanted to marry a princess of the Tang dynasty several times, but he failed. At first, he wanted to marry Princess Jincheng, Li Qingqi's daughter. Li Qingqi was probably reluctant. In the end, they didn't come to an agreement and changed to another county man. Then Moxie started to fight. He didn't want a county man, but Princess Jincheng. In the end, his son died. His son came out with his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law was scared and didn't dare to go back. He took his wife and ran to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty made him an official. At the same time, they also made his brother-in-law's wife Princess Jincheng. Obviously, he couldn't marry anymore. Princess Jincheng was Moxie's sister. Moxie said no. He wanted another princess. The Tang dynasty said no problem. He sent his son to be an official here as a hostage. Before this matter was finished, Moxie died before he could marry a princess of the Tang dynasty. This time, he didn't have to marry a princess of the Tang dynasty. His son didn't have to run to the Tang dynasty as a hostage because he died too. In this case, we still have to thank Princess Jincheng. Buqiao knew what was going on. Yes, the Turkic moxie was quite pitiful. He just wanted to marry a princess. Chapter 1758. The people on the boat couldn't hear the conversation between the Tubo envoys. Amidst the cheers, the boat docked at its original position. Everyone disembarked from the boat one by one. Li family Zhuangzi was next to Baqiao. The roads were wide and there were no tall trees or buildings. From Baqiao's suspension bridge, goods were transported in and out in an endless stream. Flat cars came one after another, mainly for the delivery of goods. In the south of the city, it was noon. Many half-finished ingredients were delivered, including cooked noodles, soaked rice noodles, and rice noodles. Duck blood and rice noodles were slaughtered in large quantities outside. The blood and hair were inconvenient to deal with. Li family Zhuangzi bought ducks and cleaned them up. The duck feathers were processed and other inedible things were composted. The duck blood was specially processed and sent together with the duck rack to make soup. Now, copper coins were delivered. The merchants collected copper coins from other places and exchanged them for coupons. There was a price difference between the two. Li family Zhuangzi looked at the quality of the coins and gave different exchange rates according to the quality of the coins. Otherwise, people outside wouldn't come to Li family Zhuangzi to sell things at noon. There were only copper coins, silver, and gold. It was too far away and they couldn't wait. Voila! A sack wasn't strong enough and cracked open. A large amount of copper coins flowed out. They moved the coins to the side and continued to move the cart. Later, they picked up the coins with a shovel. How much money is in a sack? Princess Jincheng saw it and considered the quantity. It's a small sack. Not much, about 20,000 coins. The big sack is full and can't be lifted. Princess Yongmu glanced at it and gave an answer based on her experience. I thought it was only a few thousand coins. Princess Jincheng obviously didn't understand the situation of copper coins piled together and underestimated it. Unless it's a sack of 1-cent coupons. A sack is worth a few thousand coins. Princess Yongmu said with a smile. Yes. The value of the coupons depends on the size. For example, 10 million coins is only enough to fill a box. Princess Jincheng's eyes were filled with tears again. She had 10 million coins. Li family Zhuangzi guaranteed the value of the coupons. She took it and spent it in Tubo. Everyone in Tubo needed to curry favor with her because they could not snatch it away. She had a large number of elites around her. Yuan, I have more than 3 million in exchange coupons left. Why don't you take them back? Princess Jincheng knew that money was not easy to earn. A few years ago, the annual rent collected by the Tang dynasty was less than 10 million yuan. Take a look at Tubo. It cost more than 600,000 yuan. It basically bought all the good stuff from other people. Princess Yongmu took Princess Jincheng's arm and said in a low voice, Sister Nunu, that money can't be spent in the Tang dynasty. Why? Princess Jincheng asked naturally. There's no collateral. Once you spend it, it becomes a credit currency. However, when Tubo people went to the Tang dynasty with their coupons, they basically bought luxury goods. When buying Li family Zhuangzi's high-tech products, the Li family Zhuangzi would use the profits to convert credit currency into standard currency. You have to continue to buy things in Tubo. Otherwise, it will be a waste of money. When the time comes, Tubo will circulate the coupons, especially for large transactions. You can also send the things you buy to the Tang dynasty to sell. The profit difference in the middle will be compensated for the excess value of the currency again. Princess Yongmu explained the content of monetary economics to Princess Jincheng. She could not go back in time. If she used more than 9 million yuan in exchange coupons to buy a meal in the capital, the Li family Zhuangzi would not know how to handle it. Princess Jincheng did not fully understand. She looked down at the road and thought for a while. She asked, "Can't I spend it in the Tang dynasty?" If you buy other people's things in Tubo, the coupons they get can be spent in the Tang dynasty, but yours can't. For example, if you want to buy food, more than 9 million yuan will be spent. The price of food in the capital will not be affordable. You can't buy livestock, poultry, or anything like that. You can buy kerosene lamps, mirrors, and bicycles. Princess Yongmu was very clear. She had to make it clear. If you want something, I'll give it to you. Don't spend too much money. Princess Jincheng tried hard to think and had a little idea. I'm a merchant in Tubo. I sell a lot of things in the Tang dynasty and get the coupons. I save up. Suddenly one day, I buy food with all my strength. Will the capital sell it? All of a sudden, Princess Jincheng thought she had found the drawback of the currency. Do you hoard it in the Tang dynasty or send it back to Tubo? Princess Yongmu blinked and asked. Is there a difference? Naturally. You hoard it in the Tang dynasty. As you buy, the price of food will gradually rise. After you buy it, Changping will open the warehouse and push the price of food back to the original price within 2 hours. Your food will rot if you hoard it. If you sell it, you will lose money. If you want to bring it back to Tubo, you will collect taxes and export taxes. If you buy 100 CUN of food and ship it out, you may be charged 50 CUN or 200 CUN. Princess Yongmu explained with a smile, and then whispered, Sister Nunu, you don't have to think about it. There are already methods for this. It's prepared for the aristocratic families. Unfortunately, they don't jump in. If I have a lot of money, what if I ask Changping to open the warehouse? Princess Jincheng argued. Where will the money come from? You have to sell things to get money. If you sell a lot of things, those things won't be worth much. What if I find a lot of gold and exchange it for coupons to buy food? Princess Jincheng continued to argue. Li Yi said from the side, the Li family Zhuangzi will issue new coupons that only circulate in the capital. At the same time, the price of food will be raised dozens of times. The newly printed coupons will be distributed to the people in the form of subsidies. What if I go to other places to buy food? Princess Jincheng wanted to argue to the end. Changping adopts a sales quota system and limits the number of people with household registration. Li Yi felt that he should teach Princess Jincheng a lesson. He then said, in the face of power, all methods are useless. If you really have the economic strength, why don't you organize an army? You take the money to find loopholes in the Tang dynasty. When I do business, I sell it as I want. I sell it according to the household registration. I won't bully you. Otherwise, I can just put a crime on you. All your money will be confiscated and you will be arrested. Since you can arrest people, why do you still use household registration restrictions? Princess Jincheng didn't argue this time. Administrative orders are targeted at big aspects. Once implemented, it will involve the entire Tang dynasty. For additional unexpected small things, economic means are enough. Only the incompetent imperial court will act like a rogue. If they can't, they will keep an eye on other people's shops in the name of national security. For example, Li Yi stopped talking and realized that Princess Jincheng didn't know. Is there a shop that can make a country afraid? Oh. Yes, there is. Your Li family Zhuangzi is both hated and feared. Princess Jincheng thought about how powerful the Li family Zhuangzi was. After walking 100 steps, she heard a lot of things that she didn't understand. After following Li Yi, her cousin became more powerful. Tubo's Deluan didn't say anything like this. He always looked for other people to discuss. Can a prince learn this kind of knowledge? Princess Jincheng thought that this kind of knowledge should only be passed on to men and not women. What if it involved the royal family? There are books. Princess Yongmu said, what I said just now was simple words. The more difficult ones were printed in books and sent to the officials in the imperial court. Chapter 1759. Princess Jincheng's footsteps were light, as if she was walking on clouds. After a while, she arrived at the large courtyard that was specially arranged for her and her pearls. She saw the words on the plaque, Jincheng Princess Jincheng's courtyard. Only then did she wake up and was pulled to sit on a chair under a large umbrella outside. The group went in first, and the palace maids and eunuchs had to be arranged. She looked around and asked warily, Yuan, shouldn't this knowledge be the skill of an emperor? The skill of an emperor is in the use of people. What you just heard is not a big deal. Third brother, no, imperial father has already learned it. There are even more powerful imperial father who also knows it. Many skills are the foundation of an emperor. Li Lang said that in the future, the people of the Tang dynasty must all know it. Some people study it more thoroughly, and then tell His Majesty when His Majesty asks about politics. The emperor controls the general direction and strengthens the people's hearts. The other professions each have their own duties. Princess Yongmu didn't care. Her brother was now playing, exercising, learning how to read, learning how to speak, and remembering the appearance and use of some things. She didn't teach him anything else. It was useless to teach him the Analects of Confucius. If she put him in a group of children, he would learn it himself when playing. Li Lang said that ordinary people would forget things before the age of 6 unless it was something special. The process of learning was to strengthen it over and over again. At 3 years old, he could recognize 1,000 words. At 4 years old, he could still recognize them. At 5 years old, he wouldn't be able to remember it after a year of not teaching. Instead of using limited time to do repetitive things, it was better to cultivate the child's logical thinking and cognitive ability. For example, building blocks required the concept of space and two-dimensional graphics. Learning music was another aspect. Sound was always for resonance, and language was built on the foundation of resonance. In a noisy environment, people would feel uncomfortable. Even if they were playing the piano, if they were given a set of disharmonious 7th or 9th chords, the average person would definitely feel uncomfortable. People were exposed to the world through the perception of their organs. When children were young, they should strengthen this perception so that the brain could be better developed. There were many other things that Li Lang said casually. Princess Yongmu told these things to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng lowered her head to look at her son. The baby stroller played music on its own. The baby opened his eyes and looked at the things that moved according to the rhythm of the music. His little legs kicked from time to time. Yuan, this knowledge. Princess Jincheng felt a little cold, even though the air above the cement floor was distorted by the heat, like the swaying flames above. A drop in the ocean. Princess Yongmu also looked at the baby. What about Li Yi's knowledge? Princess Jincheng was a little sad. She knew too little. A drop in the ocean. Princess Yongmu replied with the same 4 words. Li Lang said that he was actually very ignorant. He didn't even do his job as a doctor. He also said that he was weak in every aspect and that he would work hard to train people who could surpass him in every professional field. So, whoever gets in his way, he'll dig a hole and bury them. He's merciless. Then no one will dare to write poems in the future. Princess Jincheng suddenly said. After saying that, she and Princess Yongmu looked at each other and laughed again. The baby was in the soundproof pram, but for some reason, he was also giggling and dancing. Even saliva was coming out of his mouth. Princess Jincheng quickly opened the cover and took her son out to wipe his saliva for fear of choking. The baby stopped laughing and threw himself into his mother's arms. He gave people the feeling that he was meaty and soft. Why did he laugh? Princess Jincheng was inexplicable. Princess Yongmu listened to the music in the stroller. It happened to be the music box effect of the second part of the song, A Laugh in the Ocean. It was the la 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 la. After, the heroic spirit is still smiling foolishly. She understood that the music box effect of the second part of the song made the baby suddenly resonate. Sister Nunu, it's this song. The baby should be most sensitive to the pentatonic mode, and the second part of the song he felt the most. Princess Yongmu gave the answer. The baby was suddenly happy. She had to figure it out. She couldn't be happy with the baby. She also asked the baby, "Why are you laughing?" "Huh? Why are you laughing?" This was unprofessional. She had to analyze the reason. Even if the clouds covered the sun for a moment, the baby was happy. She had to remember it and use it in the future. The baby was sensitive to a certain kind of sound, to changes in light, and to smells. Which one would make him uncomfortable and which one would make him happy? It's like this. Princess Jincheng learned again. Then she had a question. Then when I carried him out, he heard the sound was small. He was disturbed, so why didn't he cry? I feel that he is happier now than before. It shows that the baby's happiness for the mother's touch, skin, and smells surpasses the music. Or it can be said that after the music continued, another kind of physical happiness sublimated. Li Yi pulled a box over. Inside were the baby's urine rings. He didn't exchange diapers for wet ones. The pure cotton urine rings were more fitting. Li Dongzhu is really a learned man. Nunu admires you. Princess Jincheng slightly bowed. She finally knew why the imperial concubine, the empress, and Jiayu lived in the Li family Zhuangzi, especially those with children. Other children would die young, but in the Li family Zhuangzi, it didn't exist. Even the baby's cries and laughter could be explained clearly, not to mention the treatment when the baby was sick. How about, she didn't go back first? Wait for the baby to grow up. Princess, you flatter me. In a while, when the baby cries for milk, don't feed him first. Bring him over. I will check him. I will exchange for some vaccines and inject them. Then I will also check the baby's urine and feces. If everything is normal, don't use the baby carriage and come into contact with the natural environment. Li Yi knew the functions of the baby carriage. It had more functions than the incubator. It could automatically adjust the temperature, oxygen, humidity, earthquake resistance, float in water, anti-collision, sound insulation, light adjustment. At that time, ordinary people didn't see these things. Now that the baby was in the Li family Zhuangzi, he could take care of it and feel natural. Just like now, he snuggled into his mother's arms because it was hot outside. Princess Jincheng looked at the shadow of the umbrella on the ground. It should be the end of noon. The normal meal time had passed. She ate breakfast late, so she wasn't hungry yet. In that case, I will have to trouble Li Dongzhu. Princess Jincheng was as happy as the baby. Li Lang, where is Zanpu? Princess Yongmu found that a key person was missing. He is talking to third brother and the others. Tomorrow morning at Hanyuan Palace, there are some etiquette issues that need to be clarified. I will also go tomorrow. I will temporarily be the overseas appeasing ambassador of the Tang dynasty. Originally, I planned to be a secondary first pin, but they said I could be a primary first pin. Then I will be a primary first pin for a day. Remember to bring a day's salary back to our family. Li Yi said nonsense with a serious face. The salary of a primary first pin for a day must be given. Otherwise, it would be a loss. Yes, yes. Princess Yongmu nodded seriously. Li Lang, I will tell them to change everything to honey. We will come back and make big honey balls. Princess Jincheng, who was holding the baby, was speechless. Chapter 1760. The courtyard had not been tidied up yet. The baby tugged at his mother's clothes, wanting to drink milk. This was basically an instinct. Let's go to the hospital. Li Yi reached out and took the baby. Wah wah, the baby cried. Usually, it would be fine if someone hugged it, but I want to eat. Where are you taking me? Listen to the sound. It's okay to cry a few times. At the same time, observe the baby's lung capacity. How often does it take to pant? Li Yi and Princess Jincheng said as they quickened their pace. It was hot outside, and the sun was too strong. He intended to let the child bask in the sun. It wasn't a 1-month-old baby, so he could come into contact with natural light. After going in for a checkup, the baby cried even harder. Didn't it hurt to draw blood? Didn't the vaccine hurt? After a set of procedures, the baby cried and returned to his mother's arms. Li Yi temporarily left. The crying soon disappeared. No matter how painful it was not as important as eating. Only when one was full would they have the strength to cry, right? Li Lang, there are many people in Zhuangzi. Today, Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian handed over their subordinates to me. They are all arrogant and look down on me. But it doesn't matter, I have more power than them. I've mobilized some of the women's guards. If I see anyone who is dishonest, I'll convince them with virtue. Xiaolan came in with sweat on her forehead. Kill those who should be killed. Li Yi gave a guideline calmly. Ah. Xiaolan was dumbfounded. Why was he so fierce? This matter has been mentioned for a long time, but Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian did not respond. What's the situation today? Everyone who should be here is here. The two of them must have been forced by noble consort Lu to agree. There's a problem here. Why are they protecting people who are clearly problematic? Obviously, some things, or secrets, are in the hands of others. Even those eunuchs and palace maids have too close a relationship with them. Nothing can be above the imperial power. It doesn't matter what secrets they have, it's just the rules. Li Yi gave a simple analysis and gave Xiaolan the right to decide her life and death. If he said Xiaolan could kill as she pleased. It was useless to find anyone. Just like him, a group of people dared to take over the top existence. When the change of government, they still wanted to control the military power. What was the result? Pack everything up. At that time, it would be equivalent to the Prime Minister, the ministers of the 6 ministries, and the Grand Council all going against the Emperor at the same time. Even the Emperor would be helpless. What they didn't expect was that they wouldn't be able to stop the new Emperor from ascending the throne, and then, from then on, the pride of the people returned, and the self-confidence of the people increased. According to Arrow's impossibility theorem, that person was a dictator. However, through the extension of the impossibility theorem, it was another public choice that sought benefits and avoided harm. Li Yi felt that the so-called theorem was due to the lack of the most important thing, the inheritance of civilization. Idealizing people's behavior and democratizing it. This did not conform to the laws of nature. No mammal group was so-called democratic. It was metaphysical to take it out alone. Therefore, he also supported the new leader, just like how the people supported Yao Xuanyu in the distant past. And now, in the Tang dynasty, someone is playing such tricks. So what if you know more secrets about the princess? If you spread the word, kill whoever spreads it. Would the people care? Once it was mentioned in the newspapers, public opinion would return. Xiaolan didn't know how to read minds, so she didn't know Li Yi's memories. She waved her little fist. Li Lang, don't worry. I'll try not to kill them. I'll take them to play. That's your business. Call the nurses when it's critical. Don't call me. I don't have time to save people. Li Yi removed himself first. He thought that those people could die, so he naturally didn't want to treat them himself. I understand. I'll take them to play step by step. Xiaolan nodded. Princess Jincheng came out with the baby in her arms. The baby fell asleep again. Everyone went to the cafeteria together. There was a lot of food in the cafeteria today. There were more than 20,000 people. It was impossible for all of them to eat in one cafeteria. They were scattered to the cafeterias used by the winged knights, the 16 guards, and the others. They followed them back. Could they not even enter the Li family Zhuangzi? They had to be settled. The baby was placed in a normal pram and continued to sleep. He was given a relatively quiet place with a palace made beside him. The reaction of the people in the cafeteria who saw the Li family Zhuangzi for the first time was similar. There were dozens of dishes on their own trays. It was too much for the eyes to take in. People who had difficulties in choosing food couldn't eat. There was a small cart next to it. Its structure was similar to the one in the supermarket in Liyi, but smaller. There was also a sturdy and stable platform to put things on. It was prepared for the older people, such as the old people in Zhuangzi, Yaocheng, and the others. In the end, they didn't use it. They all carried their own trays. However, the women with children brought their children to eat. They put their children in the cart and pushed the cart to get food. In addition, the older children helped the younger children push the soup. The dishes could be carried on the trays, but the soup was difficult to carry. The older children helped put the trays on the cart. I thought the food in Wenu Palace was the best. She held the tray and looked at the types of food. She fell into a state of difficulty in choosing. There were dozens of hot dishes and even more cold dishes. There was also a big box of fruits, including dozens of dipping sauces. Yuan, will it be thrown away if we can't finish it? Princess Jincheng considered the problem of wastage. Impossible, there is a data model. You just came back, and the people you brought may have data errors. However, it can be corrected. Don't worry, we can definitely finish it. Princess Yongmu was too familiar with the cafeteria. There was no wastage, unless someone accidentally dropped the tray on the ground. Do you know which dish everyone likes to eat the most? Princess Jincheng picked up a little garlic cucumber. I know, the dish with the biggest box is the one that everyone chooses the most. It depends on the season, but it's not necessarily winter. Princess Yongmu also picked up cucumber. This box was big. In the hot summer, cold dishes were popular. Princess Jincheng didn't dare to pick up too much food for fear that she couldn't finish it. Princess Yongmu stopped after a few more dishes. Until she came to the meat section, where there was braised pork, she began to scoop it with a spoon. It's so hot, but you can still eat it. Princess Jincheng was surprised. Well, it's delicious. There's fried ribbon fish in front. Add 2 more pieces. Sister Wenu, you can't pick up this dried tofu. It's salty. You still have to feed the baby milk. Princess Yongmu stopped Princess Jincheng from picking up the salty dried tofu. The dried tofu was very hard, and there was a layer of salt frost on it. She pulled Princess Jincheng to another place. Sister Wenu, scoop up soybean pig trotter seaweed soup. The soup is not important. This is specially for breastfeeding people. There are several kinds of food. Ordinary people don't come to this area. Add 2 more eggs. The egg yolk is used to make other things. Now there's only egg white and lamb stuffing. It's very delicious. Princess Yongmu was like a tour guide, introducing each dish. I really envy you for eating so many dishes every day. Princess Jincheng said sincerely. I won't come here for 2 days. Li Lang is free, so he personally cooks for me. It's much better than here. When he's busy, I come to the cafeteria to eat. Princess Yongmu shook her head and said as if she was chatting. Princess Jincheng understood that she was just casually talking, but why did her heart feel so? Chapter 1761. Qi Dai Zhu Dan was also eating. He had just finished learning. Next to him, Nagli remembered it clearly. If Zanpu forgot any details, he needed to remind him. Zanpu, let me take a look at Li family Zhuangzi. It's better than our red-white palace. Nagli found the situation comfortable in Zhuangzi. Whether it was looking at people, houses, or roads, it made people relaxed. Li family Zhuangzi is richer than us. Qi Dai Zhu Dan was the most practical. In his impression, it was easy to do things with money. In Tubo, gold, zi beads, yaks, sheep, horses, and slaves were all money. They could be exchanged with others. In addition, the copper coins of the Tang dynasty could be circulated in Tubo, but the quantity was small. There was a period of time when all the bridges were demolished after the war with the Tang dynasty in Songzhou. There was no way to exchange things with the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, the merchants of the Tang dynasty sneaked over. The roads were difficult, but they could still trade. They didn't come last year, probably because of the war. At present, Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons were easier to carry than copper coins. If they didn't want to go too far, they could buy things from the Tang dynasty army at the castle in the Yellow River. Zanpu, the exchange coupons are printed. It's like a carved board with scriptures. Can you ask the princess to ask for a set from the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Don't print Li family Zhuangzi's, print our money, and then take it to the Tang dynasty to spend. Nagli was trying to come up with ideas for Qi Dai Zhu Dan. It was easier to carry paper than anything else. I want books, not printed things. Qi Dai Zhu Dan shook his head. Without waiting for Nagli to ask, he continued, if you can get books, study hard. After you understand it, you won't come up with such ideas. Qi Dai Zhu Dan found that his follower was stupid. Print money in Tubo. After printing money, go to the Tang dynasty to buy things? Would the Tang dynasty agree? Zanpu, are you saying that the Tang dynasty won't recognize the money we print? That's easy. When the time comes, we can drive livestock and other things over and allow the Tang dynasty to buy with our money. Nagri seemed to have thought about it a long time ago, and it sounded reasonable. After printing the money, I'll buy your stuff. If you use the money to buy my stuff, I'll admit that I can buy it with the money. If the Tang dynasty doesn't allow it, what's the point of allowing it? Qi Dai Zhu Dan took a bite of the good pine mushrooms sent by the Khitans and felt helpless. We all agree with the money of the Tang dynasty. We agree with the amount of money written on a piece of paper. Why can't they agree with us? Nagli felt that the most important thing for banknotes was anti-counterfeiting. As long as no one could fake it, there would be no problem. The coupon is guaranteed by the Li family Zhuangzi. With the coupon, you can go to the Li family Zhuangzi and exchange it for gold, silver, and brass. The people of the Tang dynasty knew that the Li family Zhuangzi would not lie to them. It was Li Yi who had paid a great price for this. How are you going to vouch for the money you printed? Will others believe you? Qi Dai Zhu Dan had always been with Princess Jincheng and learned something. He had never thought about printing money himself. He was also thinking about exchanging a lot of small denomination coupons. After returning to the Tubo people, he would circulate them among the Tubo tribes. They would set the price with each other to avoid unfair exchanges. For example, exchanging a yak for a few sheep, they could only bargain based on their own needs. It was impossible to accurately calculate the weight. As long as they exchanged, it would be exchanging a yak for 5 sheep or 6 sheep. If they felt that 6 sheep was too much or too little, they would need to compensate with other things. It was too troublesome. With banknotes, there was no need for both sides to make up the difference. Alas! Nagri was also helpless. He was not very clear about the meaning of the currency war, but he was worried in his heart. He felt that there would be a problem if he used the Tang dynasty's coupon. I'll take a rest after dinner and go out for a walk. Qi Dai Zhu Dan was ready to go out for a walk. He was not tired. He ate well and slept well on the boat. He had a general understanding of the governor's office from the news sent back by the envoys and on the way here, but he wanted to go around. Call Li. Nagri was afraid that there would be danger. Of course. Qi Dai Zhu Dan answered. Everyone else was eating. The people of the Tang dynasty who came with them found that when they went out with the governor, except for the city wall, the surroundings had changed a lot. The children they brought back ranged from 1 to 7 years old. The Tang dynasty was very strange to the children born in Tubo. But there was a trace of familiarity in the strangeness. They were not afraid, but more curious. They were born in Tubo and lived in a more conservative circle. Everyone spoke the Tang dynasty dialect. They learned the Tubo dialect and played with the children in Tubo. When they returned home, they could always hear their parents talking about the Tang dynasty. When they came to the Tang dynasty, they felt very natural when they looked at other things. With delicious food, new clothes, and the company of the children born in Zhuangzi, they quickly adapted. The people who came with the Qi Dai Zhu Dan in Tubo were more than the people who came with Princess Jincheng. They observed and memorized the tasks. Before they left, they remembered what Daluan told them, no matter good or bad. When they returned to Tubo, they supplemented each other's reports. At this moment, they remembered that the food of the Li family Zhuangzi was delicious. They had never seen many dishes in Tubo. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi was indeed rich. The farmers, who were slaves, wore good clothes and were not vulgar at all. The Li family Zhuangzi even had a windmill to carry water. It spun, and water kept coming out of the thin pipe. How did they make it? It would be good if Tubo had a bunch of wells like this. The wind in Tubo was very strong, and the windmill would keep spinning. Daluan asked them to contact their own people in the Honglu temple of the Tang dynasty. How could they contact them now? They were surrounded by winged knights, and they were not allowed to walk around casually. Just as the people who came with the Qi Dai Zhu Dan to the Tang dynasty were anxious, there were also people who were anxious outside. A group of Tubo envoys went to the market at the head of the Ba River Bridge to eat. They did not go to eat noodles, and Buqiao was traumatized. The last time he went to the Li family Zhuangzi, he was cheated. When he thought of the appearance of the noodle seller, he felt uncomfortable all over. Eat. Get used to it again. Isinba was eating samba. He stayed in the Tang dynasty for a long time and did not like samba very much. The people of the Tang dynasty ate with chopsticks. He felt inferior when he ate with his hands. Today, there were several stalls selling samba in the market. It was very strange. He had not seen it before. What was more amazing was that a group of people of the Tang dynasty ate samba like they were eating it. Did they really eat this? What's wrong with them? Buqiao looked at the people of the Tang dynasty next to him and wondered. They are just putting on an act for Zanpu. Li Yi has a lot of thoughts. Isinba guessed. Nowadays, people eating samba could become guards at any time. It was fake. It had nothing to do with the ordinary people of the Tang dynasty. He had to admit that the samba made by the people of the Li family Zhuangzi tasted better than the ones he ate in Tubo. The highland barley noodles were very fine. It felt like 60% powder. They even added honey when they made it. Where did he get so much honey from in Tubo? What a joke. He rolled it with butter tea and it tasted delicious. It would be great if the people of Tubo could eat this kind of samba every meal. Chapter 1762. In the afternoon, Princess Jincheng went to talk to her mother and the others. They hadn't seen each other for 8 years and had a lot to say. Noble Consort Lu, Empress Wang, and the others were all there, including Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian, who had just handed over a group of subordinates. There was a trace of worry on their faces. Just as Li Yi guessed, their subordinates knew too much about some things. Princess Jinxian was relatively better, but Princess True Jade's life was too messy. The two were worried that their affairs would be exposed and damage the reputation of the imperial family. If they didn't die, they couldn't be imprisoned. Yuan, is Xiaolan in charge? Princess Jingxian and the others found Princess Yongmu. Although they were princesses, they didn't have as much power as Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu shouldered a heavy responsibility and had to marry Li Yi. Aunts, don't worry. Anything in life will not affect the reputation of the Tang dynasty's imperial family. Li Lang said that what others said was all rumors. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper said it, it was the truth. If others dare to spread rumors again, they will be arrested and killed. Princess Yongmu was getting smarter and smarter. She knew the meaning of the song just by listening to it. Li Yi hoped that she would live innocently at first, and she also thought so. Li family Zhuangzi was in contact with too many things all day long. She couldn't help but think about it. Once she thought about it, she couldn't help but do it. They had agreed that Wentian Orchid Pavilion would only sell things and not open a guild hall. In the end, it became a guild hall. However, there were no men inside. It was just a group of women exercising. She had organized an activity. Following Li Yi, she learned a lot from Li Yi's black-bellied, no, Li Yi's smart and kind nature. Yuan, if you leave some evidence of documents, this, Princess True Jade mentioned a serious situation. At least she thought it was serious. For example, she wrote letters to others about some secrets in the palace that couldn't be spread. What? The ones they took out were all fake. I'll get Xiaolan to ask around and see who forged them. Princess Yongmu was still as calm as ever. The things she came into contact with were different from Princess True Jade's. She spent her days beside Imperial Father, retired Emperor, and the Chancellors. What's a new letter? Today, Li Lang accompanied them to welcome Princess Jincheng. Everyone wore the same clothes and said the same words, so they can turn around and pretend that nothing happened. What secret could be bigger than this? Even if someone said that Imperial Father was His Majesty in front of Imperial Father and Li Lang, Imperial Father and Li Lang still pretended not to know. I'll take care of the troublemaker while I'm at it. How dare they spread rumors? Princess Yongmu even thought about the Imperial Court meeting tomorrow at Hanyuan Palace Hall. Li Lang would be standing next to her Imperial Father in his official robes. Then someone appeared and said to Li Lang, Dr. Li, your third brother is His Majesty next to you. You should treat him with the courtesy of a monarch and his minister. Li Lang would say, you dare to talk nonsense. Turning his head, Li Lang would say to Imperial Father, third brother, he's spreading rumors. Imperial Father would then be angry, men, take down this person who's spreading rumors. When he was beaten to death in Hanyuan Palace Hall, Imperial Father would say to Li Lang, Brother Yi, it's settled. All the civil and military officials were stupefied. No one spoke up for the person who spread the rumors. Princess Yongmu couldn't help but laugh when she thought of this. Yuan. Princess True Jade panicked. Aunt, I'm fine. Aunt, think about it. My family's Li Lang and my Imperial Father's relationship, do you dare to say it? Is it useful to say it? Princess Yongmu reminded her aunt, don't worry. Ah. Princess True Jade and Princess Golden Immortal were stunned at the same time. They looked at each other and nodded. That made sense. Was there a more obvious and open secret in the world than this? Even if I write a letter to someone saying that I want to rebel, it's fine, right? Princess Golden Immortal gave an example. Aunt, what do you have to rebel? If you really write such a letter, you must be sick. Princess Yongmu shook her head. In the entire Tang dynasty, except for her own Li Lang, who could rebel? Was she tired of living? Where did Li Yi go? Princess True Jade looked around and didn't see Li Yi's figure. He went shopping with Qi and Zhu Dan. I think the people of Tubo need to contact their envoys and collect information. Princess Yongmu answered and told her the situation behind her back. That's not bad. If Tubo can't attack, the Tang dynasty will have more energy to deal with the later Turks. Princess True Jade still knew about the Tang dynasty. In history, Li Bai came into contact with her and then wrote a poem for Li Longji. When Li Longji met Li Bai described the situation of the Tang dynasty very well. Later, it didn't work. Because Princess True Jade alienated Li Bai couldn't get more information from Princess True Jade. Usually, when he found a powerful person to help him, Li Longji would answer smoothly. After a while, it was over. In history, Meng Haoren entered Chang'an with great difficulty and found Zhang Shua, who became the chancellor again. In the end, before Zhang Shua could explain to Meng Haoren, Li Longji suddenly came to Zhang Shua's residence and saw Meng Haoren. Meng Haoren said the wrong thing without receiving any information. After the war with the later Turks, will the Tang dynasty no longer need to send troops to the outside world? Princess Jinxian asked. It's still early. There's also the Abbasid Caliphate. They cut off the road of trade. They can't fight us, so we have to fight them. Princess Yongmu waved her hand. She had seen the plans of Li Yi and her father. Li Dongzhu, is there any difficulty in the war with the later Turks? I, Tubo, am willing to send troops to help. When Li Yi accompanied Qi Dai Zhu Dan for a stroll, Nagli asked in a low voice. Li Yi didn't look at him and said slowly, when we return to Zhuangzi at night, I will give you a war report. You can pass it to your envoy to Tubo and let Qili Su Daluan take a look. Li Dongzhu, that's not what I meant. Nagli's heart instantly jumped. He really wanted to inquire from the side. Li Yi, aren't you too direct? Do you really want to give it to me, or are you trying to squeeze me with words? Buzhu, remember to go to Zhuangzi at night to get something. Li Yi said to Buzhu, who had joined the team at the bridge. If he really gave it to you, I will tell you everything. If you have the ability, you can pass it to the Turks. Let's see if they believe it or not. Li Dongzhu, there's no hurry. When the war is almost over, I will give it to you. Buzhu reacted quickly. If he wanted it now, would the Tang dynasty catch him if he didn't win the war well? He would say that he was delivering information for the Turks. Even he didn't dare to look at it now. Li Yi better not say it. It's okay. The Tang dynasty and Tubo are like uncle and nephew. We are one family. Li Yi's voice was gentle, making people feel that he was very sincere. However, no one around believed him. What family? It was you, Li Yi, who provided the soldiers at the border with supplies and weapons, and let them fight with all their might. You occupied so much territory and built a city. You said that we are one family. Can you return the land? They left the land of 9 bens again. We are one family. Qi Dai Zhu Dan expressed his support. Don't fight anymore. Let's go to India. Chapter 1763. In summer afternoons, when there was no rain or wind, the air was hot. There were fewer people on the streets than in the morning and evening. The number of people selling vegetables in various markets had increased. The population of the government increased. After the canal was built, the labor force turned to other industries. Some went to help with the fields, especially the farmers who raised bean worms. They were too busy to do it themselves, so they hired people to do it. In addition, the number of basic service jobs in the city doubled. For example, people who drove carriages to carry water and sprinkled water on the streets to cool down. Some were recruited into workshops and became a part of the labor-intensive industry. The rich bought a large number of textile machines from the workers' union according to the newspaper to weave linen, silk, and other things. Then they were sold to other places according to the demand. Businessmen even used boats to transport linen and silk from other places, sold the workshops, and bought the finished products from the workshops. The population increased, and the consumption of materials increased. People in other counties picked vegetables and fruits and transported them to Chang'an by land or water. The production of the fields around Chang'an could not meet the demand of Chang'an city. People in the government and farther places brought things to sell and saved the money they earned. The price of necessities in Chang'an had been stable because goods from farther places were transported to Chang'an. The prices in Chang'an were higher than in other places, and the income in Chang'an was also higher than in other places. Qi Dai Zhu Dan, who stood on the streets of Chang'an for the first time, didn't care about the hot weather. He curiously looked around. Especially the sprinklers. It turned out that there were people watering the roads in Chang'an. As he looked around, he saw the 2 horses pulling the bus. Suddenly, he said to Li Yi, "Dr. Li, the horse on the left should be watered." "Oh." Li Yi looked through the gap of the crowd. The carriage stopped at the bus stop. The driver took a bucket from the carriage and put it in front of the horse. "So you are an old hand." Qi Dai Zhu Dan was relieved. He might not be good in other aspects, but he was very familiar with horses. Li Yi smiled. Sure enough, everyone had their own specialties. He didn't find anything wrong with the horse. It was sweating too much, and its eyes were squinted. When it was running, it relied on the movements of the other horse to follow. Occasionally, it would look at the canal beside it and tilt its head there. He introduced the situation of the horse and explained how he knew that the horse wanted to drink water. Li Yi listened and learned at the same time. If he didn't know, he would have to learn from other experts. One horse drank, the other followed suit, and the procession stopped to watch. The people sitting on the bus weren't in a hurry, but they couldn't tire the horse to death. It's best to give the horse a rinse of water and run to a resting place to change out of it. Seeing that the horse was almost done drinking, Pearl Pill said again. As if to cooperate with him, the coachman went to the canal to fetch water and splashed it on the horses. The horse's condition was completely different from before. It had become more energetic. Without waiting for the second bus to arrive, the bus started moving. The Tubo people who came with Qi and Zhu Dan look at them enviously. The road in Chang'an is flat and wide. Compared to the red-white palace where he lived, it was many times better. They looked at the hands and faces of the people in Chang'an and then looked at their own hands, appearing quite embarrassed. There were special marks left by the plateau environment on their hands, which were rough and black in color. The procession strolled towards the Vermilion Bird Avenue and turned back when they reached there. It was estimated that they would be able to have dinner. In some shops, there was a shelf with a lid on it at the door. Shanpu. Buqiao was curious when he saw Pearl Pill and Zhu Dan, so he introduced. Originally, there was a fixed place that served soup for free in every square. Later, the shops on the neighboring street also opened outside. When someone is thirsty, he stops to drink some water and goes into the shop to have a look. If he happens to see something he wants to buy, he buys it. What kind of soup is this? Pearl Pill pointed at a shop that sold mats, brooms and other woven things and asked. He sells water. Only those who sell food make soup. Buqiao gave the answer directly. Obviously, he had observed before. Can I drink it? Pearl Pill was a little thirsty. It was probably a psychological effect. Yes, Li Yi said. He took the lead and walked over. The person in the shop was sitting at the door and looking outside. The sun couldn't shine on him. As soon as he saw Li Yi's team coming, he jumped to the door and said, "Hello, Li Dongzhu. Drink some water." While speaking, Li Yi picked up a small upside-down bamboo tube at the side. He opened the lid of the pot and scooped some water into the bamboo tube with a ladle. After he poured the water, he handed it to Pearl Pill and poured it himself. After that, he drank it first. Li Dongzhu. It's the boiled water without salt. The shop owner said with a smile at the side. Water is fine. How's the business? Li Yi nodded and inquired about the business. It's okay. The weather is hot, so many people buy mats. Some people feel it's too hot to sleep in the house, so they go outside to sleep on mats. The bamboo is good and the price is high. Most people are more willing to buy pillows. They don't buy many curtains, but many buy window screens. The window screens here are small in quantity, so the price is a little higher. The shopkeeper talked about his family's situation and seemed very satisfied. Li Yi listened and nodded. After drinking the water, he put the bamboo tube to the side and said, "We need to prepare more mats for the stove bed. We are building a new house now, so we need them." "Thank you, Li Dongzhu." The shopkeeper's smile became even brighter. The pearl pill on the other side was finished as well. He didn't find any other taste. He didn't even add salt. The team continued to walk. Bo Xia acted as a tour guide and explained the situation of each shop. From time to time, there would be people carrying a load out of the shop. They would spend some money to take a ride to the next shop. "Dr. Li, they are going back and forth to sell things. The cost of the ride should be quite high, right?" Pearl Pill felt that the money spent was wrong and should be saved. "They are selling vegetables. After a long time, the vegetables won't be fresh. They can't sell it when it's dark, so they can only sell it at a lower price." Li Yi said with a smile. "Who are they selling to?" Pearl Pill asked. "The pickle shop. The pickle shop will make pickles for them. If it rains at noon, the people at the pickle shop will be very happy." Li Yi pointed to a shop next to them. It was a shop that sold all kinds of pickles. "The people who sell the vegetables won't make as much money. They come from far away." Pearl Pill was unexpectedly able to think of this problem. They have a background. For example, cucumbers can be picked at dawn and sent to the place at noon. They can buy 3 jin for 1 renminbi. When it's evening, they will prepare to go back and sell to the pickle shop at the price of 1 renminbi for 5 jin. If the soy sauce shop doesn't agree, the most we can offer is 1 copper coin for 6 caddies. If the price is lower than that, the other shop will sell it to the Li family's farmstead for 1 copper coin for 6 caddies. Li Yi had a sense of achievement when he was talking. He controlled the price of the general consumer goods in Chang'an. This way, the people could afford to eat, and the people who sell the vegetables won't make a trip in vain. There was no absolute market economy. That way, the people would be at a disadvantage if other people joined forces and there was no anti-monopoly law. The result of the joint forces of the pickle shop was not only a low purchasing price, but also a high selling price. Chapter 1764. The weather was hot, and the more they walked, the more tired they were. The sprinklers sprinkled once, and soon the road was dry again. It was just that there was more water vapor, and at the same time, it was not so hot to walk. Everyone has shoes. Chi Dai Zhu Dan stood in front of the Suzaku gate and noticed a situation. Along the way, everyone was wearing different clothes. The better ones were wearing leather boots, the more common ones were wearing wooden shoes, and the worst ones were wearing straw sandals. There were several types of straw shoes. The worst was a straw sole and a few straw ropes. In Tubo, many people were barefoot and did not even wear straw shoes. If you walk barefoot for a long time, it's not easy to wash. You'll get thick calluses. Li Yi gave an explanation. In fact, he was uncomfortable when he saw people barefoot. He could not control the people in distant places, but how could the governor allow people to be barefoot? It would make him look bad. Oh. Chi Dai Zhu Dan felt that it was reasonable. Many people in Tubo did not bathe, let alone wash their feet. In comparison, they were indeed not as good as the people in the Tang dynasty. At this time, a large group of people came out of the Honglu temple to watch the show. "Zhanpu, do you want to go in?" Isinba asked. "They lived here. Another day, we have to go back." Li Yi rejected. He did not bring many bodyguards, and it would be too chaotic if he went in. Anyway, Princess Jincheng and Qi Dai Zhu Dan could only return to Tubo next year. This year, they would see how Tubo was like. Yes, let's go back. Qi Dai Zhu Dan did not object. He was tired from walking. So when it was dark, a group of people came back. They finally knew why many people spent money to travel. If not, it would take more than half an hour to travel from east to west. For dinner, they ate roast duck and tried not to eat beef or mutton. Tubo did not lack beef or mutton. The meat from the duck slices was eaten with lotus leaf cakes. The duck frame was made into soup. Other than cucumber strips, radish strips, shredded onions, there were also a lot of wild vegetables. The duck was quite big, but it was not very fat. They were normally free-range and did not force food into the duck's stomach. Princess Jincheng's eyes were red. Obviously, she had cried. Princess Yongmu looked for fat meat to eat. Every bite showed a satisfied smile. Happiness was so simple for her. Emergency report from Azhou. Everyone was eating when a voice came from outside. Pass. Li Longji put down the things. The messenger came in. There were 6 of them, and their expressions were not very good. Li Yi went to receive the report, and the palace maids and eunuchs brought him cold water. The 6 of them did not hold back and gulped it down. Li Yi looked at the lacquer seal. There was no problem with it. He opened it and took it out to read the contents. The rain has stopped. There is no breach in the main river channel, and there are no large-scale collapses of houses. On the other hand, there were many commoners who tore down their houses, saying that they were not sturdy after soaking in water. The dry fields were completely ruined. The paddy fields were fine, but the vegetable fields were soaked. There were no statistics on the losses of poultry and livestock. After that, he praised His Majesty's private army for its good performance. The people were so grateful that they wanted to send him a gift. Li Yi translated the huge pile of words into a few simple sentences after reading them. As he spoke, he passed the information to Li Longji. Li Longji scanned it and put it aside. In the areas affected by the disaster, the rent will be reduced by 50%, and the mediocrity will be cancelled. As for the transfer, the locals will need to work. Li Longji made the decision for the imperial court. As for the dry fields and vegetable fields, the overall reduction in production was small and did not need to be completely exempted. The Li family Zhuangzi will send the money over. The commoners will build houses, and it just so happens that the Li family Zhuangzi wants to buy land there. When Li Yi saw the contents of the letter, he already knew why the commoners tore down their houses. They wanted to use the Li family Zhuangzi's money to build new houses. In the letter, it was written that the commoners were willing to pay back the cost of building houses in installments. When production resumed, they would send good things to the Li family Zhuangzi every year. It was not that the Li family Zhuangzi was easy to bully, but it was because they trusted and relied on the Li family Zhuangzi. Dr. Li, are you going to use the time when the commoners are suffering to buy land? Qi Dai Zhu Dan suddenly asked Li Yi. Sometimes, when other tribes in Tubo were suffering, they would sell things, including slaves, and the other tribes would take the opportunity to strengthen themselves. He felt that this was a good idea. While the commoners were having a hard time, he would quickly buy things. I'm buying wastelands and ownerless mountains. The land belongs to the commoners. Li Yi waved his hand and arranged for people to serve duck soup, duck meat, and biscuits to the 6 people who delivered the information. The 6 people were sweating profusely. When they were rushing, they had shouted a lot. Now that they stopped, they were sweating profusely. They did not hold back. They washed their hands, grabbed the food, and ate without rolling it. Why don't you buy good land? Qi Dai Zhu Dan felt that Li Yi was stupid. The Li family Zhuangzi is not short of money. They can't make money by acquiring land. They are all commoners of the Tang dynasty. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty depends on them. Li Yi knew that this was a problem that belonged to different social classes. Tubo believed in the survival of the fittest. If he couldn't do it himself, he would buy land. If the commoners' lives became worse, the consequences would be serious. How terrible would that be? Brother Yi, do you have any ideas? Li Longji heard that Li Yi wanted to buy land and showed an expectant look. I don't know much about the local situation. After buying the land, I will send people there to demonstrate and guide the commoners in the surrounding provinces. I can't directly give out the specific method. If it is not consistent with the local situation, it will be a trap. Li Yi washed his hands again and took the letter. He did not dare to immediately tell the local people what to do. The roads, the population distribution, the current natural resources, the hydrology, he needed to consider carefully. One plan for one place, one plan. If the commoners were obedient and did as they were told, it would be over. At that time, he would have to spend money to compensate the commoners. Otherwise, the commoners would not trust him next time. Why not buy good land? Qi Dai Zhu Dan had another idea. Buy bad land and make it good land. This in itself is a demonstration. Li Yi was very patient. If the chancellors asked the same question, he would definitely be angry. A bunch of idiots. Li Yi did not know much about other things, but he knew that there were many rivers and lakes in the area. They just needed to dig out the silt and put it in the bad land. They needed some new tools. The demand for manpower and animal power was huge. When the time came, he would see if he could set up a special industry to help others dig out silt. A special silt removal company would be more professional in dredging rivers and so on. For example, the local government wanted to organize people to remove silt. The commoners had to work, and those who did not work would be paid. It was better to let the commoners pay. They could save a little and sell the silt they dug out to whoever needed it. Usually, the government would send the silt to the riverside fields. Most of these fields were official fields, or the fields of people with connections, or the local families. With this in mind, Li Yi said to Li Qingqi, "Brother, why don't we set up a silt alliance?" Silt as in silt. Li Qingqi understood what Li Yi wanted to do in a few seconds. He nodded, "Good idea. First, find people in the capital. The capital has a water network and many rivers. If possible, we can go to other places and see if there is enough manpower to organize people to take charge of this." He agreed and said, "However, this name doesn't seem appropriate. It sounds like stupidity as in stupidity. Silt Alliance?" Li Yi gave another name. "This is not urgent. Let's eat first." Li Qingqi continued to reject. "Fine, I'll think about it later." Li Yi smiled. He did it on purpose just now. "Report the heavenly troops, pigeons are here." A voice came from outside. Chapter 1765. Send the captured captives back and ask us to send people to help them along the way. The Celestial Army and Henji Army will form a 1,000-man brigade and advance quickly. We can only see the scouts of the Turks and other tribes, but not the main force. The Turks' Moyu Valley strategist cannot be underestimated. We are afraid that he will gather his superior forces to target a 1,000-man brigade of the Celestial Army and Henji Army. Thus, we need more skyscraping monkeys and explosives to prevent the 1,000-man brigade from being annihilated. Also, we have to be careful when we feint to prevent the Turks from moving from east to west and snatching the territories of the Chanyu Protectorate and Anbei Protectorate. If the Turks continue to move on a large scale, the Heshi provincial governor might also become a target. Can we transfer Zhang Xiaosong's elite troops over? Oh, he also said that he knows someone who became a grand scholar in the past and is now staying at home. His name is Wang Han and his family has many horses and lands, similar to Wang Wei's family. Li Yi read the letter and translated it for Li Longji. What do you think? Li Longji did not have any opinions after hearing the letter. It was fine as long as he knew the situation. Wang Han is quite interesting. His family is rich and no matter who is the local official, they will protect him well. Zhang Jiazhen is no exception. However, he does not have any bad intentions. He just wants to show off, unlike Wang Wei. Wang Wei likes to pursue the matters of Buddhism and Taoism. Wang Bo hopes to find a large group of people to brag about and then compete with those of similar age. Li Yi replied to Li Longji, since you asked, I will tell you. Everyone, including Qi Dai Zhu Dan, looked at each other. Are we concerned about Wang Han? Is Wang Han's death worth mentioning? The war is related to the Turks' war. Li Longji drank a mouthful of duck soup to calm himself down. Brother Yi, what Jiazhen is worried about? It's fine. The Turks can only run north. If he goes to fight the Heshi provincial governor, where will he go after that? Fight Longyu? The Turks and other tribes have not submitted to the Turks. Mo Jilian's position is not stable. As long as Moyu Valley is not stupid, he will not dare to go anywhere else. If he fights the Heshi provincial governor, he will be surrounded by us. Once their road to the north was cut off, they would have nowhere to run. He would not be able to take down Heshi Jidushi's city. The Heshi Jidushi was next to the Western Turkic Khaganate. If the Western Turkic Khaganate wanted to attack, they had to deal with the Western Turkic Khaganate first. Once they got there, it was guaranteed that they would not be able to return to their original place. They could only continue to run northwest. The northwest was where the Anshi Jidushi was, and they had battle experience. Even if we let the later Tujue pass, we can continue to send Tujue cavalry to the northwest. Will Su Lu ally with the later Tujue? Li Yi introduced the situation from east to west. The Turks were disgusting in this aspect, their movement range was too large. To the east, the Turks could attack the northeast. To the west, the Turks could attack Xinjiang. If that's the case, Zhang Shaosong. Li Longji asked again, do we need to deploy troops? If the Heshi Jidushi was beaten, people would die. The city could be defended, but what about the people in the surrounding areas who could not enter the city? Of course Zhang Shaosong has to come back. We are uncle and nephew to Tubo, not enemies. Why should we put so many soldiers at the source of the Yellow River? Li Yi said as he smiled at Qi Dai Zhu Dan. Qi Dai Zhu Dan smiled back, but there was a trace of awkwardness in his smile. Li Yi continued, the people who came to visit us are from Tubo's tribes. They should be moved east, closer to the Longyu and Heshi Jidushi. It would be more convenient for them to obtain daily necessities. Especially the newcomers, we have to let them know of our enthusiasm. Otherwise, when they return, they will say that we are cold and indifferent. That would not be good. Li Yi had solved the problem of the hundreds of thousands of people's baggage. With so many soldiers, they would not be able to use them for production and construction. He might as well come back to work and at least get the 9 bens land. At the source of the Yellow River, they would leave behind a fifth of their men. The main reason for leaving people there was to deal with Tukashi and the Abbasid Caliphate. Alright, let's do as Brother Yi says. Li Longji nodded to Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur took the 2 letters and went to look for Bai Gu and the rest. Qi Dai Zhu Dan suddenly felt depressed. He was still hoping that he would have the opportunity to bring back the people who had defected to the Tang dynasty. Now that they were migrating to the Tang dynasty, would they still return to Tubo after they had a better life? Unless Tubo became strong enough to defeat the Tang dynasty. This seemed. Qi Dai Zhu Dan looked at Li Yi. He felt that unless this person suddenly died, Tubo would not be able to shake the Tang dynasty. Let's eat, let's eat. Today, there is always a mess of trivial matters. Li Yi said as he rolled a biscuit and handed it to Princess Yongmu. Yes. Yes. Princess Yongmu was very satisfied when she saw Li Yi roll the duck meat into the biscuit. As for the disaster and the war, it was indeed a small matter. It was not like the war had reached the capital office. Gao Lisher took 2 eunuchs to deliver the letter. The group of people ate in the government hall, and they also ate roast duck. As they walked, Gao Lisher took out an oiled paper package from his sleeve pocket, opened it, and took out the duck neck and duck wings. Here, everyone eat 2 bites first. General Gao, we have some, the 2 eunuchs said at the same time and took out the oiled paper package. Eat. Gao Lisher did not say anything. Obviously, everyone was treated the same. The people in the Li family Zhuangzi kitchen would secretly give things to the palace maids and eunuchs. Bai Gu and the others ate while discussing the details of tomorrow's etiquette. They had already agreed before. Qi Dai Zhu Dan was not surrendering. They could not follow the same rules as the Shi and Khitans. They could not treat Qi Dai Zhu Dan as Tubo's Zanpu, which belonged to the state. In the past, at most, there was a letter about the Prime Minister. There had never been a letter about Zanpu. When Zanpu wrote something as a nephew, it was usually used when he could not win a fight. The retired emperor was still alive, and this was a family matter. It would appear in Hanyuan Palace, and the 2 emperors would be together. Just as they were talking, they heard an urgent report from Azhou. After a while, they received news from the Celestial Army. I hope that the Jiangnan West Road is stable. The worst-case scenario is that many houses are destroyed, but the people are safe. Lu Huaishan said as he sat there. Everyone did not move their chopsticks. Azhou's Lu Zhengdao was from the same clan as Lu Huaishan, but they were from different branches. That's true. Bai Gu agreed. The problem of money was easy to solve. Xiao Yi had agreed to subsidize it. She was a good person. The Celestial Army stood them up. Did something happen? Did they lose the battle? Su Yi was worried about the border. Impossible. The Celestial Army is in trouble. Now the Li family Zhuangzi will be busy. The winged knights will be mobilized. Everything is normal outside. Yao Chong judged based on his experience. The surroundings were quiet. If that's the case, the Jiangnan West Road is stable. Song Jing agreed with Yao Chong's words, and his heartbeat slowed. Everyone is here. His Majesty ordered me to deliver these 2 letters. Gao Lisher appeared. He did not bow, but his face was full of smiles. Everyone was relieved when they saw him. How can you still smile? The 2 letters were passed down. A group of people read them first, then passed them to others, and waited for the next one. After passing through the letters, they automatically filtered out the nonsense in the letters, especially Lu Zhengdao's. He wrote so many words. It seemed that he was not busy. Jiazhen is indeed meticulous. The Heshi provincial governor should have a response. Su Yi agreed with Zhang Jiazhen's suggestion to transfer Zhang Shaosong. Not busy. General Gao, what did Xiao Yi say? Bai Gu had suffered too many losses, so he asked first. She said that Wang Bo is not bad. Gao Lisher's smile did not change. He was doing it on purpose. Chapter 1766. General Gao, let's eat together. Lu Chong invited Gao Lisher to eat. Secretary Lu, you're too polite. Regarding the Turks. Regarding the Jiangnan West Road, Gao Lisher refused to sit down and eat. He told Lu Chong about Li Yi's decision on the 2 matters. We need to rush the production of military coats. This winter, the soldiers will have a hard time. Yao Chong was already a second-tier official, but he still couldn't help but suggest. If the Western Turks surrender, should we use them to attack the Turks, or should we nurture them first? Lu Chong asked. The 9 families of Tiela are being nurtured by Xiao Yi. This time, they will be escorting the baggage together with the Southwest barbarians. The other troops of Tiela are under the jurisdiction of the imperial court, so they should also help with the transportation. Baigu had an idea. They would use the same method. The Western Turks would not be in charge of fighting, but in charge of transportation. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty had guns, but they couldn't equip those who surrendered. If they sent people to fight, the losses would be huge. It was a good idea to weaken the Western Turks. Now that they had more people, it didn't matter. They couldn't defeat the Tang dynasty, and they didn't dare to fight. Manpower could help raise livestock, especially horses. Write down the rent reduction first so that the people can rest assured. Zhang Jiulin considered a simple problem. Why don't we reduce it all? When the time comes, we can buy food from the people. Xiao Yi is preparing to buy land locally. Baigu became more generous. Reducing the rent was money, and he was very stingy in the Ministry of Revenue. The others, including Gao Lisher, suddenly understood Baigu's intention. Give the local people more money first, then collect taxes. Li Yi wanted to send people over to lead the people to live a better life. With more money, there would be no need to collect rent. We'll wait for tomorrow. Song Jing agreed. After tomorrow, he would tell His Majesty. Li Yi's words couldn't always be the final call. Let's eat. Heat up the soup. Lu Huaishan asked someone to heat up the soup. Gao Lisher took his leave and reported the situation. Brother Yi, what do you think? Li Longji didn't care. He wanted to reduce the rent by half. It will take at least 3 years to see results. Send some people over there this year, but they won't be able to plant anything. Let's clean up the land and mountains first and try the breeding industry. Li Yi nodded. The people's rice didn't suffer any losses, so the rent-free people were happy. After he finished talking about the Jiangnan West Path, Li Yi brought up the topic of war again. The Western Turks, wait a moment. The troops at the source of the Yellow River are to retreat. The Western Turks have to send some men to surrender. Otherwise, we won't be able to use them. This is to prevent them from learning from the Sulu. Li Yi was not prepared to take the initiative to get in touch with the Western Turks. The Western Turks were crucial. Longyu Jidushi and Heshi Jidushi withdrew their troops and forced the Western Turks to surrender to the Tang dynasty. When Su Lu led his raiding cavalry, the Tujue, Tubo, and the Tang dynasty gave him benefits. That was why he was so arrogant. The Western Turks couldn't be spoiled. What if another ranger sure appeared? Good. Li Longji agreed, ignoring the Western Turks for now. At the side, Princess Jincheng was rolling pancakes for her mother, and then rolling pancakes for her father. She was happy. She realized that she had solved a lot of problems by bringing the pill of the ruler and pearl back to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty could call back their troops from the border. Tubo could not attack them. Unless Daluan Chili pushed another person to the throne and then formed an alliance to attack the Tang dynasty. As long as the Tubo could not unite, which other tribe could win the war alone? Besides, Xiu's rhombus fortress was useless. Behind it was the Yellow River, and on the other side of the Yellow River was the rhombus fortress. The Turks surrounded it on 3 sides. There was no navy at the Yellow River, so transportation was not a problem. Attack the rhombus fortress? God! They could not climb it. The pill of the ruler and pearl had mixed feelings. They did not know whether to be happy or sad. Their Tubo people were not lacking in courage. They could fight to the death, but they had to have a chance of winning. How to deal with explosives and sky-piercing monkeys? If they formed a formation, they would be bombed. If they did not form a formation, they would be slaughtered by the Tang dynasty. They used the method of roaming without binoculars or hot air balloons. Everyone finished the meal with different feelings. The pill of the ruler and pearl had to take care of their bodies. They could not get close to women. They went to take a bath and sleep while being massaged. Li Yi went back to the study to check the information. He had to make a bunch of plans first. When the Li family Zhuangzi's men arrived at the Jiangnan West Road, he would immediately come up with a suitable plan after the local feedback. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan came to accompany him and made tea for him. Li Yi's hands were typing on the keyboard. All kinds of shortcuts were used and diagrams were listed. Li Yi was making modules. They were all small modules. When needed, different modules would be installed in a certain framework. This was a set of individual plans. It mainly focused on the situation of the land, the situation of the mountains, the surrounding population, water resources, transportation. It included investment, operating costs, return cycle, short-term return rate, and so on. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were looking at the screen, but they could not understand anything. The changes were too fast. The two of them were still willing to watch. It was okay if they did not understand. They felt comfortable just watching. That's it for today. We can add more tomorrow. We can't delay our rest. Li Yi worked for nearly 3 hours and did not drink a sip of water. Li Lang is drunk. We are going back. Princess Yongmu realized that time was passing quickly. She yawned and left with Xiaolan. Li Yi looked at the tea and did not drink it. He took the thermos and poured half a cup of hot water for himself. He took a bath and drank it when he came back. He rolled on the bed and fell asleep. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The officials began to go to Hanyuan Palace. Other than the censorate, the other officials of the 5th rank and above rushed from all over. The officials in the south of the city who did not have money to buy a house took buns and porridge and took the public servants' bus. They ate slowly on the way. The pickles were placed on top of the porridge. Li Longji and the others also set off early. They were also eating buns, but they were all filled with meat. The chive's filling was not good. The taste was too strong. Li Yi sat in the ambulance. They were eating wontons with cabbage and pork fillings. After crossing the bridge on the west side, they went through Tonghua Gate. When they reached the place between Lading Square and Yongchang Square, they continued north. After passing through Danfeng Gate, they arrived at Hanyuan Palace. The area of Hanyuan Palace was bigger than the 2 ordinary squares combined. It was spacious enough. When they arrived, Bai Gu and the others got out of the car. Li Yi stayed in the car and did not come out. He continued to work. It was hot outside. Even though it was early in the morning, it was not cool at night in summer. He said that he was busy with work. It was not good for others to ask him to stop. Princess Jincheng and Qi took Zhu Dan and left the group. They needed to go through the procedures. When everyone had arrived, Li Yi took Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan outside. Xiaolan quickly found her place. Li Yi also found his place. He was a rank of the 1st rank. He stood on the left side, closest to the dragon throne. In fact, he was more than 10 meters away. Bai Gu could only stand below him. He was the one with the most power. The members of the imperial family took their places. Those with higher ranks and less power adjusted their positions. Old Bai, do you eat peaches? I washed them with salt. There is no hair at all. They are very clean. Li Yi looked around. Everyone was looking at him. Those who were too far away could not see him. They knew that the position in front of them was not right. Those who saw him saw him. No one went up to question him. We just finished eating. Don't be rude in front of the emperor. There are people from foreign countries watching. Don't embarrass the Tang dynasty, Bai Gu said softly. It will be hot later. Don't ask me for it. I removed the pit of the peach and cut it into small pieces. They are stored in ice bags. Old Bai, why are there no chairs? Li Yi's mouth was not idle. He looked around and calculated how long he would have to stand. Chapter 1767. Li Longji and the others were still at the back. The officials were whispering to the people around them. They noticed that Li Yi had arrived and were wondering what kind of situation he should be in. Should he participate in court as an official? Wouldn't that be stupid? If it were them, they would be like Li Yi and not attend court. They looked on cautiously and told themselves not to make any noise. Should I speak later? No, should I speak? Li Yi asked Bai Gu. Zaifu matters have nothing to do with you. You can be a standard first-rank official for half a day and enjoy yourself. Bai Gu was helpless. You're just standing here. Are you trying to misrepresent a deer? His Majesty spoils you too much. Do you think Hanyuan Palace is a playground? Old Bai, don't forget the words. There's a fireworks show tonight. We didn't arrange it well yesterday. The main thing is that we wanted to come out for a stroll. Everyone is tired. Li Yi said to Bai Gu with concern. He was getting old. I don't need to memorize any words. It's my job. Bai Gu was arrogant. Did he need to memorize it in advance? It's mainly about praise or something, right? Third brother has to say a set of words first. The Imperial Astronomer has to speak first, right? Then the Imperial Academy. Li Yi continued to chat. Everyone else was talking. You don't know. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi in surprise. I didn't look. Li Yi said confidently. He really didn't look up the information. The information never mentioned the etiquette of the Imperial Astronomer from the Tang dynasty. God knows which one followed. First, the Imperial Astronomer will speak, then Elder Mu, then the retired Emperor, then His Majesty will speak. When they come, His Majesty will speak. Noble Consort Lu and Princess Jincheng will speak. The Imperial Academy will speak. I will speak. There are many etiquettes in between, including gifts and rewards. When the Imperial Astronomer comes, they have to give it to the officials and nobles. At that time, we will have to give Qi Dai and Zhu Dan the same amount of money and things every month. When they go back, it will be difficult to transport them, so they will go directly from the Yellow River. Bai Gu explained the general process, and the last sentence was the key point. That's the money I earned. Why should I pay for it? I'll give it to you, and you'll give it to me. Li Yi casually listened to the other things and said that he had to ask for money. It's not like you're short of money. If you work with them, you'll have to split the money with them. Bai Gu shook his head. What can you do if I don't give it to you? How can it be me? It's just my operation and the benefits of the soldiers. Old Bai, are you trying to embezzle the soldiers' money? Li Yi simply slapped a hat on him. It was not a matter of money. I don't care about the Ministry of War, so how could I embezzle anything? Bai Gu wasn't going to fall for it. While they were chatting, the drums sounded. Everyone stood up at the same time, including Li Yi. They stuck out their chests and raised their heads, looking straight ahead. As expected, the people from the Imperial Astronomer jumped out first and asked about the stars in the sky and what was going on today. After he finished, the retired emperor spoke and told his ancestors how great the Tang dynasty was. Li Longji then told his ancestors about the current situation. The ceremony took more than 2 hours. It was past 8:00. Xian Qi brought Zhu Dan and Princess Jincheng to the palace. There was also a baby carriage. It was past 10:00. The sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. There wasn't even a breeze. Li Yi's hand touched the right side of his clothes slightly. A small tube rose slowly. He tilted his head slightly and held it in his mouth. He started to suck. The cool feeling entered his mouth. He was happy. If he knew that he would stand for so long, he wouldn't have come. It was boring. Old Bai, you really don't want a few pieces of peaches? It's iced. It's still cold. When you talk later, don't fall down. Li Yi drank another mouthful of iced sour plum soup. His mouth only opened a little. Give it to me. 2 will do. Bai Gu stretched out his sleeve. Li Yi put up his sleeve. Bai Gu reached into Li Yi's sleeve pocket. There was a cold bamboo tube. He dug and felt the peaches. However, Bai Gu didn't touch the peaches. He dug 2 ice cubes and put them back. He lifted his sleeve and coughed. Then his mouth moved slightly. How is it? Is it delicious? Don't open your mouth. If you can't swallow it, it's okay. Ah. Third brother is looking at me. Third brother must be thirsty. It's your turn to talk. Wait a moment. I'll quench his thirst. As Li Yi spoke, he noticed that someone was looking at him. It seemed that someone had been looking at him before. He looked up and saw Li Longji looking at his sleeve. Bai Gu was dumbfounded. You want to give ice to His Majesty on this occasion? That's rude. Your Majesty, I'm the appeasing ambassador of the outer seas. I went overseas this year and found a lot of species. One of them can be used as a vegetable and a fruit. I'd like to offer it to you. Li Yi stepped forward and said loudly. Everybody was dumbfounded. What was Li Yi going to do without such a step? You've worked hard in the sea. What kind of vegetable and a fruit is it? Li Longji didn't care about anything else. There must be a reason why Brother Yi said that. He seemed to have given something to Bai Gu just now. Bai Gu was holding it in his mouth. Was it something to eat? Your Majesty, please give me a tray and utensils, Li Yi replied. Sure. Li Longji nodded. Someone immediately fetched a tray and a plate. Gao Lisher carried it to Li Yi. Li Yi took out 5 big tomatoes from his sleeve. He waved his hand, and a small scalpel appeared. He quickly cut 4 of the tomatoes into 8 pieces, then took out the ice and peaches and poured them into the bowl. Gao Lisher returned with a 32-petaled tomato and a whole tomato. Li Longji smiled. Brother Yi was still the one who cared about him. He knew how to eat. He used a toothpick, but he took a pair of chopsticks and stuffed a piece into his mouth before anyone could stop him. Then, he ate a piece of ice. Wow, it was cool. Delicious. Let the others have a taste. Let the officials have a look. Li Longji was satisfied with a piece of tomato and a piece of ice. He passed the whole tomato to the others. Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, King Song, and the other important officials ate the rest. Everyone ate a little. Don't fall. While the others were looking at the tomatoes, they started eating. Bai Gu ate another mouthful of food. Li Longji rewarded Li Yi with a lot of money and silk, as well as a fine horse. Li Yi thanked him profusely. Bai Gu went up and spoke as a minister. As expected, he was in a good state after eating the ice. He took out a roll of yellow silk and read aloud. He did the same thing as Li Dan and Li Longji. When Bai Gu finished speaking, it was noon. During the banquet, sun umbrellas were opened. Tables and stools were arranged. Li Yi sat down and started rubbing his legs. He admired the others. Every time they held court, they had to stand for a long time. Old Bai, I still have some sour plum soup. Do you want it? Li Yi took out a tube and other things. No, there's food. Iced beer. Bai Gu rejected. He didn't want sour plum soup anymore. The dishes were served by the palace maids. They were all cold dishes. There were cucumbers, eggplant dipped in soy sauce, noodles, steamed chicken, mutton stewed in soy sauce, mutton offal, etc. There wasn't much of each dish. The mutton trotters were all dissected. Everyone was given a cup of iced beer. There were ice cubes floating in the cup. Old Bai, did you eat this in the past? Li Yi drank a mouthful of beer. There were so many dishes in the past. It's all thanks to you. The officials are grateful to you. After eating, they can even bring a box of food home for their families to try. Bai Gu raised his cup and suddenly paused. Shao Yi, I'll drink iced beer. Is your stomach okay? You take good care of yourself. Drink it. Li Yi nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Chapter 1768. Those who were qualified to see Li Yi were chatting and drinking with the people around them. If they didn't look at Li Yi, there was nothing to see. Those who were far away and couldn't see Li Yi wanted to take a look at Li Yi, wondering if Li Yi had any thoughts. Shao Yi, come again at the next court meeting. Bai Gu picked up a steamed eggplant and dipped it in egg sauce. It's a waste of time. You guys can stand. Why don't you give me a stool? There are no chairs for eating now. Li Yi sat on the stool. It was a square stool that wasn't high and was suitable for people to sit on. At the moment, he was uncomfortable, so he sat on the side. He was used to having a chair for eating. More importantly, the dining table was also low and required etiquette. Li Longji was at the Li family Zhuangzi's banquet. Everyone had a high table, high chair, and buffet. There was no need for palace maids to carry things back and forth. Thinking about it, Li Yi turned his head and said to Tao Hong No. 2 behind him, get another table and put it under the table. Get me a chair. Now I'm eating. Tao Hong No. 2 nodded and said through the intercom on the yacht, change the table and chair for Dong Zhu. Can't you add something fixed under the umbrella? The utensils for etiquette have to come with time. In the beginning, everyone ate with their hands. Later, they ate with knives and forks. Now, they use chopsticks. Li Yi said as he picked up the teacup on the table and fed it to Tao Hong No. 2. If it was someone else, the palace maid in charge of holding the umbrella would definitely not dare to drink it. When Li Yi gave it to her, Tao Hong No. 2 opened her mouth and began to drink. She was also thirsty, but before she took the umbrella, she secretly drank water. She couldn't drink too much as she was afraid of going to the toilet. Dong Zhu. A palace maid beside Tao Hong No. 2 called out. It was Tao Hong No. 1. Why are you wearing such heavy makeup? Learn from Tao Hong No. 2. I didn't recognize you. Li Yi picked up the teacup on Bai Gu's table and fed it to Tao Hong No. 1. There was no teapot on the table, so she could ask the palace maid for anything. If you make a mistake, others won't recognize you. I'm afraid that some people will get drunk and find her pretty, and ask His Majesty for her in private. Peach Blossom No. 1 told her the truth. Being a palace maid was very difficult. Who dares to attack my people? You are standing behind old Bai. What can he do to you with his appearance? Li Yi was angry at first, then he turned to talk about Bai Gu. Shao Yi, watch your words. This old man is still all right. The assignment is random, and only the one behind you is fixed. It just so happens that Tao Hong No. 2 should be on duty in your courtyard. Bai Gu retorted. What's wrong with me? This old man is old but vigorous. This old man knows how to maintain good health. All right, call the 16th guard over to hold up the umbrella, and withdraw the palace maids. Otherwise, if the two of them faint, should I save them? Li Yi's male chauvinism was acting up again, and he wanted a change. Peach Blossom No. 2 spoke into the walkie-talkie, Dong Zhu wants to replace the palace maid with 16 guards. Old Bai, how long can this meal last? Li Yi looked at the palace maid holding the tray and asked Bai Gu. You don't have to eat dinner anymore. After dinner, you can bring things home for your family. In the past, you could secretly hide some things, such as barbecued meat. A few years ago, there were lotus leaves on the table specially prepared for this purpose. Bring them back, and it could be considered as sharing joy with the people. Now, there are lotus leaves, and they are placed in food boxes. The food boxes are given as gifts to increase consumption and promote productivity. In the end, Baigu also told Li Yi about economic knowledge. Bring the robot in Zhuangzi to serve the dishes. I need to change the programs of my laptop and drone. When Li Yi heard that the meal would take a long time, he decided to let the palace maid serving the dishes rest and let everyone take a look at the little robot. The table and chairs were brought over first, and the 16th guard replaced the palace maid. The 16 palace maids, including Taohong, all ran behind Li Yi. Some of them ran over from far away. After a while, there were more palace maids standing behind everyone. They had nothing to do, so they just ate and drank some water to be the scenery. The 16 people were not willing to be scenery for others, and there were others at Li Longji's side. Remove the heavy makeup first. Bring whatever you want to eat over here. Isn't there an empty table and a square chair here? Put it up. Li Yi knew what kind of occasion this was. He was deliberately looking for trouble to see if anyone would impeach him. The people from the censorate were there, but they never looked over. Everyone was happy and eating happily. Nothing could be said to avoid spoiling the mood. After waiting for a while, the robot was brought over on a fast horse, and the drone was also brought over. Li Yi first connected the drone to his laptop and let it fly. It buzzed as it took pictures from the sky and entered the program module. The little robots had a signal network with each other, and they knew the approximate location and rules of movement. They could then deliver food. Many people were not unfamiliar with the little robots. They worked in Li Family Zhuangzi, and they had also seen them when they held court meetings in Li Family Zhuangzi Square. It was the first time that the people of the foreign countries and the people who had never been to Li Family Zhuangzi in the palace saw them. Along with the little robots were tomatoes that could not be left with seeds. They were cut into pieces and added with white sugar. Dongzhu, what do you want? A little robot ran in front of Li Yi. There's enough to eat now. You can get busy. Li Yi said to the little robot. Okay. The little robot went elsewhere. Old Baigu, did anyone jump out to perform during the meal? Li Yi stood up to look and asked Baigu. Wait a moment. There's singing and dancing. Baigu nodded. I'm talking about the kind of people who come up with weapons and ask who, Xiang Zhuang sword dance. No, no one said that they want to fight with you, regardless of life or death. Baigu understood that Xiao Yi had a heart that could not stand loneliness. Oh, Li Yi sat down with a look of disappointment on his face. He wanted to use the pistol to show off his power, especially when the Turkic envoy was also there. The two sides exchanged troops, and there were still Turkic envoys. The Turkic envoys always sent people back to send news of the Tang dynasty's mobilization, but it was already too late. Dongzhu. Taohong placed the walkie-talkie in front of Li Yi. A voice came from inside. Brother Yi, come over. Okay, third brother. Li Yi knew who it was. He stood up. Old Bai, you eat slowly. I don't know if I'll be back later. After that, he took his wine glass and left. Li Longji ate on the steps. A group of people were all here. It was a family feast. Everyone had changed their clothes. Obviously, wearing formal clothes would affect the meal. Li Yi looked at his own clothes. What should I do? Li Lang, I'll get your clothes from the car. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan came over and led Li Yi to a seat at the side to help Li Yi change his clothes. I finally realized that the court assembly has no other purpose other than tormenting people. Oh. It can repeatedly promote the majesty of the emperor. Li Yi only wore a pair of big pants, and it was much cooler. Holding a court assembly with the participation of the foreign envoys is the purpose of showing off your power. Stretch out your arm, the other one. Princess Yongmu agreed. After Li Yi changed his clothes and went back, Li Longji asked with a smile, Brother Yi, what do you feel when you look down from above? There's no hall, no air conditioning, and the temperature of the ground is high. If it's replaced by a golden wheat field, it's even more pleasing to look at. Li Yi had been to places like the Forbidden City, so he did not feel anything special. As for standing at the peak of power, standing at that height meant that he had to bear the responsibility. Anyway, ordinary people could not enter, so there was no sense of accomplishment. Chapter 1769. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. It was not easy for Brother Yi to participate in the imperial court as the appeasing ambassador. He wanted to let Brother Yi experience this feeling. In the end, he had to mention something about golden wheat fields. His position as the emperor seemed to be quite meaningless. Brother Yi did not care for the throne that countless people fought for. There will be a performance soon. I asked the people from the pear garden to stay far away. It will be too loud and affect the conversation. Li Longji briefly explained the process. He knew that Li Yi did not want to watch the performance. There will be a performance at night. There will be fireworks in the entire capital. I believe that in a few years, the entire Tang dynasty will have fireworks, but the government will have to take care of it. Private people are not allowed to set them off, and they are not allowed to make them. Choose a place, and when the people celebrate, they will watch the government. Otherwise, they will blow up someone's house and set it on fire. Good things will turn bad. Li Yi did not like to watch performances. He had seen too many of them and was numb to them. He did not come today. In Zhuangzi, he could rest, read medical books, surgery videos, and write textbooks. He had not done anything since the morning, and his legs were still sore. Dr. Li, can Tubo buy fireworks? Chi Dai Pearl had never seen fireworks before. He had only seen the description in the newspaper. The only thing he understood about fireworks was that they were sky-piercing monkeys, explosive packs, and guns. When you go back next year, I will give you a batch. Li Yi became generous, as if he did not care about the outflow. Chi Dai Pearl's eyes were filled with suspicion. Dr. Li, are you not worried that Tubo will use fireworks as weapons? Fireworks are fireworks, and firearms are firearms. These things are gradually being upgraded. For example, the detonator I use. If a place cannot produce it itself and only relies on weapons bought or given from outside, it will not be able to beat the place where it is produced. In the past, there was not much gunpowder. When there is more next year, I will give you fireworks. You can bring them back and set them off. Li Yi was not worried that Tubo would use fireworks to make explosive packs. Tubo did not know how to do that at all. It was not as simple as pouring out the gunpowder of fireworks and wrapping it together. The ratio of gunpowder and gunpowder was different. If Tubo with fireworks could develop sky-piercing monkeys, explosive packs, and guns for war, how good would Tubo's craftsmen be? With such craftsmen, how could they be doing so badly? When we go back, Princess Jincheng's craftsmen will no longer be used by you. Good, this is good. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. He was happy because there were fireworks, but he was sad because people didn't care anymore. The singing and dancing began far away from the top of the stairs, for those with lower ranks to see. Li Yi drank beer and ate food. He mainly ate aniseed beans. One aniseed bean could be eaten for a minute. He kept it in his mouth first and chewed it when the flavor was almost gone. Fennel beans were not crispy, but they were tough. If they were crispy, they should be fried. If they were boiled and dried, they would be as hard as unexploded corn kernels. Water droplets appeared on the outside of the large bowl of ice beside him. They flowed down the bowl and onto the rag at the bottom of the bowl. The rag was made of linen, which was very different from a gunny sack. It was very thin and felt like an ordinary cotton cloth. Li Yi stretched out his finger and touched it. Li Longji said, usually, this kind of cloth is considered a tribute. This kind of fine linen cloth is, we have it in Azhou, as well as stone rollers and silver. Li Yi first thought of Azhou. In fact, Laizhou also had it, which was under the jurisdiction of Hunan Province in Shandong Province. Azhou. Will it be difficult for the local people to walk after the water receded? Li Longji said. He was worried about the people in Azhou. If it didn't rain and the water level gradually decreased, the subsequent reconstruction work would not be easy. Li Yi looked calm. He believed that the people of the Tang dynasty had absolute resilience. After the flood, the houses were full of mud. They slowly cleaned up the fields to see how many crops could be saved. It didn't take long for the people to return to their original life. Time to eat, time to eat, time to rest, time to eat. Li Longji and Li Yi thought of Azhou. The people were supporting the seedlings in the paddy fields. Except for the paddy fields, all the other fields were ruined. Many crops in the vegetable fields were soaked to death. The cucumbers and eggplants that were supposed to be green had turned yellow. There was no hurry to deal with these useless things. They drained the paddy fields, supported the seedlings, and fished out the sundries that were washed by the water. Azhou's Chongping warehouse was opened. Lu Jingdao recorded how much food was sent out and asked the Li family Zhuangzi for more later. The people finally seized the opportunity and ate as much as they could. They couldn't afford to owe others, but what they owed the Li family Zhuangzi, they could only owe Li Dongzhu. The boars that were castrated and raised to eat were slaughtered before the new year. The roosters that always fought with other roosters and couldn't win were killed. As for the sows, they were kept. It was written in the newspaper that the sows were not big and did not have a strong taste. The main reason was that the boars were not castrated and could not be called steroids. As for the fish, they were washed into the fields by the water. If they were alive, they were stewed. They were stewed for a long time until the bones were soft. When they were cold, they were taken out of the pot. The recruits brought horses to help with the work. They harnessed the horses and found a child or an old man who knew how to drive the horse. The recruits specifically looked for work that required strength, such as demolishing houses and moving beams. The people carried a thick piece of wood with a rope under it. One person stood in a row at each end and lifted it. The recruits went up and carried it. There was only one row of people and they carried it quickly. For them, carrying wood was a basic skill. When it came to eating, they could eat even more. The compressed biscuits they brought were distributed to the people and the salted vegetables were also distributed. There were no delicious salted vegetables, but there were freshly made ones. Li Longji's salt ship that came down the Yangtze River from Shu passed by and sold along the way. The price was very low. The recruits simply stopped a ship and emptied the salt without paying. The salt was good and clean. There was more in the stewed fish. The recruits didn't eat the other meat and gave it to the people. Because there was no other seasoning, the stewed fish was fishy. The recruits ate the fish and rice in big mouthfuls, they didn't stop at all. When they were 80% full, they wiped the sweat on their foreheads and ran back to work. Where's the shop that sells star anise and fennel? Where did the shopkeeper go? Ask him to take out the things. We'll buy them. The fish is too fishy. I guess he's waiting for it to stabilize before selling it at a high price. We won't buy anything from him in the future. What's your surname? Me. His name is Mi Monsong. He should be selling grain. His Majesty's soldiers are like iron. It's said that Li Dongzhu recruited them. Li Dongzhu personally taught them how to train on the top of Mount Taibai. I also heard that the top of Mount Taibai is higher than the Red-White Palace in Tubo. If they get used to Mount Taibai, they will have no problem fighting in Tubo. With such strong soldiers, the Tang dynasty will be stable and not afraid of war. When our days are better, we will be like the people of the capital government and donate money no matter who we fight. We should find Mi Monsong's house and rob him. At this time, he is still thinking about his own things. The people were not used to eating fish. The fish was not cleaned well and they didn't add seasoning. They couldn't eat it when it was cold. Mi Monsang, who was scolded by them, was accepting an invitation to eat with Lu Jingdao. Shopkeeper Mi, is the fish delicious? Lu Jingdao smacked his lips. He ate the fish without even adding onion sauce. He felt that it was fishy, but he could bear it. Just add some vinegar and star anise. Mi Monsang could eat it too. Shopkeeper Mi, someone reported that you were selling fake goods. I don't know if I should write a memorial and send it to Chang'an so that the chancellors can distinguish the real from the fake. Lu Jingdao drank another mouthful of cold water. The fishy smell made him squint his eyes. Chapter 1770. Mi Monsang stopped what he was doing and started to sweat profusely. The crime of selling fake goods was too big and he felt that he couldn't shoulder it. Provincial Governor Lu, how is that possible? Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to sell fake goods. Mi Monsang didn't dare to wipe his sweat. I have the same thoughts as you, which is why I wrote a memorial to trouble the chancellors. Lu Jingdao said with an empathetic expression. It's just a small matter, why bother the chancellors? Mi Monsang was sweating even more. If we don't look for the chancellors, how will we know if it's real or fake? The chancellors have money, so we can check it out. Lu Jingdao said as he ate another mouthful of fish. We are in a flood, so how can we use money? I will take out the seasonings from the shop and let everyone taste it. Then we will know if it's real or fake. Mi Monsang wanted to cry. Previously, someone from the provincial government approached him and asked him to sell it at a fair price. He didn't agree and wanted to find a chance to earn more money. Now, it wasn't a matter of selling it at a fair price. He had to worry about giving it to others. How can the commoners have time to taste it? The commoners are busy working and they don't have money to hire servants. Lu Jingdao said as he continued to eat his fish. Provincial Governor Lu, my family has money. I will take out 10 coins, no, 20 coins to get someone to taste it for me. Mi Monsang's lips trembled as he spoke. He was sweating and his heart was in pain. Fine, I will make the decision. Ah. Don't worry. Lu Jingdao said as he closed his eyes. Provincial Governor Lu, I will make the arrangements now. Mi Monsang bowed and left. Lu Jingdao turned to look at the room beside him. Manager Wang, Manager Li, Manager Lu, Manager Fang, have you rested well? Come out and eat. In the other room, there was a group of merchants like Mi Monsang who weren't willing to sell things at a fair price. Just now, they were invited in for tea and heard the conversation between the two. The group of people knew that they couldn't earn money and they had to pay for it. It was useless to complain now. Even if they met the emperor, what could they do? The emperor sent people to investigate and found that they didn't sell fake goods. They were wronged. Oh. Are you planning to make money from a disaster? Fine. I will make the decision for you. Provincial Governor Lu, we just discussed and found that the things in the shop are not good. We would like to spend 20 coins to hire someone to check them. Someone came out first and said with a bitter face. Just now, shopkeeper Mi has already spent money to hire people. We don't have enough manpower, you can hire more later. 30 liang, it's 30 liang. Another merchant quickly added. Fine, I can't wrong you guys. Why don't you eat before you leave? This fish. Provincial Governor Lu, we aren't hungry. Our hearts are burning and we just want to settle this matter quickly. The third person shook his head repeatedly. In that case, I'll see you off. Lu Jingdao cupped his fists. A group of people ran out, followed by the bailiffs from the state capital. Didn't they agree to donate everything? Don't even think about keeping anything for yourself. A bunch of bastards who refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Humph. Lu Jingdao didn't think he had done anything wrong. The state government and the people help to move the items from the shops up the mountain. Turning around, when everyone needs it, you won't sell it at a fair price. It's not like you don't earn money. When the commoners riot, the first to be robbed would be you. Not to mention money, they wouldn't even leave you with your lives. After grumbling to himself, Lu Zhengdao picked up his chopsticks and looked at the fish. Men, take this and stew it again. Add in some green onions and ginger. Bring me the egg sauce and I'll eat. The subordinate left with the fish and came back not long later with a bowl of black bean sauce. Provincial governor, the egg sauce is gone. There's no more eggs. This is the sauce that's been fried. There's also a salted goose egg. He then took out a large goose egg from his sleeves and placed it on the table. The goose egg rolled around as he looked for a place to sit. Another person ran over and handed him a handful of green onions. Provincial governor, dip this in the sauce and eat it. Lu Zhengdao snatched the goose egg and smashed it open. Let's go and eat. He dug into the goose egg with his chopsticks. The egg was yellow, and the oil came out. The newspapers indeed teach you everything. If you use more salt and mud to wrap the egg, the oil will come out. If there's distiller's grains, the oil will come out faster. Lu Zhengdao took a bite of the egg yolk. It was fragrant. He then took another bite of the egg white. It was salty and had been marinated for a long time. Luckily, the yolk didn't change. If it had been marinated for a while, the oil would have disappeared and the yolk would have hardened. He got up and looked for a ladle. He poured the rice into the ladle and filtered it with cold water. He left some water and scooped it into his mouth. This time, he could eat the entire salted goose egg. Otherwise, if he opened it and the weather was hot, it would stink. If he had known that it was so salty, he would have asked someone to cut it in half and give half to others. Provincial Governor Lu, can you eat such a big egg? Quick, dig it out and share it with me. The leader of the soldiers, Fu Jiesheng, came over. He was bare-chested. His body was covered with scars from previous battles and training. Some of them were thick and some were white. He had a crew cut and did not look awkward. The muscles at the back of his neck bulged slightly, but they were not high. Battles required explosive power. If one wanted to train their muscles, explosive power was not enough. There was no need to train their resistance. If everyone had weapons, how could they resist? General Fu is here. Take a seat. I'll ask someone to cook 2 dishes. Lu Zhengdao stood up. I'm not cooking. The weather is hot. There's water and rice. Bring more. Fu Jiesheng looked for a rice bowl and made his own water and rice. He put a big plate of rice into Lu Zhengdao's bowl. The rest was all for himself. He grabbed a green onion and dug it into the sauce. He chewed it and used his chopsticks to dig into the rice bowl. A few bites were equivalent to a bowl of rice. He wiped his mouth and said, "It's delicious. It's much better than eating grass roots from the snow during training." Ah! Grass roots? You are His Majesty's private army. His Majesty. Lu Zhengdao thought that the recruits were eating fish and meat every day. Yes, we can eat meat, but not during the limit training. The first batch of winged knights were sent to be our instructors. They were ruthless. What's more, they could do whatever they asked of us. Those days were tough, but now it's sweet. After experiencing it, the other difficulties are nothing in our eyes. It's a routine operation. Fu Jiesheng continued eating as he spoke. He snatched the goose egg and dug out half of it. Seeing Fu Jiesheng eating, Lu Zhengdao felt that he did not have enough rice. Why was he eating so happily? General Fu, what do you eat when you eat good food? Lu Zhengdao was curious. The best is braised pork, then double-cooked pork, then braised pork with preserved vegetables, and braised pork with pickled vegetables. If there are steamed buns, braised pork with pickled vegetables is the best. There's also soup. Fu Jiesheng chewed his rice as he spoke. His voice was a little muffled. That's not bad. Lu Xingdao admitted that His Majesty was rich. There's also fruit to eat. Li Dongzhu said that the lack of nutrition during training will leave a lasting illness. Sometimes, he even gives us medicine to drink. Fu Jiesheng ate half a bowl of rice in the time it took to speak and took a break. You eat so fast. Lu Xingdao thought that with such a big appetite, one should eat slowly and savor the taste. It was a blessing to be able to eat. Sometimes, it's very slow. I eat too fast. That's why Li Dongzhu gives us medicine and blood circulation. Otherwise, after a few years, our bodies won't be able to take it. Our backs will hurt, and our stomachs will hurt. Fu Jiesheng ate a bit of the salted goose egg. He was not in a hurry to swallow. He chewed it back and forth in his mouth, secreting saliva. Chapter 1771. With someone who could eat a lot in front of him, Lu Xingdao found that the food became more fragrant. After Fu Jiesheng rested, Lu Xingdao looked at his bowl. It was less than half full. He felt that he could eat another bowl. General Fu, how are our injured brothers? He was concerned about the 100 swimmers. They eat better than us. They have meat. The people say that eating more meat will make them gain more meat. They can do simple work while sitting in the sun. Fu Jiesheng had a look of disdain when he talked about the injured people. What about their injuries? Lu Xingdao didn't care about what Her Majesty's private army ate. Some people had a big piece of flesh missing from their feet. It looked scary. Li Dongzhu gave me some medicine. They didn't get infected. Governor Lu, you can go take a look later. Let's eat. Fu Jiesheng picked up the bowl and continued to eat. There was a flat area outside. Beside the 100 people, there was hemp thread and made sacks. They were eating white rice. In front of them was a big bowl of stewed pork and wild vegetables. There were less wild vegetables and more pork in the bowl. Beside the bowl were pickled vegetables. Their feet were not bandaged and were hung outside. The stewed vegetable soup was poured into the rice bowl with a few pieces of meat on top. They ate the pickled vegetables and ate from the other side of the rice bowl. The meat was always there. They ate quickly. Occasionally, they would look at the children beside them. They were all 4 or 5 years old. The younger children were taken care of by the older children. The older children worked with the others. The children ate small rice. They ate the same stewed pork and wild vegetables. The small pieces of meat had already been eaten by the children. The children were responsible for carrying things, such as sacks and hemp thread. A recruit ate 2 bowls of rice first. Finally, he ate the few pieces of meat on top. I'm done. There's a lot left. Little Pimple, change the bowl. I choked. Drink the soup. He changed the bowl and ate the child's soup. He gulped it down. Little Pimple looked at the meat in the bowl and glanced at the recruit. Your feet will recover slowly if you don't eat. I won't eat either. My mother will beat me if she knows. Didn't I eat the white rice? After the white rice, white meat will grow. Is the newly grown skin whiter than other places? The recruit reasoned. Yes. Look at me. My arm is broken. It's white. Little Pimple found nothing wrong. Yes. Hurry up and eat, I really can't eat anymore. The conscript moved the bowl closer to the little lump. Okay. The little Pimple happily reached out his chopsticks to add more meat. The other recruits ate one after another, using the same method. One by one, the children ate until they were full. They stuffed their stomachs and handed the clean bowls and chopsticks to others. Little Pimple, are you full? The old lady who was collecting the bowls asked. I'm stuffed. Uncle Bing doesn't eat much meat, so I'll just eat white rice. Since the wounds have grown white, I'll help you eat the meat, the little pimple answered seriously. The other children came forward one after another to present their gifts and prove that it was indeed the case. It's good that you're full. You'll grow stronger and stronger. You'll have more energy to work and pay more rent to the imperial court. The old lady did not blame the child. The people around them also had smiles on their faces. When the children ran back to help with the sacks, the old lady sighed, there's hope for the future. The people of the governor's office did not look forward as far as the people of Azhou. They were looking forward to nightfall. There would be fireworks in the evening. All the counties and towns were preparing their own programs. The winged knights ran to every village with fireworks. When the time was up, they would set off the fireworks. The banquet at Hanyuan Palace Hall was still going on. The people of the Fan Nation ate and drank to their heart's content. They usually lived frugally. They still had to work for others to earn money. Their own places could not provide for them. The Tuju's rear had already cut off their finances, not to mention the small tribes. A large group of people in Tubo still owed Li Yi money. The Honglu Temple would not be responsible for them eating and drinking. The Shatua tribe had a relatively better life. Zhuya Jinshan lived very comfortably. In addition, the Shi tribe and the king of Khitan stayed in Chang'an. They were doing business with the Tang dynasty. The officials who could not go to the Li family Zhuangzi usually took the opportunity to eat more. They could even bring food home at night. Bai Gu ate slowly and chatted. They had another meal at the Li family Zhuangzi in the evening. Li Longji imitated Li Yi's previous behavior. After a while, he ate aniseed beans and drank beer. Li Yi put the notebook on the table and started to work on the proposal. When he wanted to drink beer, he stood up and drank at the side. He did not dare to put it near the notebook. If the beer spilled, there would be no place to fix it. Who would complain about having more lifespan in exchange for a new one? Dongzhu, I have no electricity. A small robot ran to the bottom of the long stairs and shouted at Li Yi. I have it. Brother Yi, I will arrange it for you. Go, get the pedal generator and charge our little robot. Li Longji ran down the stairs and looked at the little robot with a smile. When the retired emperor lived in the palace, he used electric lights. Li Yi did not succeed in popularizing it. Like the methane pool, it was a failed project. It could only be used in a small area. The methane pool was only built by rich families. The other families continued to dig for feces. Li Dan ran to Li family Zhuangzi to live and did not come back. The electric lights stopped, and the manual power generation was also left here. It did not matter whether the current was stable or not. The robot's charging equipment would adjust itself. When the things were brought over, Li Yi helped to connect it online. Qing Song, Ge Yan, and the other eunuchs were ready. One of them went up and kicked wildly. Amen, a grape tree in front of me, on green land just sprouted. The little robot stood and hummed a song in boredom. Not long after, another little robot slipped out. Its head turned, and the light flickered. You charged it? I'll rely on you to charge it. Okay. The first little robot replied. The second robot stood next to it, and the wireless charging mode was turned on. Please let me help you, just like helping myself. The first robot changed a song. Go and bring a few more power generators. There are spare batteries on the yacht. Go and get them. Li Yi was worried that a few more would come in a while. The power generation was obviously not enough. And charging like this, a small robot would take more than 10 hours to charge. Qing Song and the others knew where the batteries were. They asked someone to go to the back and get on the horse to get them. Dongzhu, someone is talking about you. The two little robots spoke at the same time. Then, without waiting for Li Yi's instructions, they directly played it. That Li Yi is really too troublesome. He ran to Hanyuan Palace and did not care about the etiquette between a ruler and his minister. He made a great contribution. Young people like to play. It's not a big deal. When the people of the foreign countries see it, they will not say it. In their hearts, they will definitely laugh at our Tang dynasty for being rude. Who can control what other people think? Laugh at them. Under the weapons, can they still laugh? How is the Tang dynasty rude? It's as if they are polite. He is an official today. When he goes back, he will resign. If he wants to resign, he will resign. Where is the etiquette of our court? Why don't you impeach him? He is sitting up there, drinking with His Majesty. You impeach him in front of everyone and see how His Majesty will deal with it. Guanghua, are you with me? I drank too much ice. My stomach hurts. I can't get up. Forget it. Drink. You, go and get the wine. I'm talking about you. Why aren't you moving? Third brother, who is this? Li Yi asked Li Longji. Li Longji could not remember who it was, but Zhao Lifei next to him was pale. Chapter 1772. Zhao Lifei turned her head to look at her personal palace maid. The palace maid understood and wanted to go out. San Lang, the one who wanted to impeach Li Dongzhu just now, sounded like Zhao Lifei's elder brother, Xiao Changnu. Wu Jieyu suddenly said. Good. Good. Li Longji was expressionless. Third elder brother, let him go this time. Third brother has a good relationship with his brothers. In the future, Jin Er's brothers will also be harmonious. When Li Yi heard that it was Zhao Lifei's elder brother, which was also the uncle of the current crown prince, Li Ying, he decided not to punish him to death. After talking to Li Longji, Li Yi said to the little robots below, which one of you can make a trip? Go and deliver wine and tell the other party that Li thanks him for not impeaching. I'll go, I came later. I still have some battery. I'll go to number 9 to charge and come back. The second little robot said. Someone gave it the tray with the wine, and it turned around and left. Zhao Lifei couldn't care less about hating Wu Jieyu. She got up and toasted, thank you Li Dongzhu for being lenient. You're too polite. It's just a small matter. Everything will prosper if the family is harmonious. But I remember that he's a provincial governor outside. Since he's always thinking about His Majesty, why don't he also be an inspector? Mengli County is not bad. Li Yi took the wine and drank it in one gulp. He began to arrange a new official position for Zhao Changnu. The provincial governor had some real power, so he didn't give it to him. Li Dongzhu's words are very true. Zhao Lifei quickly agreed. She thought of Zhang Sun Xin. It was better to be a powerless official than to be a provincial governor. What if he died in the position of provincial governor? Li Longji's face was still ugly. The little robots were running around. Why didn't others say that Li Yi was smart, but you, Xiao Changnu, were smart? There was no trouble outside, but trouble came from the home wall. What do you want to do, Xiao Changnu? Destroy the foundation of my Tang dynasty? Do you think it's easy for me to live a relaxed life? Do I have to treat Brother Yi as a subject every time I see him? Are you jealous of me or Brother Yi? N? You think your nephew should be the crown prince, but the empress has a son? Li Longji thought of many things in an instant. He picked up the wine and drank. On the other side, Zhao Changnu was still reprimanding number 9, or rather, 09. I asked you to serve me wine, and you just stood there like a fool. Do you believe that I can throw you into the river with just one sentence? Is it okay if you don't make a sound? Let me tell you, people like you get beaten to death a lot. I'll give you one more chance. You, immediately, bring me some wine and a plate of cucumbers. The light above 009's head flashed back and forth, but it did not respond. It was a robot, so it followed the program. Although it was more intelligent, it did not respond to special situations. Servant Chong, let's drink. There's still wine left. The person beside him was Li Chaoyin, also known as Guangua. Guangua, don't say too much. Today, I'll teach it a lesson. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Zhao Changnu had no idea what a robot was. He was competing. His voice continued to come out from the first little robot that was charging. Li Yi continued to type, ignoring him. Zhao Lifei's expression changed again and again. She wanted to put righteousness before family. Demote Lifei to Jiayu. Li Longji only said one sentence. The group of people began to adjust their positions. Only Empress Wang did not move. She was the first. Qinxia thanks your majesty. Zhao Lifei thanked him with tears in her eyes. At this time, Li Yi did not speak. Princess Yongmu's mother, Lu Jiayu, was also a Jiayu. She did not give birth to a son, so her status was low. Like Li Longji's eldest son, Li Tsong, his mother was a concubine. She gave birth to a son and immediately gave him a concubine. The little robot kept playing. The voice changed, becoming the voice of another little robot. My Dongzhu said, I'll give you some wine. Thank you for not impeaching me. Drink. Crackle, crackle, rustle, 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 I went to the toilet. My stomach was not good just now. Li Chaoyin's voice was like this. Clearly, he ran away and did not dare to drink with them. Number 9, I'll stand beside you for a while. When there's enough electricity, I'll leave. The little robot's voice came out. The voice she used sounded cute, and so did the way she phrased her words. It was clearly something to be angry about, but when they heard the little robot say it, they could not help but want to laugh. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, save me. Somewhere in Hanyuan Palace, a person dashed over, attracting countless gazes. Zhao Changnu ran over. He was not yet 30 years old and was wearing the uniform of a provincial governor. Your Majesty, Li Yi wants to kill me. Your Majesty. Sister. Sister, why did you run over there? Zhao Changnu ran to the bottom of the steps. When he looked up, he realized that something was wrong. Why did his sister's position retreat? Bai Gu impeaches Zhao Changnu for being disrespectful. Bai Gu jumped out of nowhere, with a group of people behind him. We second the motion. Song Jing and the others spoke at the same time. After speaking, they turned and left. They did not say how the punishment would be, nor did they want to hear the result. Li Yi looked at Gao Lishir, but Gao Lishir looked elsewhere, not meeting Li Yi's gaze. Pass him down and flog him 20 times. Li Longji said in a low voice. Gao Lishir waved his hand, and a group of 16 guards went up, covering his mouth and lifting him up. Don't hit him too hard. If he hurts his muscles and bones, can I treat him? Li Yi added. Zhao Lifei was so moved that she was about to cry. Oh, now she was called Zhao Jieyu. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. Gao Lishir promised. Old Gao has done a lot of favors at once, third brother. Li Yi saw that Gao Lishir was personally supervising, so he said to Li Longji. Make him sick first, then save him. Li Longji's mood suddenly improved. He glanced at Zhao Lifei, then looked at the others, and asked Empress Wang, what does the Empress think? In a few days, I should promote some Jieyu to concubines. Empress Wang said innocently. Thank you, Empress. Lu Jieyu, Wu Jieyu, and Zhao Lifei, who had turned into Zhao Jieyu, thanked her. Zhao Lifei would be promoted later, and the others would also have a higher status. With her son, Empress Wang was confident that no one could shake her position. She would continue to stabilize the harem. The people who had been sitting near Zhao Changnu were all silent as they watched number 9 deliver things. They weren't stupid. They understood that these little things could pass on information. There's no food in front of you. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Number 9 walked in front of a person and said in a cute voice. You can arrange it, anything. The person's voice was trembling. Okay. It's hot, I'll get you cucumbers and watermelons. Number 9 turned and left. Thank you. Number 9 ran more than 10 meters away. The official shouted his thanks. He wasn't so polite before. Li Dongzhu is good. If it weren't for Li Dongzhu, how could the Tang dynasty be so prosperous? Li Dongzhu's medical books have saved countless lives. My second son's eyes weren't good. He thought he was going to go blind, but he put on glasses and said that as long as he didn't mess around, he would be fine. Li family Zhuangzi gave me food in the early part of the year. My father ate it and felt 10 years younger. A group of people began to mention Li Yi. They were all praising him. The closer the machine was, the louder their voices became. Chapter 1773. They had been eating together since the beginning. It was a family feast. He had seen everything from the morning until now. Therefore, he once again located Li Yi and knew the weight of the bloody fingerprint on the letter Li Yi wrote to Nu. When the ceremony was held, Li Yi could join in as he pleased. When others spoke ill of Li Yi, Gao Lisher would spread the news, and anyone with enough status would stand on Li Yi's side. When Li Yi said to keep them, they kept them. When he said not to beat them too hard, they only suffered superficial injuries. In Hanyuan Palace, it was not Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi sat beside His Majesty as usual. What kind of status was this? It had nothing to do with favor. Brother Yi, what are you doing there? Li Longji saw Li Yi chattering for a while before eating a fennel bean and drinking beer. He was very curious. There was a small flood in the west of Jiangnan. I arranged for people to go over and divide the counties. One county has one administration, one region has one law, one river has many divisions, and one lake has jurisdiction. I am doing a small modular design, just like Xianyang County and Xinfeng County in the capital's Ji County. Xianyang is in the northwest, Xinfeng is in the northeast. One is connected to the Wei River by the Feng River, and the other is connected to the Wei River by the Chao Canal. They are both close to the river, and the altitude is about the same, but can they develop in the same way? Li Yi gave an example. Xinfeng County was not far from Xianyang County, and it was about the same distance from Chang'an. It was the same position as the two horns of a cow, and it was in the Guanzhong Plain. Li Longji's mind appeared maps and data. They raise pigs, and there are many ducks and geese in Xianyang. Xinfeng mainly focuses on the tertiary industry, and the Chao Canal needs manpower. In Xianyang, there is an industry of buying fur and dried meat, and Xinfeng craftsmen repairing ships. The two are quite close, and their development is similar, but there are also differences. Brother Yi, you want to list out many small details, see which one is suitable, and then piece the details together. A few years ago, Li Longji could not say these words even if he wanted to break his head. At this moment, he was very natural. Every place in the capital office had its own unique characteristics, including the prefectures further north. It could supplement, combine, monopolize, rely on, have the same structure, and be divided into two parts. It was one strategy for each place, one decision for each village, one path for each river, and one core for each mountain. The operation was so detailed that it couldn't be any more detailed. However, Brother E still needs to be supplemented and corrected. Right now, they should be putting together building blocks. There was a huge pile of building blocks. Brother E was making building blocks to find the most suitable one. Third elder brother is indeed amazing. Currently, this was the only mode that could be created. In the future, there would be regional modules. For example, all the modules in the capital office seemed reasonable. Once the Haizhou Railway was completed, there would be modules in Haizhou and Hunan along the way. When it comes to the capital office, the original module won't work and has to be changed. This is called water is impermanent, while soldiers are impermanent, Li Longji added. Yes. Li Yi nodded vigorously at Li Longji. The pill of Chiba Pearl, who had been listening the whole time, he found that he could understand every word, but when they were put together, he didn't understand what they were saying. Li Yi was much better than his Daluan Chili Su. The emperor of the Tang dynasty was much better than him. The pill of Chiba Pearl took a deep breath and turned to ask his wife, Nu, can you understand? Princess Jincheng slowly shook her head and looked at Princess Yongmu. Yuan, do you know? Yes, yes. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips, and two small dimples appeared. Not only her, but many people around them also understood, including the palace maids and eunuchs. Unless one was an idiot, how could they not understand after interacting with it every day? The pill of Chiba Pearl was disappointed again. He found that the gap between Tubo and the Tang dynasty was getting bigger and bigger. Can I learn it? The pill of Chiba Pearl asked nervously. He thought that this kind of knowledge should not be taught to outsiders. Learn it. It's not difficult. Princess Yongmu agreed. It was indeed simple. What is a block? The pill of Chiba Pearl continued to ask. A block is a piece of land that can be planted and raised. Why? Can you not plant and not raise it? Can you change it to other kinds of planting and raising? Besides planting and raising, what else can you do? Princess Yongmu introduced the framework. When it came to the specifics, she was also confused. It involved countless combinations. Can I learn it? The pill of Chiba Pearl wanted to know the specifics. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will eventually gain something. Princess Yongmu did not want to be too discouraging, so her words were more tactful. The pill of Chiba Pearl picked up the wine, toasted from a distance, and drank it. He understood that he couldn't learn it because even Princess Yongmu couldn't. On the other hand, it proved why Li Yi's status was high. He did not even understand the blocks, so how could he know the things in the blocks? Li Longji did not think too much. He could learn it because he had been with Li Yi for too long. This chart represents the riverbank industry model, which belongs to the small lake combined water system. Li Longji was not interested in singing and dancing, so he stared at the chart. Yes, it includes part of the wetlands. There are swamps inside, and filling it requires a lot of soil and manpower. It is difficult to achieve the goal in a short time. Wetlands are a necessary habitat for birds, especially migratory birds, such as geese, swans, and sand ducks. At the right time, we will use suitable methods and tools to collect silt. The organic fertilizer in the silt is the best. Li Yi explained more in-depth knowledge to Li Longji based on the chart on the screen. Building ponds to raise turtles and fish, planting forests to attract birds, grazing to attract wild animals, and selecting talents for the imperial examination. Li Longji still understood. Under normal circumstances, if he did not go through the imperial examination, he would be recommended by someone of high status to write an essay. After he read it and felt that it was good, he would meet them and ask them to write an essay on propositions. It was not good with Brother Yi. Brother Yi always had ideas. Writing essays every day. Brother Yi was very busy, how could he have the time? As for Zhao Changnu and the others, let alone one, even if there were 100 of them who disrespected Brother Yi, they would be killed or sent to line up the cannon. Third brother, there is still a competition tonight. Can we leave now? Li Yi did not want to stay. It was not as comfortable as home. Hanyuan Palace was warm in winter, and there was a fire tunnel below. The summer sun shone on the bluestone floor. Sitting in a cool place, the heat still hit their faces. Zhuangzi Palace had many small canals, and there was an air conditioner and fan in the house. He did not want to turn on the air conditioner. There was a swimming pool, so he could wear pants and jump in. It was cooler. Give me something and we will leave. Li Longji did not want to continue wasting time. He was waiting for Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher was walking back. After the fight, that person. Oh, Zhao Changnu went back to recuperate. Gao Lisher returned, Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu, I did not hit him too hard. The weather is hot, and even the flesh wounds are difficult to endure. I hit him on the buttocks. There are 4 big boils on his buttocks, 2 on each side. When we hit him, we used some skill to squeeze the boils out. He has to thank me. I gave him the medicine, at most 5 days. He squeezed the boils out of the pus and blood. 3 days should be enough. Thank you, General Gao. Zhao Lifei stood up again to thank him. Gao Lisher had made it clear that he was not beating him, but helping to squeeze the boils out. Normally, she would not dare to squeeze as it was too painful. If she found someone to squeeze, she would be anxious. Now that she was beaten, who would be anxious? If she dared to be anxious, not to mention 20 beatings, 10 beatings would cause internal injuries. She would die in 3 days. Chapter 1774. Li Dongzhu. Zhao Lifei bowed to Li Yi again. Lifei, you're too serious. Li Yi still addressed her as Lifei. Sister-in-law said that everyone would be promoted in a few days. Li Yi paused for a moment, he won't recover in 3 days. Don't eat spicy food. Stop eating onions, ginger, and garlic. As for meat, eat fish and duck meat. Qingdai, come and talk to Lifei. Li Yi found it troublesome again. Lifei was wiping her tears. Master, I'm here. Junior, follow me. Don't wander around. This is the imperial city. If you wander into the wrong place, you won't be able to say anything. The little girl jumped out from the corner of the house next door. Behind her was Li Fuquan. I know, senior. It's my fault. Li Fuquan was apologetic. Qingdai, you can bully your junior. Take him for a stroll and push him out later. Your concubine Zhao Lifei's older brother was beaten. When he was beaten, he found 4 boils on his butt. He helped to squeeze them out with a stick. What do you want to eat? Tell your Lifei to recover quickly. I've arranged a job for him in Mengmin County. Li Yi didn't believe that his second disciple, Li Fuquan, would dare to run around with his eldest disciple. The second disciple didn't have an official position. The little girl was a servant of the empress. Where couldn't she go? Hello, Lifei. Why was that uncle beaten? Is there any resentment in his heart? The little girl was very serious. A person's emotions were also very important. He wants to impeach your master and speak ill of him. Wu Jieyu didn't give her any face. Anyway, she also had a son. Oh. The little girl's eyes lit up. Qingdai, treat him properly. This is Li Lang's intention. Otherwise, he will be beaten to death. Princess Yongmu was afraid that the little girl would do something bad and reminded her. Master, you're too soft-hearted, right? The little girl had no choice but to listen to her master's words. If master doesn't want to kill, then treat him seriously. If master wants to kill, I can do it. Li Fuquan was sensible. All right. Don't eat spicy food. It's best to eat fish and duck meat. Concubine Zhao's elder brother was supposed to be abstinent. Presumably, his status was high and it would be easy for him to find women. If the punishment from the rod was not heavy, he could walk normally and wear a robe. Even if it hurt, he would still have to walk. Otherwise, he would recover slowly. Lotus seed porridge, watermelon, and cantaloupe. Don't eat lychees, but you must eat eggs. When you sleep. The little girl said as she pulled Zhao Lifei to the side, taking her junior martial brother with her. In a while, she would personally go and take his pulse. In case there were other symptoms, she could not write the prescription before seeing the patient. Since she could not cheat him, she could only do her duty as a doctor. She could not lose her professional ethics. About a quarter of an hour later, Gao Lisher squatted next to the charging little robot. His Majesty has bestowed 10,000 caddies of beer to thank you for your hard work. Voices came from the other small robots, and that was the end of it. Those who did not drink enough continued to chat and drink. There was no such thing as drunkenness. Once someone became arrogant due to drunkenness, someone from the 16th Guard would be able to control them in time. In reality, there really wasn't. Those who could participate in the imperial court still had this bit of self-control. Just like when Li Yi was in the Great Hall, there were people who drank too much and went crazy. Li Longji and the others began to retreat. They did not accompany them and went back to rest. They walked from the back. If others wanted to drink, they could continue to drink until tomorrow morning. The small robots were taken away together. They had to be charged and then wandered around Zhuangzi. I didn't drink too much. Don't need to help me. A small robot made a sound when Li Yi picked it up. It was almost 70 caddies and was quite heavy. I know. Your program is wrong. I'll reformat you later and restore you to your factory settings. Li Yi carried the small robot over the steps and said to it. Dongzhu, I'm suddenly all better. The light on the small robot's head flashed. Since the Li family built the new Bahui Bridge in Zhuangzi, the distance from Chang'an City to Zhuangzi had indeed shortened by a lot. Everyone entered Zhuangzi and immediately returned to their homes. The home was cool and refreshing. The batteries changed from the small robots were all charged together. Li Yi sat in front of the computer in a daze. He did not think about Zhao Changnu's matter. It was the same in every era and could not be eliminated. He was thinking about how to position himself and what social class he was in. I should belong to the think tank, but I feel that I am a level higher than the ancient people. I don't have the idea of leaving my name in history. Is this right? Yes. Li Yi thought about it and was sure of himself. He did not doubt himself. He knew that people defeated themselves because they were not confident. Many leaders of countries were actually paranoid. The next step is to wait for winter to come. When the people in Tubo check their bodies, many of them actually have parasites. There are probably many from the Tang dynasty. In the medical books, Li Yi was thinking about how to deal with the Turks further in winter. In winter, there was not such tall grass. It was easier to find targets when it was snowy. When he thought of winter, he thought of Tubo. He thought about the environment and food in Tubo, as well as India, which was over the mountains. India had the Ganges River. He thought of the parasites that were found when he checked his body. There were parasites outside and inside the body. There were parasites on yaks and other animals. In the Tang dynasty, the people in the big towns and the rich followed the rules written in the newspapers. They boiled the river water when they drank it and did not eat meat that was not fully cooked. Li Yi was thinking about whether he should make a large number of drugs to fight parasites or continue to ask the local medical hall and pharmacy to deal with it. It was a systemic problem. If the insecticides were not taken well, it would be dangerous. I have to talk to third brother. For the imperial examinations next year, put the commonly used prescriptions into the examination. Especially the parasites. Force the scholars to learn. Li Yi muttered and got up. He wanted to look for Li Longji. Master, junior brother and I are back. Master, you don't know, but the person who gave the punishment was very powerful. The girl dragged Li Fuquan into the house. She had gone to see Zhao Changnu. How is his injury? Li Yi was curious. He had never seen anyone beaten before. 20 beatings. I can see 16 marks. The marks on the edge of the boards are on the buttocks. They pushed the blood under the skin from several directions. The place where the boils were hit should have been hit by 2 sticks at the same time. Then the front edge of the other stick, along the place where the 2 boards were squeezed together, spurted out the boils. They were not fully cooked boils, but they still came out. When I went there, someone was helping to squeeze the blood. When it was squeezed, Zhao Changnu shouted. Then he hummed and said it was comfortable. The girl told him what she had observed. It was inconvenient for men to look at women's buttocks, but she did not find anything wrong with men's buttocks. Oh. Li Yi thought about the situation and asked, how many days will it take for him to recover? Half a month. The boils were too big. There was a hole, and it had to be scabbed over. The first 2 times, it was removed to squeeze the pus and blood. The girl judged from Zhao Changnu's actual situation. The actual situation was that it was impossible for her master to take him to Zhuangzi for treatment. He could only recuperate at home. If it was Zhuangzi, the same injury would take at most 5 days. Looking at junior brother's wound from the snake bite, it was more serious than being beaten. Chapter 1775. Finished writing the prescription. Li Yi rubbed his eldest disciple's head. It was finally his turn to rub someone else's head. Rub the wound with alcohol, don't bandage it. The prescription is to clear away heat. The swelling is not high. Shifu, why are you merciful? In the eyes of the little girl now, Zhao Changnu's little wound was nothing. Qi Dai Zhu Dan is here, Zhao Lifei is also here. Wu Jieyu played dirty. The people of Zongjing Temple did not speak. The officials want to know today's situation. Li Yi explained to the 2 disciples. The disciples were smart, especially Li Fuquan. He was an orphan and lost his family at a young age. He could not remember what his family looked like. He had the deepest understanding of survival. The 2 of them would definitely be able to understand him. It was easy to kill someone, but Qi Dai Zhu Dan would think it was a show. Zhao Lifei held a grudge. She would be killed as well, including her son and father. Wu Jieyu was used to it. She had to understand that her thoughts were useless in front of him. The power of Zongjing Temple could not be taken away unless the people of Zongjing Temple said to kill. The civil and military officials came to join in the fun. They understood his actions. If he killed, they would hide in the future. Li Yi told this to his disciple. The most important thing was eavesdropping. If he wrote a letter and left his handwriting and print, he had to be killed. Zhao Changnu did not have the guts to complain in private. Li Tsong, Li Tan, had a scar on his face and could not be the crown prince. The most qualified person to be the crown prince is Li Tsong, Zhao Changnu's nephew. I am not willing to call him the crown prince. Today, Zhao Changnu was killed. In the future, there will be more false accusations. The officials will not dare to speak. Li Yi's words were important. He did not want to see false accusations and framing. What about Grandpa Bai and the others? I heard that they wanted to take care of Zhao Changnu together. The little girl was eager to learn. She wanted to know everything. It was General Gao who helped. I cannot speak directly about this. Third brother cannot speak either. The Zongjing Temple chief had not reacted and stood far away from them. One person from Old Bai's group could have come out. All of them came out to show that they had no other thoughts. By the way, I owe them a favor. This favor is not easy to repay. They can't repay me. I owe General Gao another favor. Old Bai and the others also owe General Gao a favor. Including Zhao Lifei. If Zai Fu doesn't show up and third brother is the last to speak, I won't be able to say anything. Li Yi taught his disciples. The grudges involved were not honorable, but it was the way to survive. Thank you, Master. The two children said at the same time. N. Li Yi agreed. He was the master, passing on the Tao, imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts. Not only did he have to teach them mathematics, language, medicine, physics, chemistry, and other knowledge, but he also had to teach them how to deal with people and how to scheme. However, don't let your disciples' heart be filled with darkness. Even if you are in the middle of the night, you must have light in your heart. Are you tired? Li Yi got up and was about to leave. We're not tired. The two of them answered at the same time. Let's go. I have something to tell third brother. I mentioned before that you have to be included in the imperial examinations next year. Li Yi stretched out his hand and pulled his two disciples to find Li Longji. Li Longji was receiving a massage. He was tired from sitting for so long. He was lying on the bed. Empress Wang jumped on his back and stepped on it. Pain, her hands hurt. Li Longji's body now had a lot of muscles. Empress Wang had fingernails and knuckles. She might as well step on it. Empress Wang did not need to hold on to the bar. It was as if she was dancing, maintaining her balance. San Lang, I see that your willpower is low. How can you be a Zhangpu when you go back? Empress Wang said as she stepped on him. He wants to learn Brother Yi's methods. He is unconvinced, but it will get better after a long time. He will get used to it. There is only one Brother Yi in the world. No matter how arrogant a person is, they will have to lower their head in front of Brother Yi. He. Ugh. Li Longji mentioned Yao Chong. In order to compete, Yao Chong built a workshop and selected the best craftsmen. Later, all the craftsmen ran to the Li family Zhuangzi and lived a happy life. He smiled when he thought about it. Empress Wang stepped on his back where his lungs were. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu is here. Gao Lishir said from outside. Okay, put on your clothes and go to the front hall. Li Longji did not care about the rest of the steps. He waited for Empress Wang to jump down. He moved around and put on loose clothes. It was just a vest, trousers, and slippers. It was comfortable. When the two of them went to the front hall, Li Yi was eating watermelon with his disciple. The palace maids and eunuchs used small tweezers to pick out the seeds of the watermelon. The watermelon was placed in the well. When it rained, the watermelon was not very sweet. But when it was placed in the well, the sweetness did not change. Third brother, sister-in-law. Li Yi stood up. Sit. Just now, your sister-in-law stepped on my back. I sat in the hall for so long. It's sour. Li Longji did not avoid the topic at all. He talked about the matter of Hanyuan Palace. Their relationship was confirmed. Even in the imperial court, Brother Yi could call him third brother. When it came to serious business, he could call him Your Majesty. In the imperial court. He could call him third brother. In the future, if Brother Yi was bored and wanted to go to the imperial court, he could go. When it came to the imperial court, there was no need to go to the imperial court. Third brother, I just thought about the lack of local doctors again. Let's give the order now. For next year's imperial examination and medical exam, I will specially list the questions. They are all basic. Li Yi did not sit anymore. He walked around the hall. Uncle, what are the main factors? Empress Wang brought over a plate of watermelon and placed it on the table. Parasites, typhoid, trauma, fractures, etc. The use of parasites depends on weight and age. The people who came back from Tubo took the insecticide and it took several days to clean up. Some people even need more than a month to change the medicine continuously. Li Yi valued parasites. The Tang dynasty needed people. As for typhoid, which was the deadly flu, everyone did not move much. It was impossible to infect an entire prefecture. Yes, according to the records in the book, if Princess Wenqing did not catch smallpox at that time, it would be a different scene. When Empress Wang talked about Tufan, she sighed with emotion as she learned about it through internal knowledge. Inoculation. Anyway, you have all been inoculated. Let's not talk about smallpox first, let's talk about. Li Yi inoculated all the people around him with smallpox. He was in Zhuangzi, so he was not afraid of problems during the inoculation. He had already accumulated a lot of vaccines and stored them. It turned out that he wanted to wait for a place to suddenly have a smallpox outbreak and then use the newspaper to publicize the inoculation. At this moment, he thought it through. With his current status, he would inoculate those who believed in him. Master, you said to leave a mark. If you can't leave a mark, you just have to do it. It can be like burning incense for His Majesty and you to seek immortality. Li Fuquan suddenly said. He considered the problem from his point of view. Ever since he learned pinyin from the newspaper, he always felt that Li Yi was his benefactor. When he came to Lantian County, he wanted to get in touch with him. He did not expect to get in touch with him under such circumstances. Now, in the capital, every place, every square, find an inoculation place. Just like in Zhuangzi, especially the women. Li Yi agreed. The smallpox vaccine had a shelf life. The previous ones must be eliminated. Chapter 1776. After the two matters were settled, medicine would be added to the imperial examinations next year. Smallpox vaccination would begin in the capital. Brother Yi, I heard you say before that people will die. Li Longji moved his shoulders and asked. Third brother, did you not relax when you were stepping on my back? Li Yi noticed that Li Longji had done this several times. After the massage, especially the acupuncture points, he had to hit them once. Otherwise, the place he pressed would feel uncomfortable. It was like cupping, he had to roll it with the pot or rub it with his hands. Junior brother, come here and learn from me. It's okay if you use all your strength. We don't have much strength. The little girl dragged Li Fuquan and ran behind Li Longji. She pulled a stool from the side. Li Longji understood. He changed from the chair to the stool and bent forward. The two children began to use their small fists to punch. Li Longji looked satisfied. These two children were different. They were prodigies. Taking the boy exam was blasphemy. People talked about ministers and divination. The things in the boy exam were like child's play to these two children. If it was someone else, they would have pushed their child to take the exam. Unfortunately, Brother Yi's disciple did not need to be famous. It was time for him to learn. After becoming famous and passing the boy exam, he still needed to learn. Who would he learn from? It was a circle and back to the starting point. If he passed the boy exam, he would be given an official position. Wouldn't he be able to get an official position whenever he wanted? Brother Yi, did Xiao Changnu really go to Taiga County? Like Zhangsun Xen? Li Longji enjoyed the massage and asked about the person who angered him. Taiga County was the county where Li Yi exchanged with Baigu a few years ago after he took out the Ma Anshan iron mine. Taiga County's iron ore grade was higher than Ma Anshan iron mine, but the production was too low. According to Li Yi's low production at that time, in the Tang dynasty, there was not much left now. In an open-pit mine, no matter what kind of metal or non-metal such as coal, Li Yi gave him one, it was enough to be mined for many years. Third brother, sister-in-law, today's situation is special. We can't kill him. Taowei County's profits were no less than Lantian County's. How much he could get would depend on his ability. It's best to let him stay with Zhangsun Xian for a few months. Otherwise, if he wants to directly take advantage of the situation in Guoping County, he won't be able to change the outcome of his death. Li Yi was worried that there were a lot of good things in Guoping County, and Zhao Chengnu's illness would act up and he would reap without sowing. Zhang Sun Xian had wanted to cause trouble at first, but after getting a piece of jade, he was happy. Zhang Sun Xian had 4 powerful aides. They gave her ideas. Now, the aides were all officials and had passed the imperial examinations. At that time, Zhang Sun Xian was on the brink of death. His aides were indeed powerful. They brought Zhang Sun Xian's wife over. His wife stabilized Zhang Sun Xian for the sake of the family. That's right. Empress Wang agreed. Don't lose sight of the big picture for the sake of small gains. Let him know how powerful you are. Yes, yes. That. Li Longji wanted to agree, but he suddenly snorted and turned his head away. Junior brother, you press this place. Left thumb is below, right thumb is above left thumb. Together, I am here. Without Li Longji saying anything, the little girl immediately understood what was going on from the trembling of Li Longji's back muscles and Li Longji's voice. Senior sister, is it the Feishu acupoint? Li Fuquan had just started to learn, so he knew the position immediately. Yes, press, use your strength. We don't have the strength. After pressing, draw a circle and put your body weight on it. Just now, you must have stepped on the back and didn't slow down. The surrounding area is still tight. Draw a big circle. Don't stand up behind your fingers. You will hurt yourself. The little girl commanded, and with the Feishu acupoint as the origin, the pressure spread to the surrounding area. Oh! Brother Yi, no wonder Long Zhe is angry. This disciple. Good, this. Yes. Li Longji was enjoying. Junior brother, go down, point by point, and spread out until you reach the stomach. Just this line. The little girl continued to command. What about the Sanjiao acupoint? Li Fuquan was eager to learn. Press the Sanjiao acupoint and the kidney acupoint below with your palm. Don't use your fingers. It is hot in the morning. If you sit for a long time, you will drink cold beer. It is easy to have problems. It is better to knead the dough. Later, we will hit it again. If your fingers are tired, you can change them. Pressing with your fingers and punching with your bare hands is the easiest way to hurt yourself. The little girl used Li Longji as a model to teach her junior brother. The masseuse must first protect himself. Li Longji did not care about being used as a test subject. Jiangnan West Road, do you lack living materials? Lingnan East Road and Jiangnan East Road have it. The first indica rice was planted in Jiangnan East Road, and then in Hunan East Road. Qianzhong Road can't make up for it, but there are many mountains in Qianzhong Road. The lives of the people in Qianzhong Road are not as good as those in Jiangnan West Road, but there is less land for farming. Most of them eat from the mountains. Reduce the rent of Qianzhong Road by half. Just say that there is a disaster and let the people relax. When my men arrive at Jiangnan West Road, they will deal with the problems in Qianzhong Road as well. A map appeared in Li Yi's mind. Qianzhong Road was the area around Guizhou. It was not as good as the current Guanyi Road and Longyu Road. In other words, it was Gansu. Li Yi considered reducing the burden of the people in Jiangnan West Road, but the people in Qianzhong Road could only watch. There were also mountain people in Qianzhong Road, but they did not return to their hometown. It was similar to Lingnan East Road's Guangzhou, Luzhou, and other places. The people in the surrounding area were enjoying the benefits of the Tang dynasty, but they could not enjoy them there. How would the people feel? The Tang dynasty did not lack those things. At most, they could buy them with money. All right. The little girl and her junior brother began to massage and relax. Li Longji was so comfortable that he wanted to sleep. Li Yi did not say anything. He waited for about 3 minutes before his 2 disciples stopped. They were sweating. Li Longji stretched his shoulders and sat back in his chair. Little brother Yi, what's the key to developing the mountain area? If we migrate, we won't be able to get to the top. It's difficult to exchange goods. It's better to come down from the mountains. If there's less farmland, we'll have to develop handicrafts. The status of craftsmen will have to change. Otherwise, no one will want to work. In the past, we didn't allow some people to participate in the imperial examinations because we wanted to protect the status of the aristocratic families. If we don't use it now, who will we protect? We don't care about anyone. If they're not convinced, we'll beat them into submission. Li Yi did not think about making the people in Guizhou rich. That was purely a joke. How could he not know the local situation after transmigrating? When he came back, would he be able to build roads? Would he be able to connect water and electricity? The policy in Guizhou was to migrate. It was the same for Gansu. The current Gansu was a strategic passage. Moreover, soil erosion was not that serious. The people there could grow rice and raise horses. Li Yi said that some areas in Guizhou were fine, but he could only reduce the rent for the other areas. There were also some areas in Jiangnan East Road, such as Fujian. The port was not a problem, but the best solution for the mountain area was to move there. Once there was a port, the people who moved there could serve the port. Whether it was the labor-intensive second industry or the port service of the third industry, they could all be solved. He would compare the situation of some of his eras. He never dared to think that he could solve the problem of the mountain area in Fujian in one go. If he had so much energy and money, why not deal with Hebei province first? Hebei province was a large plain. If Hebei province was developed, couldn't he just give the money to Jiangnan East Road's Fujian province? Chapter 1777. Songhai A laugh surging tides floating sinking following the waves, night fell. In summer, the sky turned dark late. It was not until 19:00 that the program began. A group of Li family Zhuangzi's guards sang and danced. Some of them were missing legs, some of them were missing arms, some of them were missing hands, some of them were blind in one eye, some of them were missing ears, they were wearing armor and holding swords. Some of them were sitting, some were standing, and some were on sentry duty. It was definitely not a humiliation to have them as backup dancers. Guozi led the people who were good at martial arts to be the lead dancers on the stage. The lights were shining, and the water screen had its own background. It was a desolate place. The performance was accompanied by fighting. Some people were fighting and were sent flying by a kick. They were really sent flying. They flew more than 20 meters away. For the stage effect, Li Yi exchanged for fiber rope. The actors were hanging ropes. He did not use steel wire. After all, they were exchanged once. The price was about the same. Of course, he chose the best. Only the poor would use steel wire. Princess Jincheng and the people in the team had never seen such a scene. They were instantly conquered. Some people were chasing and fighting. A group of people flew up one after another. They walked in the air. They did not dare to breathe loudly. There was only one word in their mind, peerless master. There were special records about monks and so on. They were treated as real. They knew about the chi beads, but they had never seen it. Today, they saw it. Songhai laughed and repeated it a few times. In the end, those people were basically dead. Only a few people were left. They sat on a small boat and drank. Someone said loudly, "The wind and clouds of the world come from our generation. Once we enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly." The imperial hegemony was chatting and laughing, but it was not better than being drunk in life. Holding sword, riding horse, wielding phantom rain. White bones like mountain birds flew away. Dust like the tide, people like the water. Only a few people in the Jianghu returned. The boat drifted away. The lights dimmed. It was over. Dead? Why do you want to die? He was actually able to understand some of the things that Li Yi had copied and pieced them together. Yuan, they died. Masters, many masters. Princess Jincheng frowned and asked Princess Yongmu. No. They are really powerful. Ah. You said fly. It's fake. Only my Li Lang can fly on a flying machine. Princess Yongmu suddenly reacted. Princess Jincheng didn't know the inside door. How did the fake one fly? It wasn't that Princess Jincheng didn't believe him, but she couldn't see where the fake one was. Princess Yongmu was very patient. Wired. A very, very thin wire. You can't see it from afar. As he spoke, a new group of people appeared on the stage. They were all children, and they began to perform. All kinds of lights in Zhuangzi were turned on. The searchlights in the sky swept back and forth, and the trees were also colored. Looking at this scene, if one said that it was an immortal palace, they would definitely believe it. The Tang dynasty is really good. Unfortunately, the army is also very powerful. Nagli, the follower with a pearl in his hand, showed an envious look. If he wanted to snatch something, he would snatch it from others before doing anything else. When Li Yi first started earning money, he spent it on the winged knights. Then, he delivered things to the soldiers at the border and made explosives. When the winged knights formed an army and the number of firearms was enough, he began to enjoy it. When he came up, he first turned Zhuangzi into what it is now. He would have been swallowed up with his bones. Bo Qiao had always been in the Tang dynasty. He had the most right to speak. He said that the Li family Zhuangzi was not like this at the beginning. Li desperately sent out things and all kinds of new farming tools. In this way, he kept his position. Others couldn't touch him and counted on him to continue to take things. Later, when he left Heavenly Earth and helped the Tang emperors raise soldiers, Li Yi didn't touch a penny at all. The promised dividends were not only used on the winged knights, but also a lot of money. Gradually, it became the current situation. Even so, he was still as timid as a mouse. He went out with a large group of guards. Outsiders were all searched and even arranged to take a bath. Look at me, there are still people watching me. Oh. Nagilai was very regretful. He didn't expect that Li Yi, who was so arrogant in Hanyuan Palace, was cautious to this extent. When he was in Tubo, he saw heavy machine guns and 2 other guns that had not been demonstrated. It was said that they were invincible within dozens of steps. Obviously, he had good weapons. Why was he so afraid of death? He looked at where Li Yi was. Li Yi seemed to feel something. He looked over and raised his beer cup to toast. Li Yi raised his cup, drank a mouthful of beer, and ate skewers. The fried lamb skewers were the leftovers of the mutton after cutting. In the future, the program will be performed every day to provide more entertainment for the people of Chang'an. It is enough to put a water screen in Zhuangzi. The people who sell snacks will increase their income. When the railway is built, the people of the capital won't see me for a while. Li Yi himself didn't like to watch programs, but he knew that the people couldn't work all day to build spiritual civilization. In the past, there were people who performed on stage, played movies in the open, and organized people to sing and dance. In this way, will it delay the people's work? Li Longji was afraid that everyone would be too engrossed in playing and not concentrate on work. No, especially the songs. They must be popular and have a strong rhythm. You can hum while you work. In addition, the loan for the clothes would continue. Everyone loves beauty. I am going to research a new series of clothes. Linen clothes will be worn on the outside and silk on the inside. Li Yi wanted to promote the people of the capital to pursue a better life. Currently, those who wear linen clothes will not wear silk. what if the people can't afford it? They will compete with each other and waste the family's wealth. Noble consort Lu had stayed among the people for a period of time and went into hiding. Silk and satin can be made. The linen clothes can be patched up. As long as you don't take off the outer clothes, who will know what the inside looks like? Li Yi had memories. In the past, he couldn't afford to wear white shirts. So, he purposely made white shirts with buttons in the front. The collar of the shirt was worn out and could be turned inside out. At that time, many families could make their own shirts. If the collar was not smooth, it could be ironed with an iron. This shirt was called fake collar shirt. The color was not all white. In winter, there were even woolen shirts. At the same time, woolen overcoats were popular in the north. It was cold in winter, and it was like a windbreaker. It was buried in the snow and washed with a stick. When the snow fell, it would bring the dust with it. The woolen overcoat could stand in the snow like a person. That's right. It is a waste of materials to make woolen blankets. It should be made into overcoats. In winter, it will be fashionable to wear it when it snows. Li Yi found a business opportunity in his memories. It was a business opportunity for the sheep farmers. At the same time, it could increase the number of people employed. Xiao Yi, do you have anything valuable? Bai Gu did not look at them just now. It was like he was immersed in the program. When Li Yi said this, he immediately asked with concern. I'm not the one selling it. I don't pay taxes. Li Yi first dispelled the other party's thoughts. Do I look like someone who cares about money? Bai Gu retorted with a regretful look. But others should pay taxes. It is considered a luxury tax. Ordinary people can't afford it. Li Yi added. Good, that's good. We have money again. Quick, don't be in a hurry to eat. You, draw the blueprint. Bai Gu rubbed his hands together and stared at Li Yi's eyes. Chapter 1778. Since Bai Gu had not succeeded, Li Yi would not plan anything now. For the past 2 days, he was very busy. He was busy checking the health of important people, playing with them and attending court meetings. He continued to eat. After finishing a skewer, he asked, do the participating commoners still lack food? Nominally, this is a gift from the Princess of Jincheng. Dongzhu is not lacking. I will arrange for people to keep an eye on it. Song De, who was eating a large piece of mutton, replied from behind. He did not eat the mutton as it was a waste of time. In the whole of Zhuangzi, after Li Yi, he was the most important person. If he were to be a provincial governor now, it would be a waste of his talent. Unless he was a truly capable provincial governor. When ordinary provincial governors were appointed, the people working for them would be the military officers, granaries, etc. It was similar to Li Yi's time when he was a governor. Movie stars would run for governor. When they became a governor and started to govern a province, what would they do? In Li Yi's country, it was not a province, but a province, a city, and a mayor. How many young mayors were there? They all started from the bottom and climbed up slowly. As time passed, the status of an official became higher and higher, including a county magistrate. After a few years, they would graduate and become village officials. Those who succeeded in killing their way to the top would be much more capable than the previous ones. How many other countries would spend decades playing around like this? As time passed, the country would become stronger. Li Yi was studying. He would take the imperial examinations and become a grand scholar. He would first be thrown into the village and become the assistant of the village chief. After that, he would enter the county and become a county lieutenant, deputy county deputy, official registrar. After a few years, he would be familiar with everything. If he performed well, he would become a county magistrate. There was no position in the capital. 10 years later, this bunch of grand scholars would become military officers and would do any kind of work. There would still be no position for them to become provincial governors. At that time, the Li family Zhuangzi's students would become provincial governors. It would be difficult to become an official in the future. If they wanted to be promoted, they would have to work hard or be outstanding. Songda was very detailed. He was preparing to take the imperial examinations next year. After he passed, he would be happy and continue to work in Zhuangzi. Taking the imperial examination was his dream in the past. He just wanted to fulfill his dream. Songda, take a look at the medical books. You'll be using them next year. Next year, you'll be taking the exam in Hunan province. After the new year, you'll only have to memorize a few books. Do you still need to decide on the questions for the current affairs? Li Yi was satisfied. It was not easy to support a CEO. As for the other stewards, they had to work hard. They might be of great use in the future. I know Dongzhu. Current affairs are the simplest. Songda said with certainty. In the eyes of the other examinees, the most difficult questions were nothing to Songda. All day long, he was busy with the current affairs, where there was a war, where there was a disaster, where the Li family Zhuangzi was going to balance the prices of goods, and how to deal with the various tribes at the border. This was his job. In the past, he was also a student, so he had a foundation in literature. The commoners outside were indeed eating. Whoever wanted to come could come as long as they didn't think it was too far. From the location of the Bahui royal manor, along the shore, all the way to the opposite shore of the Zhang clan's village, there were commoners who had come to participate. For this meal, the price of poultry and pigs in the capital government increased by 2%. A group of southwest barbarians went out, and a group of Tiela and 9 families went out. Their families were there, so they had to think of good things and send meat. Princess Jincheng came back and gave us food. It cost too much money. Some commoners tore the roasted chicken rack with their hands. There was meat on it that was not shaved clean. It's just a saying. Do you really believe it? Where did Princess Jincheng get the money? If it was His Majesty who paid, I believe it. Another person was eating the roasted chicken tip. The tail glands and sacks were removed. The chicken's butt was fat. It was really oily. Probably Li Dongzhu is responsible. His Majesty can't give money. There are many princesses, so he gave one. What about the others? The person sitting opposite the chicken rack said. He was wearing good clothes embroidered by Su dynasty. He ate the roasted fish and used chopsticks to pick the meat, spitting out the bones. The fish was not big, more than a caddy. He guarded this fish and did not touch the others. He had money. Your clothes are very expensive, right? Don't dirty them. I heard that in Tubo, people can die if they're not careful. Princess Jincheng suffered there. The person tearing the chicken rack moved gently, worried that something would fly on the clothes of the person opposite him. If it's dirty, wash it. Eat carefully. It's not fragrant. When you go home, take off your clothes and wash it immediately with soap. I don't know what happened to Princess Jincheng before. Later, Li Dongzhu sent things to her. To put it bluntly, she has to pay attention to hygiene and treatment under the influence of the climate. For example, there are very few people who die from minor illnesses. Li Dongzhu gave the commoners a national grace. The rich man waved his hand, indicating that the other party should eat freely, and explained the situation. You're a good person. How do you know so many things? The person eating the chicken butt was full of curiosity. I'm the imperial censor. My family name is Yen Lu. My name is Huai Shen. My name is Lu Huan. The person who called himself Lu Huan replied. Lu, Huai Shen. Lu Huaishen. Lu Zaifu is your father. Why don't you go in? Why did you come here to eat with us? Another person sitting not far from Lu Huan said loudly. Where do I sit if I go in? I have to greet a group of people. It's not comfortable to eat. It's good to be here. I'm not restrained. Lu Huan was telling the truth. If he went in, he would belong to the younger generation. He would have to bow to everyone. Li Yi was of the same generation as him. He had no right to speak. The group of people around Li Yi were all nobler than him. That's right. Sit down. What do you want to eat? Lu Zaifu's son, we brought you something. The person eating the chicken but expressed his respect. It was not for Lu Huan, but for his father, Lu Huaishen. Thank you, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Lu Huan clasped his fist and continued to eat the fish with his chopsticks. The Tang dynasty will be better every day. Don't commit crimes. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu will be disappointed. Wrong. He will kill people. He has a good life, but he still causes trouble. Isn't that seeking death? For example, if a person's mother is sick and has no money to treat her, he will steal and sell for money to buy medicine. It's reasonable for him to be caught. At this time, he can't steal again. If he is sick and has no money, he will go to the Li family Zhuangzi to get medicine. If he steals again, it will be counted as stealing. The person next to Lu Huan expressed his opinion. It was very simple. It's the same for officials. Lu Huan agreed. Officials shouldn't say that they don't have enough money to support their families and then take bribes. The extra salary from the Ministry of Revenue, the Emperor, and the Li family Zhuangzi, how much money did they need to support their families? Their own family and their own clothes were considered dividends. If they dared to take other people's money and didn't impeach the corrupt officials, the consequences, Lu Huan shuddered. He didn't dare to think that his entire family would be ruined. Keep the fish for me. I'll go take a look. I'll tell you when I come back. Lu Huan stood up. He wanted to ask some questions and come back to tell the people. We won't go. We'll wait for you. Yes, it's still early. We have to set off fireworks in 2 hours. You have to walk steadily on the bridge. Look over there. Are there any hoof tendons? There's none here. Thank you. The people next to him said. Someone actually asked Lu Huan to bring something back. Chapter 1779. Peachly Fangfei Li Hua smile. How can it compare to me? Spring noise joy joy today morning joy tonight night. On the stage, the southern song, Great Master, was singing a song that Li Yi had copied. Li Yi had copied Journey to the West and compared it to the Tang dynasty's chronicles of the western regions. Li Yi didn't have the time to write the song himself. Moreover, it was very tiring to compose the song. Coupled with the arrangement, it was even more vexing. Thus, he simply copied it. Many people knew the story of Journey to the West. Just like the romance of the Three Kingdoms, the storyteller directly processed the story and began to tell it to others. The southern song, Great Master, inadvertently looked and made a small movement. To others, it seemed casual, but in reality, it was practiced. His eyes were fixed on her. It was too beautiful. He felt that he didn't have to go to the Western paradise to seek the scriptures. He had to stay. He opened his mouth slightly, swallowed his saliva, and stretched his neck forward. Husband, are you thirsty? Princess Jincheng handed him a beer with a smile. Ah! Thirsty. Drink. His soul returned to his body. He drank a mouthful of beer. It was cool, and he suddenly sobered up. Ah! Can she sing other songs? Her voice is good. The great master of Southern Chu had this kind of ability. When you actually met her and talked to her, you didn't dare to blaspheme. There's more later. Princess Yongmu smiled and said softly. As she spoke, she looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was there with his head lowered and eating. Thus, her smile became even sweeter. So what if it was the southern song, Great Master? The great Zanpu was far inferior to her Li Lang. A southern song, Great Master, was able to capture you. Do you know how many people my Li Lang has faced, but he hasn't been moved? Or her. Joy is today. Joy is tonight. The southern song, Great Master, was now full of thoughts of giving up the scriptures and staying. No. Xiaolan spoke up from behind. She looked down on the southern song, Great Master. Didn't he have this much willpower? Then, she realized she was being rude and quickly remedied, there's another wonderful performance. Ah! Qi Dai Zhu Dan's eyes were filled with melancholy as he watched this big shot retreat. This kind of melancholy was like holding an oil paper umbrella, a long and lonely alley in the rain, sorrowful, sorrowful and hesitant. Princess Yongmu was not happy. She got up and left to find Li Yi. Li Lang, just now, the ruler pearl pill. Princess Yongmu said to Li Yi as if she was complaining. In fact, she was saying this to Li Longji and the others. Don't worry, he's still in abstinence. Qing Dai, give him a prescription later. Li Yi smiled and instructed his eldest disciple. Understood. The little girl smiled slyly. She gave the prescription to Pearl Pill of Qi to drink. Pearl Pill of Qi promised not to think about that kind of thing again. Li Lang, why didn't the other men look like him when they saw it? Xiaolan asked as she tidied up the sticks on the table. Status and contact. Some people have high status and can easily see the big shot of Nanku. After contact, there is respect. Ordinary people do look good, but they know that they have no chance in this life, so they can only admire and be reluctant to part with it. Pearl Pill of Qi Dai is a compliment. He feels that with his status, he can have it. Li Yi analyzed from a social perspective and human nature. Of course, people with high status would not be too lecherous during the performance of the big shot of Nanku. They were afraid of being looked down upon and could stay the night afterwards. Dr. Li, what about you? Princess Golden Immortal asked Li Yi across a few people. Me? I am a position for myself, a position for the big shot of Nanku. I have a lot of contact with them and am willing to communicate with them. They are talented and thoughtful. I respect them, but I don't mix it with anything else. I have a heavy burden on my shoulders. Li Yi answered calmly. What he didn't say was that he had already become indifferent to this kind of situation. Dr. Li, those songs are so nice. Aren't you touched? Princess True Jade followed up. She was asking about the songs of the woman flower. She believed that Li Yi would understand. I copied the songs, so what's there to be touched about? I didn't know the meaning of the song when I first heard it, but after listening to it again, I'm already a person in the song. As Li Yi spoke, he pulled Princess Yongmu's hand and had her sit beside him. Xiaolan, fill the wine cups for the ants. Princess Yongmu instructed Xiaolan. She emphasized the word ants. Don't think about my Li Lang. Xiaolan immediately poured wine. If it were anyone else, Princess Golden Immortal and Princess True Jade might have smashed the wine cup or directly slapped the person pouring the wine in the face. When Xiaolan poured wine, the two of them could only agree and didn't dare to lose their temper. Li Dongzhu, I'm Lu Huan. I have something to say. Everyone was embarrassed when someone shouted from dozens of steps away. Lu Huaishan turned his head to look. Yes, it was his son, but he didn't say anything. Quick, let Brother Meiluan come over. Li Yi was older than Lu Huan, so he got up and walked over. The person blocking the way let him pass. Li Yi pulled Lu Huan's sleeve. Meiluan, where did you go to eat? Sit here. I'm at the end of the bridge. I'm eating with the other people. If I have something to ask, I have to go back and tell the people. Do you have any hoof tendons? They asked for them when you came. Lu Huan didn't dare to look at his father and pretended not to see him. Yes, but there are few hoof tendons. I didn't give them to the people. Take them with you when you go back. Li Yi pulled Lu Huan to a seat. Just now, they said. Lu Huan didn't hide anything and simply repeated what they said. In fact, the people know the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Some things haven't changed, but they are more willing to hear encouraging words. Meiluan, go back and tell them that the strength of the Tang dynasty lies in the unity of the people. The strength of the Tang dynasty lies in the power of the generals and soldiers. There is no chance of survival. Li Yi handed Lu Huan a handful of fried skewers and poured some beer for him. Ah. Ah. Okay, I'll remember it. Lu Huan was shocked by Li Yi's words. He felt his blood boiling and his heart surging. Songda, ask people to write more in the newspaper. The people know that many people don't have good lives, but we're always working hard. It's better to encourage them than to pour cold water on them. Li Yi instructed Songda to publicize the country. Just like when he was young, who didn't know the situation. But everyone was still willing to listen to the good news. If the country didn't improve, it would be a gloss over. If the country was always moving forward, it would be a struggle with hope. Yes. Songda replied. At the same time, he understood that the current affairs policy for next year's imperial examination should be included in it. Li Dongzhu, the fried skewers are delicious. Fry some glutinous rice cakes. Lu Huan stroked a skewer and suggested. I don't know the specific health conditions of the people. If they eat glutinous rice cakes and get gastric problems, a happy thing will become a troublesome thing. Li Yi refused. It was late at night. Eating glutinous rice cakes. How could they sleep? The people in Chang'an didn't eat much glutinous rice in the past. They were not used to it. Give me a bag of fennel beans. I'll give it to them to take home. I'm a deputy censor after all. Lu Huan made another request. Yes, yes, yes. Li Yi agreed. I'll pack it for you. No, ask someone to take it. They'll follow you. Lu Huaishan wanted to come over and slap his son. The deputy censor was the lowest position in this place. How dare you say that? Chapter 1780. Boom. 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 Fireworks bloomed in the sky. The children had been waiting for this moment. They plugged their ears with their fingers and looked at the beautiful patterns in the sky. They didn't care about how beautiful the fireworks were. They just wanted to share it with the people around them. Li family Zhuangzi, Zhang family village, and imperial plantation. Parents with children were busy. They brought their children to watch the fireworks together and talked to them about the fireworks until they fell asleep. The whole capital government, including the villages, had fireworks in the sky. It cost money and made the winged knights suffer. They won the hearts of the people. Even though there were a few families living in the mountains, there were still winged knights arriving with more than 10 fireworks. Li Longji stood with his hands behind his back and slightly raised his head. He was in high spirits and looked down at the world. This was the Tang dynasty. The people around felt the same atmosphere and looked solemn. Li Yi was smacking his lips, which were covered by the sound of the fireworks. Li Yi had a beer in his left hand and a braised chicken claw in his right. He was eating and drinking happily. Princess Yongmu stood beside Li Yi. Her mouth was closed, but her mouth was moving. She ate a piece of meat tendon, but she couldn't chew it. Eating meat tendons was good for digestion. As long as she didn't swallow it, she would have a lot of saliva in her mouth when she chewed it. It was similar to eating sour plums. At this time, there were 12 families living on a mountain. They were drinking rice wine brought by 10 winged knights and roasting the prey that the winged knights had hunted on the mountain. When the time was up, the winged knights took out a set of 6 fireworks and lit them. The sky was still raining flowers. At the end of the 6 shots, the Featherwood cavalry was ready to point to the next group. An old man with white hair and a white beard stood beside the Featherwood cavalry and held his hand. 6 is enough. I heard that these things can kill enemies on the battlefield. Bring them back and use them to kill enemies. The children looked disappointed, but they all nodded. Sir, to kill enemies with fireworks, not to mention one group of 6, even 10 groups of 60 would be useless, unless the enemy stood there stupidly without moving. The winged knights shook their heads. The 10 of them had brought 10 sets of fireworks. They would first set off 2 sets, and then set off another set every 10 minutes. Not only for the 12 families, but also for the people living in the surrounding mountains. Those commoners didn't have normal fields, so they cultivated some land in the mountains to grow food. Usually, he would hunt, chop firewood, weave baskets, sell them, and buy things back. They did not return to their birthplace and had lived on the mountain for many generations. At the end of the Sui dynasty, there were people who hid in the mountains to escape the chaos of war, just like the 12 families in front of them. The difference was that the 12 families had taken the initiative to register. When the Guangzhong area was dry, they saw the water net prepared in advance and felt that the court was powerful, so they requested to register. The government had prepared a list and did not collect rent. They were required to contribute 5 pieces of hare skin to each household every year. If he didn't have any rabbit skins, he would use other things like pheasants to replace them. Handing things over to the yamen would give them corresponding benefits. Build 4 fences around it, 1 meter, 1.5 meters, 2 meters, and 3 to 5 meters. The 1 meter ones were on the outermost periphery, thick wood, sharpened on top. The second circle was 2 meters away from the first circle, sharpened on top. The third circle was 1.5 meters away from the second circle, sharpened on top. The fourth circle was 1 meter away from the third circle, sharpened on top. The outer circle was to guard against wild boars, and the others were to guard against tigers and wolves. Every time a tiger or wolf could jump in from the outside, as long as it jumped up, it was guaranteed to penetrate the piles. In the past, the 12 families used earth and stone to build the walls. At night, they would always lose things. The chicken cages were nailed with thick wood. When they heard the noise, no one dared to leave the house. After building the fences, the earth walls were widened outwards, and less than 3 mu of vegetable fields were opened. At night, when they heard the noise, they would come out with lanterns and sticks and knives. Because the only ones that could come in were weasels and foxes. When they climbed in, they were not penetrated. If they jumped in, it would be difficult to get out. The innermost circle was close to the top, and there was a downward-facing shelter. When they climbed in, they would be blocked when they climbed out. Ever since the first weasel was caught, the 12 families were always looking forward to other weasels. During the day, the older people stayed to work, and the younger people went down the mountain to work in teams. Every 10 days, they would bring the children back from the village. The children studied in the county school and lived in the county school with the other children in the village. After they were naturalized, they enjoyed such benefits. The winged knights set off fireworks to attract other families to live here. The place was big enough to form a small village. The old man did not know the purpose behind it. He looked at the other fireworks. Sell them to the rich. Why don't they sell one for 50 yuan? Grandfather, 50 yuan is not enough to buy 1 set of fireworks. 1 set of fireworks is a shovel, and they are not selling, a child said to his grandfather. Going to school was not only about learning the contents of the textbooks, but also about the outside world. 6 shovels. The old man was distressed. We don't have that kind of luck. Don't set them off, stop. Dongzhu arranged it. Dongzhu said that we must set them off. The winged knights could only bring up Li Yi. Set them off. The old man gritted his teeth. Li Dongzhu said to set them off. Let's watch carefully. The winged knights set off the second set of fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. Those who watched carefully were dazzled. Those who were not naturalized were watching as well. They did not understand why they did not want to be naturalized. It was probably because they were used to it. Besides, they did not trust the imperial court. Even though they saw the changes when they went down the mountain to trade, they still wanted to wait and see. They were no different from Li Yi's people who moved to the mountains. The local officials almost knelt down and begged, if it was useful. At first, the officials saw that they did not listen, so they did not care. Later, when the task was put down, they did not care. If the people did not go down the mountain, they were off duty. The officials' subjective initiative and ability increased by 100 times. They thought of all sorts of ideas. They went every few days and even stayed there at night. They talked reason, laid out facts, painted a picture, talked about feelings, and coaxed the people down the mountain. Li Yi did not give the order. It was just naturalization. It was convenient for the officials to do the statistics. It was not like they were going down the mountain. Those who were not naturalized knew who the fireworks were for. The 12 families there were naturalized, and their lives were good. This was especially so for the children. They studied in the county's schools. Those who improved and were good at their studies were rewarded and given money. The money a child earned from studying hard was many times more than what they earned from working at home. It was said that some children brought home more than 10 taels of money a month. Should we be naturalized? A family can get 5 pieces of rabbit skin a year. It is easy to catch wild chickens. Finally, one of the people on the mountain could not take it anymore. He had 3 children. The oldest was 11, while the youngest was 5. Actually, his family should have had 6 children. Of the other 3, 2 died not long after they were born. The last one died when he was 4 years old. He calculated how much money the 3 children could earn. If they did not learn well, he would beat them. If he waited any longer, how would the children go to school when they were older? Go down the mountain tomorrow and ask. How do we get naturalized? Do we hand in the rabbit skin now or before the end of the year? The oldest person was still in charge. It was a pity that he did not have a pipe. If not, he would have smoked a pipe. Chapter 1781. Worldly affairs are many laughable infatuated chatting drinking and singing. I only wish to be happy till I'm old, no matter how cold the wind is. I don't want to escape, no matter how beautiful the flowers are. I don't want to. After the fireworks, Sun Yan personally performed Xiao Hong Chen. They wore gorgeous clothes and the stage lights flickered. The scene reached its climax as countless people sang and twisted their bodies. When the performance ended, the other performers continued on stage. Li Longji and the others began to leave. They couldn't keep on watching as they were already tired from the day. Everyone left the stage. From time to time, they would turn their heads and look back. At the same time, they would hum, "The night is long, unknowingly the dawn will bring happiness seeking." He had never seen such a stage effect before. He was squinted again. Previously, he didn't want to go for the Buddhist scriptures. Now, he wanted the night to be long. Tubo's singing and dancing had a fixed style. There were fewer musical instruments. Only Princess Jincheng's palace singing and dancing was good. Princess Jincheng didn't know such songs, let alone the sound system and lighting on the stage. After listening to Xiao Hong Chen, the night would no longer be bright. Then, he would continue to live in it. Tubo and the others had similar thoughts. Tonight was too beautiful. How good would it be if it could be like this forever? The neon lights flicker, indulging in luxury. But those with weak willpower will fall into it. In my heart, This performance is far inferior to the folk songs that people sing in the fields during the harvest season. Third brother, don't you think so? Li Yi saw Xiao Hongchen's appearance and didn't mock or belittle him. Yes. Li Longji seriously replied. He understood that Brother Yi was advising him. In the future, the pear garden would continue to open. He shouldn't go there. Brother Yi, Xiao Hongchen wants to find more women, Nu. Li Longji thought that Princess Jincheng didn't have much time to be accompanied. Li Yi looked at Li Longji with that kind of expression. He was very speechless. You're telling me that there are many women with Xiao Hongchen? How can you say that? Brother Yi thinks that Nu belongs to our own people. We should be on our own side. Li Longji felt guilty under Li Yi's gaze. In 2 days, find the masters of Nanku. Actually, Wu Jieyu is enough to teach Princess Jincheng. Li Yi said as he looked at Wu Jieyu. This woman was ruthless and ruthless. Even without a son, she could take care of others. In the future, when he had a son, he would depose the crown prince. Wu Jieyu lowered her head, not daring to look into Li Yi's eyes. She had long realized that Li Yi was always targeting her. It seemed that Li Yi knew all of her thoughts. Hello, Nanku's everyone. Li Longji recognized one aspect. He did not intend to arrange for Wu Jieyu to call Princess Jincheng. I'm sleepy. Let's go to bed. I'll wake up late tomorrow. Li Yi yawned. When it was time to part, he walked into his own courtyard. Qi took the pearl and returned home. There was a bowl of medicine waiting for him. He said that drinking it would be good for his health. He gulped it down absent-mindedly, mumbling, the song is singing, the dance is dancing, before falling into a deep sleep. Princess Jincheng sighed and looked at her son. She sat in front of the window in a daze. She did not care that her man was always thinking about other women. In Tubo, many women belonged to Qi. She was shocked by the program. The song and dance touched her. In Tubo, she had suffered too much, mainly mentally. As soon as she relaxed, she did not want to go back. How could Tubo be better than home? She was so happy at home. Princess. The maid brought a bowl of milk. Do you think it's okay if I don't go back? Princess Jincheng took the bowl and spoke out her thoughts. Okay. If you don't want to go back, Li Dongzhu will support you. The maid looked at it from a practical point of view. It was not a problem whether she went back or not. Don't go back. Princess Jincheng muttered and drank the milk. It's still early. Sleep. The gorgeous morning glow appeared again. There were many big white clouds in the sky. They looked like mountains. No matter how late they watched the program last night, the people still got up. The farmers checked the shelves of cucumbers and cowpeas. Others looked at the drainage canal. The carpenters covered the wood. The people who wanted to go out closed the doors and windows. The children in Zhuangzi kept dozing off during breakfast. The air pressure was obviously low. The officials who worked did not eat breakfast. They drank a cup of cold water and worked first. They would think about what to eat after the rain. The people in charge of the water net replaced the shelter with one that could block the rain. They hung burlap bags around it. Sheds were also erected on the wagons, and tarpaulins covered the sheds. The people who wanted to transport straw and other things hurriedly loaded the straw. Finally, they put up the tarpaulin. They could not wait until the grass was wet. The animals could not pull it. After breakfast, the children were not in a hurry to go to class. They stood in a row in Zhuangzi and strolled around. In the current situation, they sat on the chairs in class and would definitely want to sleep. At about 9:30 in the morning, the original white clouds joined together and turned black at the same time. The wind was clearly felt on the ground. The fishermen cast the last net. It would be best if it did not rain. The fish were on the top of the water. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it was like 7 o'clock in the evening. It was not hot anymore. Many people's breathing became heavier. The people who carried the work at the dock smiled. After the ship was unloaded, they began to rest and wait for the rain. Moving things in the rain would increase the pay by 10%. Another time to increase the pay was during the hot weather from 11:30 in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If they did not want to increase the pay, they had to stop the ship and not unload. Increase the pay. No need to rest. Hurry up and send the things on my ship to the warehouse. There were fruit ships. Seeing the situation, they simply took the initiative. The person who transported the cloth shouted. If they did not enter the warehouse now, they would have to cover things up later. After entering the warehouse, they could find the people of the Alliance to discuss what kind of clothes to make. They would take some back to sell. The person who transported the grain was not in a hurry. The grain could be unloaded tomorrow. Li Dan, who only ate a big meat bun and drank a bowl of millet porridge, was exercising. He did not want to breathe in oxygen. The group of pregnant women, including noble consort Lu, only ate 2 fried eggs and a bowl of spicy soup with many dry ingredients for breakfast. The spicy soup had tofu cubes, dried shredded tofu, wood ear, shredded meat, mushrooms, and carrots. It was enough for them to replenish their nutrition. Now, they were eating fruits. After a while, they would eat fruits. They had not thought about lunch yet. The bean-sized raindrops smashed into a mist on the ground. Li Yi opened his eyes. It's raining. No wonder I dreamt that the faucet wouldn't turn off when I was taking a shower. Li Yi rubbed his eyes and sat on the bed, looking at the water on the glass in a daze. He still wanted to sleep. The temperature, humidity, and oxygen in the air were the most suitable for sleeping. I can't sleep. I need to go to the toilet and take a shower. What time is it? Oh. It's already 10:15. I won't go to the court next time. Li Yi stretched, yawned, and got off the bed to put on his shoes. After tidying up, he took an umbrella to the canteen. As he walked, he stopped. I always felt that something was missing. It turns out that there were not all connected corridors. They were built after the rain. He saw a villager walking with an umbrella and realized that something was missing. The Li family Zhuangzi was so rich. How could they connect all the places with corridors? Some princes' mansions would not get wet from any room to another even if it rained. All kinds of sheds were connected. Chapter 1782. Many people in the cafeteria were in a daze. They had food in front of them and were looking at the rain outside the window. Li Yi came in. When the farmer next to the door saw him, he nodded as a greeting and continued to be in a daze. There were people who got off work at 8 in the morning and were close to the cafeteria. They stayed in the workshop for a while before eating. After eating, they didn't sleep when they went back. They had to do housework, study, and eat another meal before sleeping. They had to wake up in the middle of the night to take over the shift. Both husband and wife worked, so they tried to arrange for them to work at the same time. Those with children didn't have to care about them. Someone else would take care of them. Other than their underwear, they didn't wash the other clothes and bedding. They handed them to the people they hired outside. The people they hired earned money, and the farmers saved time. They spent half an hour washing clothes and taking medicine every day. In this half an hour, they might as well read books. In the future, when other places needed people to take charge, they would be sent. The book Li Yi wrote for them was about business management. It was based on the current situation. Many people gave a county and asked the other party to be the agent or marketing manager of the county. An ordinary person wouldn't know how to do it at all. They wouldn't know where to start. If they gave a book, they could at least set up the framework according to the book and adjust it later. Li Yi nodded along the way. He stood in front of the big basin of tofu pudding. He held a bowl and thought about it. He took a spoon and scooped a bowl of braised food. Then, he stood in front of the fried cakes and picked up 2 pork and cabbage pies with tweezers. Finally, he brought a plate of dried cucumber strips and pickled vegetables. He didn't even eat eggs. He carried the tray to the small room. Before he entered, he heard a voice. What does the positioning of regional product sales depend on? It was Xiao Lan's voice. If you break it down, there are market, price, consumers, and product types. The absolute factor is the regional economy. If the local economy is good, the above 4 are not a problem. There is no need to deliberately look for places with good economic conditions. The market will give the product a positioning when it is released. Princess Yongmu answered. Then, she asked, if the local economy is not good, what are the sales rules? Targeted sales, mainly to sell products. As long as social and economic activities exist, there will definitely be profits. Promotional sales, not mainly to sell in economically weak areas, use the local area as a springboard to radiate around. Supportive sales, promote the development of the local economy, cultivate the concept of consumption, and sell while producing. Xiao Lan's voice. After she answered, she also asked, which one of the above 3 sales rules is the best? It's best if you don't. Look at the local policies, the input-output ratio, and the return cycle. If the local government's policies aren't good and you're required to forcefully intervene, what will you do? Bribe. Let's make money together. What do you mean by bribing? Li Yi couldn't bear to listen any longer. The question and answer had been so good before. Why did it suddenly change? He kicked the door open and was about to call her Xiao Lan when he saw that the food on the table was untouched. He put down his tray. Xiao Lan, that's not called bribery. Changing local policies is changing the thoughts of the officials. That's called public relations. Bribery is just a form of public relations. Is it still edible when it's cold? It's hot. The things on the table were no longer steaming. The 2 of them had probably waited for a long time. Li Lang, let's drink the mutton soup and eat it for lunch. Let's eat a little longer. Princess Yongmu didn't want to eat anymore. She wanted to eat it when she was eating it, but now she realized that she didn't like it. All right. 2 of you, take out the food that the 3 of us didn't touch and change it to the mutton soup pot. Boil 2 tails of white wine for me. Let's see if I can get drunk in the morning. Li Yi called out to the people outside. The palace maids and eunuchs came in and carried the food out for others to eat. A small copper pot was brought in. There was a lot of mutton soup in it and 3 soup bowls. There was also a plate of garlic, cucumber, pickles, sweet garlic, and salted coriander. The main dish wasn't served. It should be small steamed rolls. I don't want white wine. Change it to beer. I feel uncomfortable drinking white wine on an empty stomach. Li Yi shouted again. The white wine hadn't been poured yet. He quickly changed it. I'll get some mutton giblets to eat. I'll drink mutton soup and beer. It's all water. Li Yi was once again in a difficult position. The kitchen staff reacted quickly and brought over lamb liver and mutton with scallions. Xiaolan, let me tell you. Changing officials doesn't necessarily require money. Promotion and wealth. Isn't it better for you to help them get promoted? A businessman who can help others get promoted is what all officials like. The purpose of a businessman is to make profits. A businessman's social responsibility is to help the local development. The main purpose of an official's administration is to develop the local economy. An official who can't control a businessman's purely profit-seeking behavior is unqualified. Li Yi said to Xiaolan. The eunuchs and palace maids were taking notes. To put it bluntly, he was saying it for others to hear. He knew it before. He wasn't the only one who knew it. All the businessmen who were similar or more powerful knew it. Even if he knew, he wouldn't do it. His social status and thoughts were different. He felt that his ability was limited and he couldn't change anything. He just wanted to make money himself. In the Tang dynasty, his status had changed. When he considered problems, his perspective naturally followed the trend. Many officials in the early Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty were still willing to work hard. The more stable the politics of the upper level were, the more serious the officials at the bottom level were. They were more restrained by morality. After the county magistrate was dealt with, they couldn't go back to their hometown. The people in his hometown knew that he was corrupt and accepted bribes. They directly sentenced his family to death. Li Lang, why don't you recruit some students? Recruit 1,000 people. Princess Yongmu scooped soup for herself. She scooped 2 spoonfuls and smiled. There's no need to eat the steamed rolls. There are small dumplings and meat in the soup. This is not mutton giblet soup. It's whole mutton soup. I knew it was going to rain this morning, so the kitchen deliberately prepared it. Chingsong No. 4 didn't take note of this sentence and explained the situation. See? This is subjective initiative. To a certain extent, they only have requirements in terms of supervision. They don't interfere in the specific operation. The terminal departments will give you a surprise. Li Yi was satisfied. This was the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone would find their own way. Zhuangzi wasn't worried that someone would fill their pockets. If it were the officials of the Tang dynasty, there was a word called the fault tolerance rate. The fault tolerance rate was not only reflected in the production of products. It was also reflected in the administration, including some problems with the officials. How could the higher-ups not know something that even they knew? As long as your officials made achievements, the small problems wouldn't be pursued. If the problem was too big, you didn't know how to restrain yourself. If the problem was too big, and you didn't make any achievements, who would be punished if not you? As for the generals, all the generals of the Tang dynasty would probably take some of the money. They might not necessarily take it for themselves. After they took it all, they would distribute it to the important generals or court officials. Usually, they would take it when they won a battle. They would confiscate the property, keep a part of it, and report the rest. The court would give pensions to the soldiers who died in battle. The generals would exchange the deducted part for money and give some to the families of their brothers who died. Otherwise, why would there be so many soldiers who fought to the death for their generals? Should I give Zhang Jiazhen and the others some benefits and extra to let them stay and do things? Li Yi hadn't drunk yet, but he was already drunk. Chapter 1783. Report. Our army traveled 1,600 miles and met 32 Jua scouts. They have been wiped out. Report. The Henji army traveled 1,600 miles and turned east. They wiped out 3 Tujua scouts, a total of 210 people. Report. The Shi race army met with the remaining Sijia forces near the Red River. The remaining Sijia forces said that they were willing to return together and ensure that they would not be killed. Report. The Khitan army of 30,000 entered the Shi race and continued north. Report. Hebei Daoist News, the first batch of supplies will reach Henji army in 13 days. Report. In the Heaven Soldiers army, Zhang Jiazhen was so busy that she was stunned. 2 armies were moving, and the Shi race and Khitan were also charging forward. The Hebei news brought things over. There was no news from Chang'an, so the one who came was probably baggage. The 1,000 horses from my family will definitely arrive tomorrow. Wang Han stayed at the side and helped to be the secretary. A secretary was a secretary. Writing and recording were just 2 different things. Wang Han's family was rich, and based on Li Yi's conjecture, his family was involved in smuggling. However, no one had any evidence. Wang Han was not from an official family, and his family background was very different from Wang Wei's. He could even take the imperial examinations, so he was obviously not from a merchant family. What was more amazing was that his family was not part of the Taiyuan 4 branch Wang family. He was rich and did not have an official family background. Furthermore, he was not from a big family. Why was his family so amazing? Why was he not taken care of? In history, Zhang Jiazhen and Zhang Shua were officials here, and they respected Wang Han. Why? Now, he understood. The 1,000 horses had to be military horses. If they could afford to raise them, they had to have money, grain, and manpower. These people could raise horses, so it should not be a problem for them to charge. Wang Han always liked to find people to drink, and he also looked down on scholars of the same generation. Then, who would he treat to drink? He was filled with the aura of the pugilistic world. He had written so many poems, but the dynasties were not willing to record them, and only a few were left. The most classic one was, grape wine in a luminous cup, wanting to drink, immediately urged by the pipa. Lying drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh, since ancient times, how many people have returned? Upon closer analysis, this poem had the aura of the pugilistic world. In that case, he should look down on those students in the same year. He could pass the Jinshi exam, fight in wars, and even smuggle. But right now, he wasn't in the mood to look down on people. It was too chaotic. Troops after troops were moving about in all sorts of ways. Some were encountering enemies, some were exterminating enemies, some were fighting, and some were providing support. He felt a sense of dread. Military forces of the Tang dynasty were mobilized. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were mobilized from the east to the west, and from the south to the north. Behind the scenes, there was one person who instigated everything. That person said that he wanted to fight, and that was how things ended up like this. Brother Jiazhen, will Li Yi take the imperial examination? It wasn't easy for him to get some free time, but no one came to report to him. Wang Han put down his pen and rubbed his wrist as he spoke to Zhang Jiazhen. If he were to take the imperial examinations, who would dare to be the examiner? What were the questions? Post a great scripture. He had a photographic memory. Testing him on his current affairs. For example, how should the Tang dynasty deal with the later Turks? Wasn't he operating it? He asked him how to increase the revenue of the Tang dynasty's finance department, and he had been helping to increase the revenue. The content of the examination is still memorization, and so is the scripture. His bookkeeping in Zhuangzi is different from other places. Now, the Tang dynasty is copying his family's bookkeeping, including my army. Also, the content of the examination for his medical doctorate. He is a divine doctor. His handwriting is beautiful, and he can write any kind of calligraphy. He has no problem in drawing. How could Zhang Jiazhen not know about Wang Han's pride? If he didn't submit to others, then how could he treat Li Yi as a human? Wang Han listened. Every time Zhang Jiazhen said something, his mouth would twitch. He was so sad. He thought hard. Let him take the military examination. Ziyu, do you know how many people he has killed? Usually, he always sparred with Guozi, and he personally taught the winged knights. In terms of command, he can't have any problems. In terms of combat, even if you meet him bare-handed, I think you will be beaten to death. I'm not trying to provoke you. Don't try it. Zhang Jiazhen said earnestly to Wang Han. I also don't have the qualifications. Even if I can beat him, do I dare to? Forget it, forget it. I will go find him in a few days and see what he is capable of. Wang Han readily agreed. He didn't want to fight with Li Yi, because winning or losing would mean death. He still felt a little uncomfortable. He muttered, there are war reports from other places, but there is no news from the capital. They all say that the Li family Zhuangzi has the Ba Shui army, and their logistics are unparalleled. Report. The Ba Shui army's Tiela tribe has arrived with logistics. Report. The Ba Shui army's southwest barbarian team has arrived with military supplies. Report. The Ba Shui army's logistics team has arrived. The voice of the report sounded again. Wang Han wanted to go back to a few seconds ago and promised not to mutter. Ziyu, write a poem. When the war is clear, I will send it back with a pigeon. Ah! Zhang Jiazhen became bright and waved her fist. He wanted to laugh. The Li family Zhuangzi's logistics were indeed as good as the rumors said. It had only been a few days, and the things had already arrived without the previous reporting team. Because the reporting team had traveled such a long distance, they could only have arrived a day earlier. Let's go, Ziyu. I will go with you. Zhang Jiazhen pulled Wang Han out. Smoke and dust billowed in the distance. The hot air balloon was floating in the sky, and it looked like it was about to land. It was obvious that it had flown into the sky to observe the situation. Quick, send our brothers to chase after it and bring it back. Zhang Jiazhen looked at the hot air balloon and hurriedly ordered. The heavenly soldiers also had hot air balloons, and they knew the situation at a glance. The Li family Zhuangzi's team was at the front. They brought pigeon cages, and pigeons were cooing inside. The cover of the car behind them was lifted, revealing wooden boxes of different sizes. A few of the boxes were pried open, and they contained skyscraping monkeys, explosives, and bullets. Isn't it too fast? You sent them back saying that you wanted these things, and they sent them over in a few days. The agitated Wang Han's IQ was indeed not online. Yes, I had thought of it before and then sent them over. There was no time for pigeons to go over. The Ba Shui Legion guaranteed to get what you wanted. If you didn't think of it, they would also send it to you. The Ba Shui Legion was never afraid of being intercepted by enemies when transporting baggage. The winged knights didn't move when transporting baggage within the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jiazhen was deeply moved. The Li family Zhuangzi's Ba Shui Legion had always used the strongest soldiers to do the work of the weakest soldiers. The internal baggage was transported by the Tiela and Nine families and the southwest barbarians. The external ones were all winged knights. If they wanted to intercept the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi, they would have to endure the fierce attacks of the Ba Shui Legion. The surrounding heavenly soldiers all smiled when they saw the boxes. Weapons were more important than other things. However, they saw that the people of the Tiela Nine families didn't seem happy. What was going on? The people of the Tiela Nine families were indeed depressed. They set off at the same time. One was in Tongzhou and Huazhou, while the other was in the Li family Zhuangzi. In the end, they arrived at the same time. Why? The transportation speed of the southwest barbarians was faster than them. A man's life depended on his breath, and a tree's life depended on its bark. Who was worse than who? Chapter 1784. Both sides exchanged goods, and the pigeons were taken away by specialized people to be raised properly. They could not be released, and once they were released, they would return home. There was no shortage of water here, so everyone took a shower first. Over there, they made stew for the brothers who delivered the food. The people of the Tiela Nine families were sullen. How shameful! At the same time, he gave the order to quickly ride to Tongzhou and Huazhou. Theoretically, it would take 2 days for baggage to arrive from the Li family Zhuangzi, right? After riding for less than a day, the order was passed down in just half a day. There was a time difference, but as they walked and walked, they were about to reach their destination. The southwestern barbarians caught up, and everyone arrived at the same time. The 9 families of Tiela looked down on the barbarians of the southwest. In an uncivilized place, do you know how to speak the official language of the Tang dynasty? Many of you don't wear clothes, only leaves. On the other hand, the southwestern barbarians were in high spirits. They were fighting for Dongzhu's honor. Ever since we surrendered and were sold here, we've always felt inferior. Look, we are very powerful. Go back and tell Dongzhu that Dongzhu will reward you. Zhang Jiazhen, who was looking at the boxes of weapons and canned food, knew the situation. Indeed, the 9 families of Tiela didn't receive the order for half a day before setting off. At that time, the southwestern barbarians had already set off for half a day. By the time they reached the location of the Tiela 9 families, they were already 1.5 days late. How did he chase after her for a day and a half? There were mountains. There were many mountains. The 9 families of the Tiela clan hurried on with all their might, but they were originally living in the grassland, so they were not used to the mountain roads. The southwestern barbarians were surrounded by mountains. When they encountered mountains, they would help carry things. This was what they had done in the past. Every time they encountered a mountain, the distance between the barbarians of the southwest and the 9 families of Tiela would shrink a little. When all the mountains had been crossed, the southwestern barbarians had caught up. Because the horses of the Tiela 9 families always carried a heavy load, the southwest barbarians' horses were sometimes carried by the southwest barbarians. In theory, the southwestern barbarians should surpass the Tiela 9 families if they were both advancing. The Li family Zhuangzi's men, who were moving together with the southwestern barbarians, found an excuse to ask the group to slow down and move together. The 9 families of Tiela were not stupid. They could tell. It was just like when Li Yi was playing table tennis. Seeing that the score was 11-0, the coach coughed and said, "No, we can't do that." Therefore, the people on the national team kept thinking about how they could lose a goal. If he hit the ball over and the other party didn't play well, he would still be shaved. The players on the national team had a high IQ. When they served, they made a mistake and gave the other team a point. It wasn't intentional. It's our players who have poor mental fortitude. Just as the match was about to end, we didn't expect that we would make a mistake in serving because of our nervousness. This shows that we haven't practiced our serves well and our basic skills are too weak. We have to work harder in the future. Now, the 9 families of Tiela felt the same as when they met Li Yi's national team while playing table tennis. If the Tiela 9 families had the marching speed they have now, would we have been able to defeat them? Wang Han had only been reinstating the surrendering of the Tiela 9 families for a few days. It depends on who you're competing with. I think Li Yi said that the most difficult thing is not competing with other countries, but the domestic competitions. Zhang Jiazhen admitted that if the Tiela 9 families used to be this fast, the Celestial Army would definitely fall. In the end, there was always someone stronger. There was always a taller mountain. Yes, it was because of the taller mountain. What if it were the winged knights? Wang Hanzong wanted to make a comparison. If your family wanted to rebel and set off at the same time, your family would have been slaughtered 3 days ago. Zhang Jiazhen looked at Wang Han and said, "How many horses have I given you? And sheep? Why would my family rebel? Later, bring back the horses for me. I'll give you the sheep to eat. Consider the horses borrowed. I want to talk to Li Yi. My family has a lot of things and how to use them. My generation is about the same age. I'm not convinced. I'll give Li Yi face. He has to arrange an official position for me." Wang Han was stubborn. He knew Zhang Jiazhen was warning him, but he was wronged. He didn't want to rebel. Write a poem. Write well. Li Yi can read it, and so can Her Majesty. If you want to play with pen and ink in front of Li Yi, you have to show your true ability. Zhang Jiazhen was satisfied and reminded Wang Han. Ordinary people couldn't understand a poem. If it was thrown in front of Li Yi, he would throw it away if it didn't have any substance. I know. I'm thinking about what rhymes to use. Wang Han mumbled. While Wang Han was depressed, the Celestial Soldier Army soldiers were excited. They sent out 1,000 men to attack the Turks. The Celestial Soldier Army's defense was weak. If there really was a group that sneaked through and attacked, the remaining people would move back and forth. The 1,000 miles of defense line would have many holes. The Celestial Soldier Army wasn't sure how strong the Southwest barbarians were. The Tiela 9 families were the most suitable. With them here, even if the Turks attacked, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Feeling the special gazes of their allies, the Tiela 9 families were in a good mood. Look, we can't take the mountain path. Enter the grasslands and tire the Southwest barbarians to death. 5,000 of the Southwest barbarians took the time to bathe, eat, and rest. They had to continue their journey tomorrow. Each person had 2 horses. These were transportation horses and not war horses. The clerk opened the boxes to check, handed over the goods, wrote the delivery list, signed, and stamped. One by one, the sealed enamel jars were stacked together. After opening the sealed oil paper and eating the canned food, each person had an additional jar. They felt that it wasn't as convenient as the 7 to 8 military water bottle and took it home. Pickled cabbage, fermented bean curd, pickled vegetables, fried bacon, black bean sauce, chopped green onions, and dried ginger were also sent to the various combat units of the Celestial Soldier Army and the Henji Army. Wang Han looked at the items with a head full of thoughts. The first thought that came to his mind was, the Li family Zhuangzi is so damn rich. Since he was young, this was the first time he saw military canned food. However, he had never seen the border soldiers eat canned food. He remembered that when he was young, there were vinegar cloth, stinky sauce, and large pieces of salt. The other staple foods were husked wheat and barley. Husked millet was good stuff. Yellow rice was even better. Together with sorghum, it was a delicacy that only generals could eat. There were also people carrying clay pots. The soldiers made their own wooden bowls. If they didn't have anything, they would eat beside the pot. They drank water with water bags. If there was a pickled vegetable, they would secretly eat it. Now, they could have water bags and multi-purpose water bottles. There were all kinds of canned food. The canned food was made of rattan and oil paper, and there were delicious side dishes in them. The sauce was not stinky sauce. It turned into meat paste, but it didn't smell at all. The salt turned into fine white salt and small grains of salt. There were also rice, flour, iron pots, and wok. There were iron fire sides, flint, and made tinder. There were also lighters, gasoline, and kerosene. How is this a war? It's clearly luring the other tribes outside the later Turks to surrender. There are good things in those who surrender. Wang Han mumbled again as he looked at the screen. He knew that the scouts of the Celestial Soldier Army and the Henji Army exchanged things with other tribes, including information. They exchanged fermented bean curd and tea leaves. He heard that some tribes gathered together and dared to run around with things. They were surrounded by the scouts of the Tang dynasty and had to give them things and information. He guessed that those tribes who ran out and didn't meet the scouts of the Tang dynasty would be very disappointed. So, the later Turks only have one way to go. Go north and wait until winter. Zhang Jiazhen shook her head and frowned. He thought of himself as the Khan of the later Turks. It was easy in the middle of summer, but in the cold winter, livestock, horses, and people would keep decreasing. Chapter 1785. Wang Han took out a towel from one of the boxes and opened it. There were words written on it and he read, "Soldiers guard the borders, the people have peace of mind." It's actually embroidery, what a waste of manpower. Wang Han commented. It's done by machine. A few thousand of these towels can be embroidered in a day. Bring the items over and bring your own thread. Spend some money and I'll embroider a large pattern for you. Zhang Jiazhen also picked up a towel that said, but it's for the sake of wiping your face, not for the sake of wiping your blood. They're clearly forcing the soldiers to fight with their lives on the line. Evil. Wang Han found the problem. Without these logistical items, how can the soldiers not fight with their lives on the line? If they only give you a towel, you can say that they're asking you to die. If they give you a skyscraping monkey, explosives and bullets, it's to make it easier for you to kill the enemy. Zhang Jiazhen knew that Wang Han had decided to compete with Li Yi because of his young age. When we fight in winter, the Turkic people will be defeated. Wang Han's face was slightly red as he quickly changed the topic. When we fight, the one who is defeated will win. The Tang dynasty is the same as the Turkic people. We have more soldiers, more horses and better weapons than them. When winter comes, you'll know what the new military supplies are. During winter, Li thinks about summer things. During summer, he thinks about the needs of the soldiers. Last year, during the Tubo War, the Tubo soldiers wore military coats and ducked down at the front. This year, we're facing the Turkic people. I think the military coat will be the standard, followed by duck-down and cashmere clothes. Zhang Jiazhen said as she looked at the other box. There were pieces of rock sugar inside. The rock sugar had no impurities removed. He knew the value of this. Previously, when the scouts were carrying food, they would eat a piece to prevent themselves from fainting. When the soldiers had a cold or fever, they would use this rock sugar to boil ginger water to make them sweat. I heard that during the Tubo War, the Li family Zhuangzi's logistical support was directly sent to the front. Wang Han stayed in Taiyuan Prefecture. Other than reading the newspaper, he was listening to other people talk about it. They even helped kill the enemy. Zhang Xiaosong's 10,000 elite cavalry wanted to ambush them. They managed to avoid the Tubo scouts, but they were found by the winged knights who were carrying the baggage. At that time, seeing that they were too tired, the winged knights were in charge of killing the scouts and covering the battlefield. Ha ha ha! Zhang Jiazhen laughed heartily. She planned to mock Zhang Xiaosong when he returned. After the transfer of military resources was completed, the stew was ready. Everyone took out 7 or 8 pots of rice and dishes. The military kettles had too many advantages. The disadvantage was that if it was not cleaned properly, there would be a strange smell. Strange smells did not matter to the soldiers. The food they ate was not poisonous, so who was to blame if they could not wash it clean? Zhang Jiazhen and Wang Han each had a large enamel jar. They first put the rice inside, then scooped out the stew, soup, and a large steamed bun. When the border soldiers ate, as long as the conditions were right, they would prepare both rice and steamed buns and eat both together. There was also a piece of fermented bean curd on the side. There are salted eggs today. A quarter of a goose egg, half of a duck egg, but there are no eggs. The cook gave out salted eggs, the very salty kind. The reason there were no eggs was because the people of the capital had eaten all the eggs. Duck and goose eggs had a fishy smell and were suitable for pickling and salting. Eggs could be boiled, fried, mixed with stuffing, steamed, or mixed into soup. Old Sue, where's the fermented bean curd soup? Pour some. A non-commissioned officer made a request to the person who gave out the salted eggs. What soup? The stewed soup is not enough. Old Sue stared. You still want something good? Dream on. Did you get corrupted? I haven't seen fermented bean curd soup in a long time. Yes, I drank all of it. Then you weren't scared? I drank a lot of water. What's wrong? It's fine. There's something wrong with yours. Change. Sigh. This old Sue has a bad temper. The person beside him said, the game we hunted is too fishy. Soak it in water. If there's not enough time, cook it with fermented bean curd soup. Some jokes can't be made. I'm just idle. I know. They'll only eat the leftovers after we finish eating. If there's no leftovers, they'll make some wild vegetables and add salt. Old Sue, don't mind it. I can't be bothered with you. It's so comfortable fighting the war. If it were a few years ago, why would we need to waste our energy fighting the 10 families of Tiela? We would have beaten them into submission long ago. Don't talk nonsense. We're all brothers. It doesn't matter. We don't care. If we knew a few years ago about the life we're living now, we would have surrendered long ago. Why bother fighting? The people of the 9 families of Tiela said. They were not angry. He was satisfied with his current life. There was no lack of furniture at home, and there was even more food. When he lay on the Kong bed in winter, he no longer had to worry about freezing to death in the middle of the night. There was no way he was going to live like he used to. Now that his wife was fragrant and chubby, he did not have to worry about anything happening at home. After eating, the people of the 9 families of Tiela who came later were assigned tasks to help defend and patrol. The southwestern barbarians were in charge of transporting things, and 5,000 of them did not participate. They slept, had another meal at night, and then slept again. At dawn the next day, the 5,000 southwestern barbarians who had eaten breakfast set off northeast under the lead of the Li family Zhuangzi. They would first go to the Shi tribe and give them some things before continuing northeast. Their destination was Bohai Kingdom. They would go to the 3 commanderies of the Tang dynasty, which was also one protectorate. They would deliver things to the soldiers there and then go to Bohai Kingdom to exchange for things. There were many mountains along the way, which was most suitable for the southwestern barbarians to march. From here, the straight line distance was more than 2,700 li, but the real road was twice as long. Of the 5,000 southwestern barbarians, 3,000 carried bows, 2,000 carried shields, and everyone had a kukri knife, which was very useful for killing people and clearing the trees and weeds on the road. The kukri knife was called Gurkha knife in Li Yi's time. The local warriors used this knife to cooperate with the empire that had already fallen. As long as they encountered a strong enemy and needed to fight hand-to-hand, they would rush to the front line and were unstoppable. The kukri knife was famous because of these warriors. When Gurkha was mentioned, no one would not be afraid. However, the Gurkha knife, which had never lost hand-to-hand combat, was defeated by the tri-edged thorn. It was not that the tri-edged thorn was more powerful than the kukri knife. There was no difference between weapons in hand-to-hand combat. Gurkha, who had never tasted defeat, encountered the national army of Li Yi's time. Both sides fought with their lives, and in the end, the Gurkha warriors were defeated. They could not fight anymore and were terrified. As the Gurkha warriors were killed, the tri-edged thorn became famous. The tri-edged thorn was not the best military knife, but it depended on whose hand it was in. Rifles and millet could also be awesome weapons and logistical supplies. The current southwestern barbarians were not the best. The winged knights were. Knowing the gap, the southwestern barbarians worked very hard. Wasn't it just about 5,000 li? When they reached the place, they exchanged things with others and hunted in the jungle. After that, they turned back to the seaside and had a boat to pick them up. They took the boat to Haizhou and took the train to Luoyang. The southwestern barbarians continued to take the train back to the Li family Zhuangzi's home south of Baishui. In winter, they could bring back a lot of hazelnuts, mushrooms, pine nuts, ginseng, deer antlers, mink fur, tussa cocoons. They brought an extra set of clothes and military boots to change into when they arrived at Bohai Kingdom. Although it was called trade, it was actually to let Bohai Kingdom see how strong a random army of the Li family Zhuangzi was and not to play any tricks. Chapter 1786. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The newspaper boy got up early in the morning to pedal his scooter. There was a basket in front of the scooter filled with newspapers. There were also some who delivered newspapers on bicycles. No matter what, they all ran to school after 8 in the morning for lessons. There were no more shoeshine children either. They could only be seen at night after school or on Sundays. The children studied very hard. Not only were they learning knowledge, but they also had an extra burden to earn money for their families. It didn't matter to the children of rich families, but the children of ordinary families, especially the girls, would be brought home to work if they couldn't earn money from their studies. In the neighborhood, the children of other families went to school in the morning and left at night to get a scholarship for their families. Because they didn't study hard, they didn't earn as much as the scholarship. They were also tired. Was studying more tiring than this? The key was that they couldn't lift their heads. The children who sold newspapers and shined shoes earned 2 sets of money. They knew how hard it was to earn money. They could study and earn money. They worked harder than the children of rich families. Normally, they shouldn't eat too much for dinner. They would eat as much as they could at school. After eating, they would shine their shoes. When no one was shining their shoes, they would continue to study under the street lamp. Usually, they would choose to read in the open space in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate. The lights there were the brightest. Under the Imperial City. Or they would take the free bus to the Li family Zhuangzi Street in the south of the city. It was also bright there. There were also students whose family conditions weren't good enough. They would read with the children. If there were any questions they didn't know, they could ask them at any time. There were even students who taught children at night. It was free. They could learn new things by reviewing the past. In addition, they could let others see that they were virtuous. Now, the students who were going to take the exam all understood that the things they memorized weren't important. They were in the current affairs newspapers. If they wanted to be an official, they had to be familiar with the people's lives. If they wanted to be valued, they had to be virtuous. If they didn't know the knowledge, they could learn it. If they weren't virtuous, they wouldn't want them. If they passed the imperial examination, they would arrange an idle position. No, they would let them wait to be assigned. Just wait. Xiao Yi, I was the first to stand up and support you in the morning assembly that day. Take care of Xiao Changnu. After breakfast, when Li Yi was preparing to bring the nurses and disciples to practice on death row prisoners, Bai Gu didn't go to Zhuangzi's political hall and ran to him. Old Bai, are you going to use favors like this? Li Yi looked at Bai Gu in confusion. What favor? I'm just here to ask. Noodles are considered a tertiary industry. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge, but the profits are getting smaller and smaller. Bai Gu was stunned for a moment before he told them about the Ministry of Revenue. The mention of the Ministry of Revenue was an official matter. It had nothing to do with personal favors, unless he used this favor on official matters. Is the overall profit smaller or the profit ratio smaller? The reason why the profit ratio is small is that the cost has not been reduced. The overall profit is low, and it is the problem of the sales volume. Li Yi raised 2 fingers. To put it bluntly, profit was very simple. Both. The cost is even higher than Zhang Sun Xian's. He's just a relative of the Ministry of Revenue. He used to sell noodles all the time. His cost is lower than that of the Ministry of Revenue. Bai Gu seemed very sad when he talked about this matter. He couldn't compare with the Li family Zhuangzi, but he was actually worse than a relative. Why? Li Yi didn't believe that Bai Gu wouldn't investigate. He has business connections. Not only does he sell noodles, but he also sells black bread and cakes. The cakes have honey and sugar. After they are dried, they can last for a long time. They are like sun-dried buns. Bai Gu indeed knew the reason. Zhang Sun Xian was matching the sales. It looked like a set of things were cheap, but in fact, the profit ratio of noodles was higher. He used other things to support the sales of noodles. The other things didn't have an accurate value, so the price of noodles was about the same. His 4 aides are really amazing. They just need to set up a subsidiary company and then go public. The Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi found something interesting. To others, Zhang Sun Xian's operation was perfect and amazing. In his eyes, it was still far from enough. He could continue to improve. Xiao Yi, you really know. Why didn't you write it in the book? What's a subsidiary company and going public? Bai Gu thought that he had discovered a huge secret. Xiao Yi was hiding it. The industrial chain and deep processing, there's no introduction in the book. Old Bai, go back and read. Don't waste my time. I have a surgery here to practice. Actually, it's not practice. He was indeed sick. He originally wanted to perform cardiovascular surgery. Now it's become bile duct stenosis and dilation surgery. It's everyone's first time doing it. Don't affect my mood. Li Yi could compromise on other things, but he would not agree to this. What's written in the book is different from the actual operation. There's a problem with your writing. Bai Gu had read the book before. When it came to the specific aspects, it did not seem to match. I didn't even dare to say which part of the module I wrote about Jiangnan West Road and other places can be used. You found a direct location in the book. Is there such a good book? Li Yi was even more surprised. Shouldn't the knowledge in the book be used flexibly after learning it? Did the book directly tell you how to do it? Why haven't I encountered such a book? It's not the book's problem. It's how the Ministry of Revenue makes money now. Bai Gu's face was not red. Under the same conditions, state-owned enterprises really can't beat private enterprises. Li Yi shook his head. At that time, state-owned enterprises relied on various policies and welfare systems. For the same local government project, private enterprises and state-owned enterprises competed. The private enterprise offered a lower price than the state-owned enterprise, and the state-owned enterprise won the bid. The private enterprise went to the city next to it to do the same project through bribery. In the end, they found that the quality of the state-owned enterprise's project was not as good as the private enterprise next to it. The state-owned enterprise shirked responsibility and outsourced. Then, a group of experts jumped out and said that outsourcing was normal. Why? Because, in fact, the people did not care about outsourcing at all. The people wanted to ask why the state-owned enterprise could win the bid if the quality of the project was not good. Now, the same thing happened in the Tang dynasty. People were overstaffed. Old Bai. There's another book with the reward and punishment mechanism. Go and take a look. Just say the word. I'm old. My eyes are blurred from reading, and I don't have the energy. Bai Gu wanted to say that no doctor could treat him, but when he remembered that he had reading glasses, he could only change the reason. Change the person in charge and tell the others that whoever has the ability to make the tertiary industry of the Ministry of Revenue more profitable will be the head. Let's go. Li Yi said this and went into the hospital. He began to change his clothes and wash his hands. Isn't this an administrative problem? Do you think I don't know? Your Li family Zhuangzi is not. Bai Gu turned around and walked back while muttering. Instantly, he was happy. It doesn't count as asking Xiao Yi to return the favor, right? Bai Zaifu, it's a sense of crisis. The people in the tertiary industry of the Ministry of Revenue feel that it's official. Some people don't think that it will be removed. Xiao Lan's voice came. She had accompanied Princess Yongmu over for a stroll. Bai Zaifu, it's a sense of crisis. We're working very hard. We're afraid that we'll be taken care of. Tao Hong, who was next to him, echoed. The fighting in the palace was too fierce. If you wanted to live, you had to step on others. If you slacked off, it would be a problem whether you could survive or not. Chapter 1787. For the next 2 days, eat less and eat more. Avoid spicy food, don't drink alcohol, and eat less fat. It's best if, Li Dongzhu, I'm a prisoner on death row. What I eat has nothing to do with me, and it's impossible for me to drink alcohol. The prisoner on death row was woken up after the operation. He wanted to cry when he heard Li Yi's words. I know you're a good doctor, but I'm not qualified to enjoy some things. Ah. Yes, I forgot. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. The victim agreed to your 3 surgical trials. If you survive, you can go and line up the cannons. After you finish the required number of cannons, you'll be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. We'll give the victim 100 yuan as compensation. If there's a serious illness, I'll do it myself. In the following days, you should learn how to line up the cannons. It's a technical job. Li Yi changed back from a doctor's perspective. He was very immersed in the surgery, especially for prisoners on death row who had diseases. If the prisoner on death row was not sick, he would feel different when he tried the surgery. The person lying on the operating table was indeed sick, and he had to work hard to cure him. Li Yi turned and left. The other nurses were responsible for sending the patient to the inpatient building. The patient did not know how to run, and he did not dare to kill. He still had his family. Being alive was better than anything else. Do another one tomorrow. Li Yi relaxed after the surgery. There were many prisoners on death row. According to the information, in the Kaiyuan age, there were less than 10 people on death row every year. In fact, that was not the case. The local family dealt with it directly without reporting it to the authorities. If they did not report it to the authorities, there would be no data. Did the authorities not know? Why did they not send people to investigate? Did it mean that if a foreigner died silently in a certain family's village, it would be fine? Li Yi understood. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed wrong. It meant that the authorities were not advanced enough. But in comparison, in some countries, as long as he did not report the infection and death data of the epidemic, his infection rate and death rate would be low. For something that could happen more than 1300 years later, could the current Great Tang really have such detailed data? What kind of joke was this? It was written in the newspaper that if there was someone who needed to be killed, they could report it to the authorities. If the doctor wanted to use them, they could not kill themselves. All of a sudden, the number of prisoners on death row increased. The imperial court and the Li family Zhuangzi would send people to investigate each prisoner individually. There were indeed some crimes that did not warrant death, but instead, they were sentenced to imprisonment. For example, in the Qing dynasty, adultery and rape were punishable by death and drowning in a pig cage. This was not the case in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, it was usually 3 years of apprenticeship for adults. For young girls, it was death. When it came to children, whether it was abduction or rape, there was only one outcome. For example, Li Yi did not accept such cases. The prisoners on death row had a chance to live by being Li Yi's practice. Those who hurt children were not included. Li Yi did not agree. He would rather have one less person to practice with. In addition, those who annihilated other sects without enmity were also excluded. Only when there was conflict, killing people out of passion, or being bullied by others, would there be a chance. The lighter ones that weren't used as practice tools belonged to the category of hanging. They sold a lot of fake goods and stole too many things. This kind of direct action should be the death penalty, but arranged to line up the firecrackers. None of the victims and their families were alive or dead. The victims' families asked the other party if they wanted to give them a chance. If they gave them a chance, they would be compensated with money. Li Dongzhu used it as practice. If the victims or their families requested, they would at most practice 3 times. If they practiced one more time, the compensation would be less. They just wanted the person to die. If they did not want compensation, the person would die. Some families did not value money. They supported Li Yi's practice by asking for 3 times. At the same time, they also got a chance for Li Yi to personally treat the seriously ill. Those who were far away were suddenly seriously injured and could not be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi in time. This did not count. What about those who had tuberculosis? If they could be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi alive, Li Yi would have to treat them. Some families even got a chance. Some wives in the family were pregnant with several children. When the doctor took their pulse, he found that it was not just smooth pulse. How many heartbeats were there? In such a situation, if the family wanted to save the children, they had to quickly send them to Chang'an and send them to the Li family Zhuangzi. This was the best thing about Chinese medicine. They could tell if you were pregnant or not by taking the pulse. Some powerful Chinese medicine doctors could even know if you were pregnant with a child or a big parasite. Moreover, there had always been people who bent the waist and legs, wiped the chest, and patted the back after going into shock. This was the most primitive cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Li Lang, is it common for the Ministry of Revenue to sell noodles? He pulled Li Yi's hand to the cafeteria and asked on the way. Li Yi and the nurses did not eat in the morning. They only drank water, afraid that eating would affect their condition. If this person did not undergo surgery as soon as possible, there would be unexpected situations, such as bile duct adhesion. It turned out that the gallbladder was not good. In the future, he would be locked up and beheaded. The endocrine imbalance would be even more serious. Yes. It involves a humanities problem, not just about material gain. Seeking balance in it is the mean, not left, right, and not in the middle. Li Yi was most troubled by social problems. The officials guaranteed that they would not have as much money as the businessmen. This problem was discovered in ancient times. Therefore, the businessmen were suppressed and the position of the businessmen was lowered. However, the businessmen operated with capital. They were not dead people. They would think of other ways to lower their position. For example, a big businessman sponsored many students. Some of the students eventually became the prime minister. The prime minister knew that the businessman was wrong and should be suppressed. However, if he dared to say this, he would be treacherous. If you have such a backbone, why did you eat other people's food in the past? Read the books they bought for you. Wear the clothes they made for you. Today, you can trample on the people who had sacrificed for you. Tomorrow, you can give the imperial favor to them. In the future, we will strengthen the publicity. We can't eat Chinese food and believe other people's words. There is no right or wrong in politics and religion. It only depends on who has the final say. Li Yi decided to strengthen the promotion of Chinese civilization. The religious places in Tubo and Chang'an City would all be cleaned up. He had to act quickly before they became popular. Brother Yi, you're here. Have you eaten? Li Qingqi hurried over and saw Li Yi and the others standing at the entrance of the cafeteria. Brother, do you want to eat together? Li Yi pointed at the cafeteria. The railway is repaired. It's all repaired. Hurry up and put down the locomotive. It will run from here and back. Let's see if it works. Li Qingqi did not eat. He had just received news that the railway from Chang'an City to Haizhou had been repaired. It was now undergoing follow-up maintenance. Tomorrow, no, in the afternoon, install the locomotive. Don't carry the carriages. Let's go empty-handed. After that, install a few more carriages. Li Yi instantly felt numb all over. He was excited, but when he spoke, he sounded very calm. His endocrine system intensified. He felt stomach acid and wanted to vomit. Give me oxygen. Li Yi clenched his fists. Numb. Beside him, Qing Song opened the box as fast as he could and gave Li Yi a tube. The valve of the small oxygen tank was opened. Not today. Tomorrow, tell the cafeteria to boil 2 ounces of white wine for me. Li Yi was excited. He knew the scale of economic growth after the railway was repaired. It would be directly from Haizhou to Chang'an City. Chapter 1788. Rows of railroad tracks had already been laid in the south of the southwest Barbarian. 2 steam engines were placed on the railroad tracks, and there were more empty carriages. Usually, there was a wall around this place, and no one was allowed to see it. The carriages and engines were manufactured in the west of the Li family Zhuangzi and assembled here. Today, the wall was removed, and many people stood on the wall to look at the engines. The people already knew about the train. The introduction was written in the newspaper with pictures. Countless people were used to build the railroad. Looking at the heavy railroad tracks, the people also talked about how many iron pots and kitchen knives were used to build the railroad. People from Jiangxi Province, Guanyi Province, Shannan East Province, Shannan West Province, Huainan Province, Hebei Province, Hunan Province, and Jiangnan East Province all participated in the construction of the railroad. Jiangnan East Province was especially poor in Li Yi's Fujian Province. It was said that building the railroad made money, and the laborers brought their household registration and certificates issued by the government. They didn't even bring dry food with them. The work at home was handed over to their parents, wives, and children. Brothers came out together with dry food, afraid that the family would starve. They ate free food at the relay station along the way. When they worked, they were paid according to the day. Temporary workers were allowed. Because temporary workers worked for a short time, they weren't given jobs with relatively high skills, and their wages were low. For example, newbies couldn't carry the railroad tracks. If they couldn't keep up with the rhythm, they would die. The buckles that connected the rails to each other were even more technical. Just the ingredients for the railroad workers' meals drove the local economy along the railroad tracks. It was impossible to eat pork for every meal. There weren't many pigs. It was no problem to eat chicken, duck, and fish. There was an unlimited supply of rice. The people didn't slack off. As long as they were paid, they didn't eat less. Other than sleeping, they worked. They worked shorter than the estimated construction period, and they were given extra bonuses. According to the ratio of working days, those who worked for a day and quit might be given an extra 1% or even no bonus. Those who worked from the beginning to the end received the same amount of bonus as their wages. Skilled jobs had higher wages. If one wanted to do skilled jobs, they needed to be literate and do simple calculations. So fast. Great people. Li Yi expressed his admiration and pride. The only tools were wheelbarrows, carriages, iron frames, wooden frames, hand gourds, crowbars, earth baskets, shovels, pickaxes, and so on. Without any advanced tools, the people used these things to build a railway from Haizhou to Chang'an in less than a year. He stood with the others on the platform, the concrete platform. Money. 30 million. Baigo wasn't surprised. He had spent all the money that he had earned with great difficulty last year. 5 years ago, all the income of the entire Tang dynasty in 4 years was used to build a railway. All the expenses are labor costs. Mining iron ore, mining coal, smelting, laying the tracks, and repairing the carriages. The locomotive was contributed by the Li family's farmstead. You didn't give me the money for the materials, labor, or technology for the locomotive. Li Yi made things clear. The commoners had received the 30 million taels, and the commoners had to spend the money they received. The quality of life of the common people improved, and the government's money once again circulated in society. Unless they threw the coupons into the water, burned them, and tore them apart for fun. Otherwise, the exchange coupons would always exist, and the old ones would be replaced with new ones. Every time the money was circulated, there would be profits. When the money was collected, it would slowly become the government's revenue. Then inflation. Song Jing added. Li Yi did not even turn his head and pretended he did not hear Feng Yu. You all can continue to cause trouble. I gave you all the books, and you all really don't want to read them? Li Longji clasped his hands behind his back and waited for the auspicious time. There were red flowers and ribbons on the locomotive. In addition, the people from the Imperial Astronomer wanted to link this matter to the astronomical phenomenon, so that people who heard it would feel that it was true. As long as productivity increases, there will be no devaluation of the currency. For example, the railway can save a lot of time, and some fresh goods will be sent to Chang'an along the way. The food and fodder consumed during the journey, and more work will be taken into account. Overall, if the development is good, the currency can still appreciate. Li Longji was reading the book, and he did not pretend he did not understand. Xiao Yi. How much tax do you think should be collected? Bai Gu wanted to recoup his losses after spending the 30 million taels. We have invested 30 million taels in the railway. How can we pay taxes? If we pay taxes, when will we be able to recoup our losses? Li Yi asked from the perspective of the investment. How will the railway's profits be calculated? Bai Gu changed his perspective. The railway's maintenance costs will be deducted. The railway is a new department, and only profits will be given to the Ministry of Revenue. After this railway is repaired, we will raise funds to build the next railway. Didn't we agree on this previously? It's good that we did not borrow money to build the railway. Otherwise, we will have to pay interest. Li Yi's words made Bai Gu's blood pressure rise. Then, he laughed, there will be taxes. The tax will be deducted from the freight. Other than visiting relatives or students, the commoners will be bringing goods to Chang'an. For example, they will bring a basket of eggs to other places. In winter, there are many greenhouses in Hunan province, and fresh cucumbers will be sent to Chang'an. As long as the profits after deducting the fare is higher than the local profits, the commoners will be willing. There is also the time cost to be deducted. We will let the commoners have profits, and the fare will also have profits. The gross profits will be taxed at 30%. Li Yi stopped joking. It was true that taxes should be paid. Bai Gu did not care about the passengers' taxes. He stroked his beard. The bulk of the profits are from the merchants' goods. It's good in winter, but the Yellow River cannot be traveled in winter. Bai Gu's blood pressure dropped. He was anticipating the arrival of the Yellow River's dry season. Merchants could only take the railway. They would suffer losses if they traveled by land. It would take 20 days to transport a cart of goods by land. The cost was 50%. The precondition was that it did not snow. It might snow for a few days. If the goods were placed on the train, the freight would be 50%. It would take 1 day to reach the destination, or 2 days to wait at the station. Merchants would definitely choose to transport goods by train. In summer, the travel time of the ship and the cost of hiring a tracker was still better. Bai Gu cared about winter. In summer, there was water transport. If the water was not used, he would feel that it was a waste. If the trackers did not pull the fibers, they would have to find other jobs. What about the boatmen on the cargo and passenger ships? As they spoke, the steam engine started to be tested. It burned first, and the washed coal still emitted thick smoke. The tender behind the engine was hooked up with the Jean's coupler. Without Li Yi, this coupler would not have appeared in such a short time. His steam engine train bypassed all the detours. Just like him, it should not have existed in the Tang dynasty. Don't push. If you have time in the future, feel free to look. Be careful when you step on it. Why are you rushing to the front? Come back. The 16 guards, who were in charge of the safety of the people, stopped and dragged them. They had been told in advance that the 16 guards in that area would be punished if someone fell to the ground and was trampled to death. The auspicious time has arrived. The people from the imperial astronomer looked at their watches and shouted at the most appropriate time. Then, they began to talk about what happened to the stars last night. They related the current situation to the emperor and mentioned Li Dongzhu. After the people from the imperial astronomer finished talking, Li Longji and the others dressed in court attire cut the ribbon. Li Yi temporarily became a grade 1 official for a day. Today, he was not called the imperial emissary. Today, he had a new name. He was called the overseas transportation supervisor of the Tang dynasty. Anyway, it was only for a day. Chapter 1789. Boom. Boom. Woo 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 woo. Boom. 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 The firecrackers went off, followed by the sound of the steam whistle. The train started to move, from slow to fast. Oh, the people watching were surprised. The train was too big. How could it run so fast? Not long after, the train disappeared from sight. It went to Lantian County, where there was a transit station. Li Longji and the rest were very nervous. They were afraid that they would not be able to return and that the train would break down halfway. When the railway makes more money, we will change the single track into 2 tracks. The location has already been reserved. The cost will be much lower than the first railway. Li Yi was not worried about the train breaking down. The quality of the train was good. He was waiting for a period of time. When the train was profitable, he would use the profits to pave another track. The construction of the tracks was troublesome. It was not cheaper than the other tracks. It would not even cost 10 million. During the transportation, the train would help. As long as the tracks were lifted to the side of the road, they would be lifted onto the train and sent to wherever they wanted. There were also cement sleepers, other tools, and food. When the train did not come, they would repair it. When the train arrived, the construction workers would avoid it. At that time, there would be no need to change the switches. Su Yi imagined the 2 tracks running side by side, one going and the other back. There will be fast and slow trains. The slow train will have to give way to the fast train. The advantage of 2 tracks is that the amount of transportation will not be doubled. There is a data model. Li Yi did not despise Su Yi at this moment. Others did not know the situation of the railway. There was a separate algorithm. The algorithm was also gradually .d, and the efficiency was getting higher. Gang Ro, when will the train return? Zhang Jiuling did not stir up trouble. He only asked what he wanted to know. At most an hour. If we drive normally, it will take half a day to reach Lantian County. If we go to the relay station and sprint for 10 miles, we can guarantee that we will reach the destination in an hour. The return will also take an hour. The train will take less than half an hour to reach Lantian County. From there, we will turn the steering wheel 180 degrees, restart, and return. In the end, Li Yi said to turn around on the spot. The locomotive drove onto a circular disc. The disc turned 180 degrees, and the train turned over. The other method was to walk in a big circle, where the locomotive would walk in a circle. Drawing a big circle would take up too much space, and every inch of land near the train was worth gold. Gang Ro, the locomotive has an inverted locomotive. If you want to change directions, the locomotive at the back will start, right? Zhang Jiuling was inspired when he saw another locomotive. Jiuling is indeed amazing. Yes, when you need to climb a slope, you will build a V-shaped track. When the time comes, there will be 2 vehicles. One will bring you up, and the other will pull you down a new path. Li Yi nodded and gave him a thumbs up. You're too smart. At the same time, he took out a piece of fruit candy, peeled off the glutinous rice paper, and drew a diagram of a chevron railway on the concrete floor of the platform. Xiao Yi is indeed thoughtful. She already has a plan before she even meets him, Li Dan praised. I'm standing on the shoulders of a great person. Li Yi pinched the remaining candy and put it in his mouth. He spat twice to spit out the dust and sand, and then put it in his mouth. He put the glutinous rice paper in front of Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu opened her mouth and ate it. Why are you still holding candy? The little fellow saw her sister eat the glutinous rice paper and Li Yi eat the candy. She looked up and asked. Li Yi took out another one and stuffed it into the little fellow's mouth. You're afraid of meeting children, right? Yes. The little fellow smiled and squinted her eyes. Princess Yongmu reached out to Li Yi's pocket and took out a handful of fruit candy. She gave it to her brother and sisters. Everyone came. The scar left by the injury on Li Tsong's face could not be seen now. His face was paler, and he had a special temperament, completely different from his previous face. He found the meaning of his existence. He learned from his uncle Li Qingqi. It was just a crown prince. He did not want it. His uncle was not the emperor. He was in charge of the Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia fund. He was busy all day. When he gave an order, countless people benefited from it. The locomotive rumbled as it ran, blowing the whistle from time to time. The people along the way kept a distance. The newspaper said, "Don't get close, or people will die. If we put this big guy on the battlefield to charge, how much blood will the enemy's military formation leave?" There were military enthusiasts among the people. When they saw the locomotive, they thought of war. Shouldn't the enemy's military formation be blown up by the sky monkey? The sky monkey will blow up the enemy's military formation, and our military formation will go over. Birds of a feather flock together. It was also a situation of war. It's too heavy. We can't do it without iron rails. The sky monkey of the Turks' cavalry is mainly used to scare the horses. It's different from the infantry. The infantry's military formation has shields and crossbows at the back to block the attack. Without the military formation, the enemy's charge is suicide. When the cavalry explodes, the horses will run away. Our cavalry will go over and kill them. A friend explained his point of view. What he said was actually known to both the enemy and their side. At this speed, from the seaside to the Chang'an, there should be a lot of living animals. We don't need boats to put water tanks on them to raise them. It's like a house. Just feed them coal and water. They don't eat grass. The smoke is beautiful. There's black and white smoke. The white smoke is not smoke. It's steam. It's the steam from the steamer. The steam from the kettle is the same. Everyone said a few words, and the locomotive disappeared from their sight. The locomotive ran all the way to Lantian County. When it entered the turning circle, the horses were ready. The locomotive was in place. The steering wheel that was like a flat windmill was pulled by the horses. It was surrounded by a circular railway track with bearings on it. Accompanied by the sound of huff huff huff, the horses stopped. In less than a minute, the locomotive was adjusted. Hoo-hoo, it rumbled and ran again. There were a few more people on it, proving that they had arrived at Lantian County. Many people in Lantian County watched the whole process of the train turning around. They were all excited. There was a station in Lantian County. In the future, if they went to Chang'an and went up, they would arrive in a short time. If they wanted to go to Luoyang, they would arrive on the same day. The locomotive gradually accelerated as it ran back. As expected, they soon saw the Li family Zhuangzi again. The engine vented, reduced pressure, and slowly braked. The locomotive came back. Everyone looked at the clock. It took 52 minutes to go and come back. It can be faster in the future. Now it's the run-in period. We can't speed up anymore. Actually, it's already too fast. We should slow it down a little. The other one will be slower. Li Yi did not want to break any records. The run-in period was too fast, and there was a lot of wear and tear. The second locomotive was ready. There were 4 empty carriages for freight. When they arrived at Lantian County, there were 4 carriages with goods. They would change and bring the goods back. These were the things that the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to use. Originally, they used boats and carriages to transport them. When the train ran for a trial run, they did not need to pay. Xiao Yi, when are we going up? I've never taken a train since I was young. Li Dan looked at the passenger carriage that was parked. He wanted to feel the special glass windows. Tomorrow and today, we have to run more. There's no air conditioning in the train. There are iron railings and toilets. Anyway, we can't use them when we're parked. When Li Yi talked about the toilets, he felt that he had taken fewer detours. At first, the toilets did not have flushes. Later on, they had flushes, and he directly installed them. Chapter 1790. Li Longji and the others did not know what kind of steam engine they were looking at. It was the most advanced type of steam engine. If they wanted to, it would be an internal combustion engine. Anyway, to them, as long as it was a steam engine, it was the best. The officials knew that Zhao Changnu was not beaten unjustly. Look at Li Yi's contribution to the Tang dynasty. Is it okay to speak ill of him behind his back? Zhao Changnu was at the back of the group. He was in a good mood. The 4 big boils were treated. The imperial physician came to check and said that there would not be too big of a scar. Otherwise, he would need to apply medicine to remove the poison. Once the medicine was applied, the boils would become bigger, soft, and then burst open. Many times, if the medicine was not applied properly, people would die or get infected. The imperial physician hinted to Zhao Changnu that he should give a gift to the person who beat him. He really helped him beat him. Zhao Changnu, who was beaten, did not resent Li Yi at all. Li Yi helped to intercede. Otherwise, not to mention 20 beatings, his bones would be broken and he would be paralyzed in bed for 5 days. There were also those who did not break bones. After being beaten, they felt that there was no big problem. Not long after returning home, they began to pee blood. Zhao Lifei, who had turned into Jiayu, stayed by her brother's side. She did not go to Li Longji. Brother, after you recover, go to Lantian County to find Zhangsun Xian and learn more. Later, you have to go to Biao County. The provincial governor is gone. Dr. Li has done his best. Zhao Lifei personally changed the medicine for her brother. The weather was hot, and pus and blood had to be squeezed out. After applying medicine, she covered it with gauze. She learned some things in the past. Li Yi said that Zhangsun Xian was going to die. The empress begged His Majesty to move Zhangsun Xian to Lantian County. Li Yi had helped Zhangsun Xian defy the heavens and change her fate. I know. Being a provincial governor is death. Others told me. Ouch. I wanted to find Li Yi to take a look at the boils on my butt. Now, I don't need to. If he took a look, wouldn't it be better now? The moment I bit through that beating, I could even feel the boils spurting out. Zhao Changnu had lived for so long, so he was obviously not an idiot. He had a thought in his mind. Would it be more satisfying to ask Li Yi to look at his boils than to be beaten? Li family Zhuangzi and Zhang family village have this kind of treatment. Li Dongzhu directly cut it open and put a drainage strip. It will be fine in a few days. Zhao Lifei didn't care about her brother's pain. What was this bit of pain? It was just a sneeze, not a real beating. When I arrived at Bai'an County, I was wondering if I could build the railway there. That day, I thought I was dead for sure. Zhao Chengnu, who had experienced death, had changed greatly. At that time, he had been dragged down and beaten. How could he have known that someone would plead for him? He was so scared that he wet his pants. Recover first. Tonight, I'll take you to the Li family Zhuangzi and beg Li Yi to take a look at you. Can you hurry up? The weather is hot, what a pain. Zhao Lifei had her own plans. Her brother had indeed offended Li Yi. With her brother's relationship and status, Li Yi guaranteed that he would not care. If she went to Li Yi as a patient, Li Yi would not lower herself to her brother's level. Brother Yi, can the other counties in the capital be connected to the railway network? Li Longji asked Zhao Chengnu what he was thinking. Not now. If we have the money, we have to use it in other places first. The capital's water network and land roads are well repaired. If we use it in Lantian County, the other counties will use the railway. It will be icing on the cake. We have to provide help in times of need. The next railway line will be connected to Jiangnan West Road. Actually, I want to connect it to Shu Land, but that is too difficult. Li Yi did not dare to build the railway in Sichuan, including Chongqing. Chongqing was now called Yuzhou and belonged to Shannon West Road. Southwest, West, and Northwest. Li Yi felt that they should slow down and choose a good place to build first. The best place to build was along the Jingheng Grand Canal. The other location was connected to Hubei, and this also needed to be built. Because of the maritime trade, they had the money to build the railway from Guangzhou to Yangtze River. When they had earned the money, they would build the railway in other states. Brother Yi, this year's revenue will be more. You estimate that it will be more than 50 million. Is it still not enough? Li Longji was anxious. He wanted to become a fatty in one bite. Third brother, 50 million is nothing. It's only 50 billion. It can't be calculated based on grain. If we buy grain, the price of grain will be high. 10 years later, I will add a zero to the back. 500 million may seem a lot. But, in my eyes, it is still not enough. Li Yi knew how much money was needed to build a country. Was 500 billion a lot? In 10 years, with overseas expansion and new crops, 500 billion would not be a problem. Let's see who we're competing with. If we're competing with other countries, we'll crush them. Compared to Li Yi's previous country, it was too little. Technology could not keep up, and there would be development bottlenecks. In the next 10 years, he had to nurture a lot of talents. Why was the education in his previous country compulsory for 9 years? Because it took 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to nurture people. 10 years was the limit, 5 years was the plan, and one could look back after 100 years. These 9 years of compulsory education were actually enough. The people would have all the basic knowledge they needed to live. This included how to repair lights, water pipes, pressure, water conservancy, chemical reactions. After 9 years of compulsory education, if you have the tools and time, if you can't even figure out how to use the water, electricity, and gas pipes in your house, it means that you have returned what you learned to your teacher. Thank you. The education that Li Yi was thinking of now was not starting from the child. There were so many students in the Tang dynasty. There was no need to teach literature, right? There was no need to write down the main idea of a paragraph, right? Simple arithmetic and logical thinking skills did not need to be taught, right? There was no need to learn foreign languages or politics. Geometry, algebra, physics, chemistry, and junior high school knowledge were taught directly. With the generous rewards, there would be brave people who would succeed in a few years. Third brother, after autumn, I will take out the textbooks again. Those who learned the previous books well can learn the new textbooks. If the imperial court does not have enough money, the Li family Zhuangzi will sponsor and reward them. They can learn a lot of knowledge within a year, such as how to hold a knife to the throat. Li Yi wanted to study. In his era, many children did not like to study. In the Tang dynasty, as long as there was an opportunity to study, everyone cherished it. Before the Tang dynasty, some students were also hardworking. For example, Zhu Chongji and other people who calculated the calendar. What good conditions did they have? They could calculate total solar eclipses, partial solar eclipses, total lunar eclipses, etc. Li Yi knew that even he could not calculate it. No, he really could not. Many people in his era also could not calculate it. Therefore, the ancient people lacked an opportunity. An opportunity to protect their family life and do whatever they wanted to do. What 9, 8, 5, 2, 1. A top graduate from the mathematics department who plays with prime numbers. Stop him. Come, calculate the time of the next total lunar eclipse for me. Don't go online, don't read books. Calculate it for me now. Can anyone calculate it? Yes. There were some people who were unreasonably strong. Most people would be dumbfounded. What the hell? Why do I have to calculate this? Why should I? I am a top student. Is there any meaning in your questions? It's too unrealistic. You don't understand the modern world at all. The more incompetent people were, the more they would say such things. But when the awesome people saw the question, they would calculate it for you and tell you, there is a formula now. Just remember it. It's quite simple. Li Yi felt that he should give the awesome people in the Tang dynasty a chance. He did not know how to do it, but he admired those who knew how to do it. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.